You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Welcome to our on-site coverage here at Aqueduct in South Ozone Park, New York. It is a gorgeous spring day. The same cannot be said in Hot Springs, Arkansas, where we'll be taking you to Oaklawn Park, where they've been dealing with a lot of rain. But it's an exciting time in thoroughbred racing with the Kentucky Derby just about a week away. Welcome to our set here at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling. On the subject of the Derby, before we get into what we have on this card at Aqueduct, a lot of people are looking at those workouts, the final workouts that are taking place for Kentucky Derby contenders. I want to ask a bigger question to you. I hear a lot of people on our show, you can look up workouts now online. They're accessible for a lot of the horses we're going to see on today's card. I very rarely hear you talk about having looked at a workout. Why?
Because if I wanted somebody to look at a workout, I ask Maggie.
Yeah.
It's, you know, I think a lot of times it's important in life to try to stick at least what your strong suits are. You may not be great in your strong suits, but you're better than things you don't know.
Are you talking about me right now?
Understand, you know, no, I consider you a peer in that regard. I don't know what I'm looking at, and I'm not going to opine on things I don't understand. And we have experts on this show, and not just Maggie, but particularly Maggie. And so I ask them to tell me what they think about their works. The other thing I would say about the works of the Derby is, if somebody educated tells me a horse isn't doing well, that to me is of interest. But if horses are preparing for the biggest race of their career and they're not doing well, then there's something wrong. So I don't need to hear about horses that are working well.
Here's the other thing. It's a snapshot in time. It may be one of 10 workouts, and we're concentrating on the last one before a big race.
Yeah, and I also want to hear from Maggie, because everything Maggie does is in perspective to how they've looked in the past. And you could say, well, this horse isn't a really good workhorse, so why should I expect that horse to be working well now?
You're going to love this. We're going to be showing some Derby works later on.
I'm excited by that.
And you need to comment.
And somebody perhaps more educated like Maggie or Richie can comment on it.
Save Andy Serling. What? All right, Aqueduct race number 7. That's Aqueduct, race number 7. Will go as our feature today. Enjoy the turf races today, because we may not have turf races tomorrow. There's a lot of rain expected in the area, maybe even Sunday as well. But plenty of turf action today. And we're going to start with Cyclonite. Major scratch out of this race, should be pointed out.
I agree. With the two coming out to point to tomorrow, Longshoreman will run turf or dirt, apparently in tomorrow's Woodhaven. And I think we could say that Cyclonite is as good, if not better, than anybody in this field. But you and I have the exact same problem with him. He doesn't win. He's never won a race in this country. He's got 4 seconds in a row, the last 3 at relatively short prices, and a number of his seconds, a nose, a head, a half length. This is a horse that gets there and does not seal the deal.
Okay, the horse that I don't understand is the 4 Forgiving Spirit. If you were to just look at his record on the turf, it's a great record on the turf. It's better than his record on the dirt. Yet this horse has been popular at the claim box, and none of the connections have decided to put the horse on the turf until today.
You know, people are funny about surfaces. And to be fair, Rudy's done well with this horse. And a lot of the running was done while we didn't have turf racing going. But I don't get it either. You know, Sheriff Bianco, who Linda Rice claimed for about $25 from Wesley and ended up making hundreds of thousands of dollars with the horse in the dirt. She only stayed in the dirt because the horse got rained off. Nobody ever bothered to look at his only dirt start. He had run second horse named Cowan, who was a stakes horse. And Wesley and then Linda kept riding the horse in the turf. And in fact, sort of like Cigar, he was a better dirt horse.
8 races, Son of Palace Music. 8 races on the card today here at Aqueduct. Some of the highlights: the start of the late pick 5 in race number 4, and then race number 7, as we talked about, is our feature race. We'll also get down to Oaklawn Park. They're about 41 minutes away from the start of the card, and to emphasize, the track listed as sloppy. Hey, you're going to want to be playing all the action that we're bringing you here on America's Day at the Races as we lead up to the Kentucky Derby, and you want to do it through your Naira Bets account. Great offer going on: free $25 bet and a $200 deposit match. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and that up to a $200 deposit match bonus with the promo code Derby25. That's the promo code Derby25. Join now at NairaBets.com. Call for riders up in the first of 8 races here at Aqueduct. Like we said, just gorgeous conditions. Going to be deteriorating overnight. Expecting rain tomorrow, but we're going to enjoy what we have right now. And we're going to start with a turf race going a mile here on the inner turf course, Optional Claiming Company. And Chad Brown has the 2 key horses here, starting with a graded stakes winner here in the postbred.
And she had a very disappointing season last year after a promising 3-year-old year, not able to win. And a mile could be too short, but if the Euro isn't good, she may win by default.
And by the Euro, you mean Matilda, the German bred, who was a group winner in Germany.
Purchased out of her German race by owner Peter Brandt. She did not run well in the Pre-Rothschild, a very, very big race. Her German form, very good. How good she really is, I don't know.
Being Betty, does she need to be up against New York breds?
Well, I mean, she doesn't have her conditions left to run with New York breds, and she has won against Open Company. She probably is just maybe not quite as good here, though she's the second choice now.
Patty Cakes, longest shot in the field. Should she be?
Yes, she should be, because even her good turf races aren't good enough.
Okay, Makanga of 2024. Could she win this race?
Yes.
Really?
And she's kind of a wild horse. Let her roll. If she's in front, I'd rather that she's in front by 8 going too fast than under a stranglehold getting rank going slowly. She's a horse that runs her best when given her head. I'm just worried she can't really run anymore.
Scratch the main track only is the 6 Sail Away and the 7 Cassiar. That is the field of 5 that will contest race number 1 here at Aqueduct. So as we said, it's a choice, at least on the tote board and on paper, amongst the 2 Chad Brown horses. You're taking the bigger price of those 2 horses.
I am, because I think Grayush hopefully can just find the right spot in here. She's run against better horses. She's run better races. And this is 2 years ago, beating both Grade 1 winner Dynamic Pricing, but more importantly, she's so pretty. And let me tell you, she was third best in here. Flavian Pratt. There's another race that this horse won because of Flavian Pratt. Saving ground the whole way. She feels pretty. Dynamic Pricing both wide. This was the time the rails went down to 0 at Saratoga, and all the good running was done down the inside. No, actually, that rail isn't at 0, but the rail was a big advantage. She was good as a 3-year-old. She has been disappointing. We'll see if she can get back and do it here. She probably needs more distance, and she's not likely to beat the other one, but I think at 5-2, I'd rather bet her.
And then the question is Matilda making her U.S. debut. Maggie, how does she look?
Well, it's funny how TV can make things quite deceiving. I often get told in person that, wow, you're a lot smaller when people see me in real life, because I'm often interviewing standing next to men who are quite short. So Matilda, she's been working with Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Turf winner Jasora. And watching those workouts, I was like, man, Matilda looks like a big, strapping filly. She's not. She's actually quite small, compact, and just short coupled too. That does lend itself well to being a miler. So I do think, she's at her distance. Last time when we saw her at Deauville, she was going a mile in a straight line. She also had the more inside post, in which, if you watch that replay, the announcer even remarks that she had to stand in there quite a long time, and it got her off to a slow beginning. So in her German races where she was successful, she was more forwardly placed. She did show great energy so far in the prelims. So thinking that with those kind of forward workouts that we saw from her at Payson Park, she will break well, but you never know when they're making their stateside debut, not necessarily knowing a handler in the stalls with them. Sometimes they look at that handler, and that leads to a tardy beginning. She looks about 90% fit, to be honest, whereas her stablemate, Grayush, she looks 100% fit for this return. Now, I'm not saying, Chad often brings his horses ready. I'm just saying, based upon appearances, Grayush far more tucked up, far more defined overall. And while she might be better going a bit longer, I get it. And maybe she doesn't prove successful here. I like that inside post position. I like how sharp and how bouncy she's been, but containing it. Sometimes she will bubble over, but she's just showing that good, confident energy that I like to see from Grayush. She has been working well down at Payson. She's been with Pretty Picture, who is 2 for 4, multiple graded stakes placed runner for Chad Brown. She was very aggressive getting to the pole, to be fair, but then she kind of settled and was going easily throughout, watching her work on First TV 2 back. So yes, I think coming in fresh, she will have a bit more speed. And she did have a little trouble in that last start in the Long Island, where she was kind of saving ground throughout, but then she got shuffled back at a very integral part of the race, coming around the second turn, and was able to extricate herself from the inside to make up some ground late. Moving on to the wild card you guys were talking about in number 5, Makanga. She is run off speed, as Andy has alluded to. But in the past, when I've seen her, now, mind you, that was 2 years ago nearly, she would get herself really kind of revved up in the prelims, in the paddock, in the post parade. I'm not observing that today. Could that be a sign of her having her best races behind her? Of course, but we'll see. Jose Lezcano has to have very quiet hands with her, which he does. And I like what I'm seeing from her physically. And to be honest, Todd, I feel as though she's been facing some tougher company, obviously, throughout her career. And I like what I'm seeing from her physically. Could she get loose here? And if she stays content on the front end, could she take them gate to wire?
Maggie, I have a question for you, and I think that she could do that, by the way, and we discussed that a little bit. I noticed that Matilda's a bit of a tail swisher in her races. Did you notice that as well, and do you have any thoughts on that?
I did, Andy. And you know what's funny is watching her in the paddock, she almost acted like a colt. So she was kind of nickering, she was kind of strutting and talking to the other horses. That might just be her personality. Sometimes it hints at a horse that might struggle a little bit behind, like a soft tissue might pinch them a little bit. I'm sure that's not the issue with her. And we'll see how she negotiates the firm going, because her 2 races in Germany were over ground with Given It.
Okay, for the benefit of our audience, when you say a tail swisher, that's not something we're going to see right now. That's when the rider uses the crop?
I guess, no, not necessarily.
Really? Because that's
really,
usually when I see it, when a rider goes to strike the horse and then they swish their tail.
I always think
the
of
tail pops
Sharp
up.
Cat.
Okay.
I believe that Sharp Cat was a big tail swisher for Wayne years ago. It's just something I noticed. I don't, that's something that's Maggie's department. That's why I asked her about it. And I know there's some people that say, I don't like this horse. I don't like tail swishers, but I don't know if it really
Because they think it interrupts,
is
it kind of interrupts their fluid motion.
And maybe what Maggie's saying is sometimes, in some cases, it's an indication. I doubt that's the case, as Maggie said, with this horse.
Well, the betting public has not wavered. Matilda and her U.S. debut is our 3-5 favorite. Second choice is Greyoche, 4. Trainer Chad Brown at 9-5. It's the start of a outstanding day of racing action here on America's Day at the Races, and we begin at Aqueduct over the inner turf course to go a mile, listed as firm with perfect conditions here. Now Matilda is acting up at the starting gate here.
Yeah, I don't know what this really means. It's her first race in this country. That, to me, I never worry about this stuff in general, and I think it's one of the good things, that Maggie does, and obviously she's never seen this horse load before, but, talking about him in retrospect, horses knowing what they've done in the past, and I don't worry about it that much.
But it is such a different process what she's experienced in France last time out and in Germany prior to that as far as loading. And now
Euros get left all the time.
Yes.
I mean, that is something that is a frequent situation. They get left, especially their first start in this country.
Matilda finally moves forward. Just a couple more to go for the first time today. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. Race number 1 from Aqueduct, live here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Patty Cakes, reluctant here. Makenga still waiting in behind the gate, will be last to load. Starter going behind the gate now. Starter Scott Jordan and his team get Patty Cakes into the gate. Makenga. Last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off at Aqueduct. Being Betty gets the first call from in between horses. Ricardo Santana Jr. forwardly placed, stays well off the rail. With other speed to the outside, Makenga is going to be very wide here towards that first turn, and Patty Cakes in between them. That's the leading trio, and now Being Betty moves closer to the rail as a nose in front. Patty Cakes applies pressure. Makenga stays the same, and here's Makenga to the outside, trying to rush up, wants to be on the early pace. It's Patty Cakes and Makenga to press on. Being Betty pushed them through that opening first quarter, now is a well-settled third. The two trailers, Grayosh and Matilda. Patty Cakes with a head advantage, and Makenga wants to go. 23.73, the opening quarter mile. It wasn't an easy one for the top duo. Being Betty's moved towards the outside in third. Grayosh will ride the rail, saving ground towards the inside. Matilda is the trailer. 3 lengths would cover them all. Now 2.5 as they went 48.67 for a half-mile time. Patty Cakes a big long shot to Makenga. They continue to duke it out up front. 48.67 for that half-mile time. And here's Being Betty. Being Betty with the first move 3 wide. Grayosh, nowhere to go, is in behind horses Dylan Davis. Matilda's got a clear running path, is going to move towards the outside. Patty Cakes running a big race, and here comes Being Betty calling for the lead. The two closers, Matilda in her U.S. debut is trying to catch Being Betty, who got the jump. Being Betty is up by 2.5, and Being Betty is still clear. Matilda trying to lift late, and here she comes. Grayosh down towards the inside. It's Being Betty still in front. Being Betty trying to hold them off. Being Betty, and a photo got tight at the wire, all 3 of them. Matilda to the outside, Grayosh in between horses, and Being Betty. It's a photo for the win in the opener, a 1:36.4.
Oh, what a finish here to start the day. Is this the 1944 Carter Handicap with a 3-way dead heat?
Well, no one will accuse the Chad Brown horse of helping each other, because Matilda really kept Dylan in a bit tight there. And I think that Grayosh would have won if she got out earlier. Now, I'm not sure she didn't win.
Come on.
It was either the 4 or the 1 at the end. We're going to watch it. Hang on.
Can that be a triple dead heat to start the day? There's no way we... How about a dead heat between 2 of the 3? What do you think? You don't want to make a call?
I think the 1 got up. I think it's 1-4.
You think the 1 got there?
Well, it's definitely 1-4 or 4-1.
Well, first of all, don't you think the 2 was in front right before the wire?
She was.
Okay.
Let's watch it. Let's watch it.
Let's watch it in slow motion. When you watch a photo finish on this turf course at Aqueduct, is there a particular spot that has the advantage?
The finish line.
Well, of course, but we don't even know where.
This is not like an Oaklawn where they're a little bit the inside
or
horse
Tampa,
has an edge.
remember Tampa?
No, this is true. Okay, you were right about the 2 getting before, but you're going to notice right at the end, Grayosh will get her nose in front, even though she's not, or in front of the 2.
This is the bob where Matilda has the lead.
Watch Grayosh.
You're saying Grayosh out bobs the 1?
Yes.
Or the 3?
Grayosh, I think it's 1-4. Maybe it was 1-2. I believe the 1-1. I could be wrong. I don't want to stake my ridiculous reputation on this, but I thought that Grayosh got it. Let's see, maybe Maggie has a better idea.
All I know is we get the phone call from the stewards, for the test barn, and they called the 3 and 1. Now, not necessarily in that order, but they wanted the 3 and 1. Grayosh!
Dead heat.
Andy, well done. Oh, dead heat. Dead heat between the 3 and 1. So there we go. The stewards are right.
Now, do you get credit for that? Because you said the 1-1 and the 3.
Well, I said either the 1 or 3-1. I meant 4. I did 4. I meant 3.
But
I knew Matilda didn't win.
Yeah, you were right about that.
Yeah, Matilda kind of hung, didn't she?
But you have to. I didn't think Matilda was going to get into anything there. I thought Matilda was going to be kind of a dull third. Didn't you think with the 16th, like right here, didn't you think, okay, Matilda is not in this. This is Grayosh trying to run down Being Betty.
I thought here Being Betty was home.
The fact that Matilda got in this photo is remarkable to me.
I just feel that you showed some disrespect for the New York Breds to begin this. I believe
I fully admit that.
I believe that there was a little disrespect,
what is the commercial?
Hidden disrespect.
Isn't that part of the commercial?
They gave it an advantage.
Yeah.
They needed every bit of that advantage here. I am a little partial to the New York bred program. I go back to the days of
good.
Bandy
I love
Sue.
it too.
This, by the way, is a great finish. I mean, you're right. I mean, there is probably an inch and a half between first and third here. I mean, this is as close as to a triple dead heat as you'll see.
Yes.
And a dead heat here with these horses. And
who's referencing the 1944 Carter handicap at Aqueduct with a triple dead heat? There's nobody out there who could do that.
Who isn't referencing
it?
all times it's being thought about at this point. And Being Betty, by the way, is a cool horse. And let's give a little love to Lisa Barkowski, too, who trains the horses for Phil Serpio, who's suspended. And Lisa, you're not you haven't been around as long as I have. Do you know Lisa from back in the day?
I do not.
Oh, Lisa's been around the tracks for a long time. She was in Florida in the winters quite a bit back in the day. And she's done a great job with these horses. And Being Betty is a really cool, hard-trying horse. She's a speed type, but she's actually learned to rate and rate effectively going long. And I'll tell you something. These horses, I think Grayosh was probably a little hindered by being between horses. It's a tough spot, as you'll know, often to rally in. But, I mean, what excuse did Matilda have? And the field got really bunched. I don't think anybody was badly compromised. And let's give a little love to Being Betty. I think we're spending too much time talking about the two Chad Brown runners.
There are many reasons why we love the sport of thoroughbred racing, and then we can show the public a race and say, this is why we love the sport. This was a phenomenal start to the day here on America's Day at the Races. A dead heat for the win in race 1 at Aqueduct.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races here on FS2. We're proudly brought to you by Claiborne Farm. Over 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Fireworks to start the day here at the Big A dead heat with 3 horses hitting the line virtually at the same time, 2 of which did, including Grayosh. But I'm so pleased to be joined here by winning connections of the New York bred, Being Betty, Tony Smith of Hilly Fields Farm, as well as Lisa Barkowski. And guys, as you were saying to me, Lisa, she doesn't know how tiny she is. She doesn't know she's a New York bred. She is so gritty, so game.
From the time she was a 2-year-old, if any big horse pushed her, you bump when you're galloping 2-year-olds, she would just smash that horse out of the way again. We knew that whatever the level was of her ability, she was going to be tough as they come, and she's proven it every time she runs.
And Tony, this is truly kind of one of those homebreds that you've had so much success.
Yes, marvelous.
Lady Joan,
They never give up. That's the thing. They never give up. Yeah.
do you realize how, I don't want to say lucky, but yes, lucky?
Yes, I do realize. Yeah, because we do have one or two that actually don't do too well. So I do realize when we do have one that wins, that's important. Yes. But she's fantastic. She really never gives up.
And
there were two very good horses that she was running against. Those two, yeah.
those are graded stakes types horses that she just, she gave them everything that they could handle. Lisa, talk about having her down in Florida. She won 2 back, got off a little bit of a break, and now she's back here. Do you go to New York breds again for stakes?
We try to keep her at a mile or 7/8, but the way she ran today, she seemed to, as she gets older, she settles a little bit better in her races. And today was perfect. She was behind horses. She was off the bridle. She came when she was called on. Maybe we'll try the New York bred stake. Tony and I will have a discussion after we see how she comes out of this race. But I don't think that's out of her realm right now. And if we see something better at a mile, we'll go for the mile.
Well,
We'll have a discussion, and then we'll do what Lisa says.
I love that.
Right.
Listen to your trainer. Well, guys, could not.
Things about Tony.
It is. Guys, congratulations. Could not be happier for you guys.
So much. Thank you so much. That's very kind. Appreciate it, really.
Todd, happy connections. You can't get enough of them.
Well put. And it pays to own a New York bred. And being Betty, here's how close this photo was with the dead heat happening between the one, Greoche, and Being Betty.
That's some photo, huh?
What a way to start
You
the
were
day
right.
here.
That was about as close to
And
a three-horse
think
steady as you could possibly see.
And you think mathematically what it takes to go a mile on the grass and have 3 horses arrive there at that moment in time and 2 of them dead heat.
It's sort of more incredible than, I always think like a baseball season when they get down to like a 1-game playoff where teams, they could play 162 games and have the same record. And it makes horse racing exciting. And that was a race that on paper might not have looked that exciting. You had an odds-on Chad Brown horse, and it turned out to be a thrilling race.
All right. We still have more to come, and we will get to race number 2, but we do have a look at Iron Honor. And Iron Honor down in the paddock, a horse that will be pointing towards the second jewel in horse racing's Triple Crown, the Preakness, our Gotham winner, Iron Honor.
Yeah, and obviously, he had the points. At this point, I think you can get in the Derby if you have 12 points. I'm slightly exaggerating, but not that much. And Chad made the right choice after his race in the Wood. And I think the Wood was probably a hard race on him. And you think of the success that Chad and Karlovich have had by skipping the Derby and going to Preakness with the 2 wins. It's the right choice to make with him. I still like Iron Honor, but I respect the choice, even though I have 122 to 1 on him in the future pool.
Well, and again, the top 20 point earners get into the Kentucky Derby. This is where we're sitting right now on the list. It seems to me, has it changed in your mind? I would say go back 15 years ago. It was big news if there was a scratch Derby week. Now it almost seems commonplace.
Well, obviously the vets have gotten tougher, so we have seen that be at play. And, last year, listen, I was going to pick Grande in the race, and he ended up getting scratched. He also didn't run again for 9 months, so the vet was clearly right in not letting him run. I really do not like seeing the vets get attacked for this stuff. They don't know who the horses are. It's not about connections. They're just trying to do the right thing. And all I know is I've heard a lot of people complain going back to Breeders' Cups, and I'm not even singling anyone out, and their horses that end up having real injuries and being out a long time. I think we need to trust in the vets.
Well, for all the latest breaking news surrounding the Kentucky Derby, the entire Triple Crown, you'll find it here on Fox Sports 2 and America's Day at the Races. Emerging Market turned in his final workout earlier this morning. He looked great. I thought he looked phenomenal in the Louisiana Derby. He had to go by a very tough Pavlovian. And what's fascinating to me, here you have a horse who debuts at Tampa, looks good in the debut, and Chad Brown throws him immediately onto the Kentucky Derby trail. That's very un-Chad Brown-like, and he comes through with this gritty performance, and he gets the win. The very fact that Chad Brown has put him on the fast track to the Kentucky Derby, I think speaks volumes about Emerging Market.
Yeah, one thing I'll say about that race, and a lot of people, myself included, watching it live, said I thought he would run away from, and Pavlovian ran very well. Once you watch the head-on, you understand what happened. Pavlovian fouled him the entire last eighth of a mile, carried him out very badly. So I think it's a better race than it looks. And I don't think people understand. He made his debut at 1 mile and 40 yards. He runs a little over a month later, 6 weeks later, 9.5 furlongs, and still guts it out. And yeah, he ran a lower figure. Chad loved this horse last summer. He told me about this horse in Saratoga, and rarely do we discuss his unraced horses. Then in early January, somewhere in January.
Fever of some kind?
Yeah, he got pneumonia, actually.
Okay.
And he was talking about him and he's a runner.
Okay.
And he said, that's my Oaks and Derby horses. And he said, I'm going to run them both at Tampa, blah, blah, blah. We'll see if I'm too late. Listen, winning the Derby off 2 races, it might be a near impossibility. It certainly has been so far. If anyone can do it, Chad can do it with this horse.
Well, and he won the longest prep race in Kentucky Derby season, 1 mile and 3/16 of the Louisiana Derby. We also mentioned his final workout was this morning. As you heard at the top of the show, Maggie, Andy is going to defer to you to look at the workout video. So tell us what you saw with Emerging Market.
The pressure. I'm not sure if I can handle it, to be honest, as Emerging Market. Looking to become the first horse since Leonidas in 1883 to win the Kentucky Derby off of just 2 prior starts. But there's no doubt about this horse's talent. Here he is on the outside of a maiden filly, and they are going to complete the half mile in 47.3. He's going to go on and gallop out in 1:01. You can see with this horse, look at the reach, look at the massive stride he has. So getting these classic distances, one has to think is well within his wheelhouse, and he does it very effortlessly. His rider, Flavien Prat, aboard for this workout here. He's going to let him kick on and go on with it. And it feels like the camp does have a lot of confidence in this horse. So, yes, maybe completely overmatched his company this morning, but did it in the right kind of way, because this is the final prep before the Kentucky Derby, and he did it so easily, well within hand. You got to watch the rider's cues, I think, a lot often with these workouts too. Now we're going to jump over to the horse that actually finished 3rd behind Emerging Market in that Louisiana Derby. That's Golden Tempo. He put the blinkers on for that final Kentucky Derby prep. He's working in them here. He has been working with them in them throughout these preparations. You also might notice a little change of scenery. This workout happened this morning at Keeneland, where he has been since he shifted north from Louisiana. And Cherie DeVoe, his trainer, stating that she's done this so many times with horses, just shipping them over the week of the race. She did it with Bava to win a Grade 1. And he is, again, well within himself. He has his regular exercise rider up. Jose Ortiz was up for the work last time. The thing with him I find a little strange is that you watch his races and he always kind of wants to go to the rail. Yes, as Andy said, Pavlovian was kind of pushing Emerging Market out through the stretch that day, and he decided to duck down to the inside. But it was under his own volition, and I wonder, she has consistently worked this horse on the inside of horses. Generally, workouts with these major Derby horses, they are on the outside. I wonder if he's a horse that does tend to lug in, and if that's going to give him some problems. However, looking at him, he has done incredibly well physically. He's really filling out at the right time, Todd. So we'll see. These 2 horses, they look as though, as many of them do, they're preparing well.
Does it bother you, though, that he's a lug-in horse like that? And I agree with you.
Yes.
It looks like he lugs in. That's not a great habit for the Derby.
No, it is not. We saw what transpired for Sierra Leone, who is an incredibly talented horse. When he lugged in, he probably hindered himself as well as Forever Young in winning the Derby, as Mystic Dan was able to scoot up the rail guys. So yeah, they can grow out of it, but I always wonder why trainers choose, when they're trying to correct things, trying to get a horse to move forward in their trainings for therefore running better in the afternoons, why they play into that. Why is he always on the inside in his morning workouts too?
Interesting.
Well, and then you also have to wonder what post position and how that would affect a horse with some of those idiosyncrasies. Remember, post position draw is tomorrow, opening day at Churchill Downs. They'll have it in the middle of the races around 2:15.
So maybe if he gets the dreaded rail post, it's not as bad for him as some other horses, right? Finds himself
rail.
right in the
Or post 17. No one's ever won from post 17.
I think the rail thing is mitigated a little bit by the fact it's just one gate now, you know?
Back to our racing action here at Aqueduct. A live look into the paddock for race number 2. We're going to conduct this a mile on the main track. And as far as where the money is going, it's going inside and outside, Andy. The 1 Solo Empire bet down to 2-1. The 7 Grand Commander also 2-1. Now going down a quarter of a click. Here's Grand Commander 9-5.
We talked about this, you and I, in the pre-race show, and you like Grand Commander. I have him second. If he runs back to this last race, he might be 4-5. If somebody could say to you he's going to run the same race he ran last time, he's a heavy favorite in here. I picked the 5 First Trumpet. I feel a little bit like Grand Commander was last time was the time. And you brought up an interesting point. They put the blinkers back on, despite the fact when he had worn the blinkers in prior times, he'd run terribly.
Yeah, and look, this is a lifetime best for him. So the expectation that he's going to now run this race back probably is unfair, but I think he could regress a little bit and still be good enough to beat this group. And as we've been talking about this horse and showing the most recent start, Grand Commander is now a 7-5 favorite in the wagering.
Yeah, I think as we get closer to post, it'll be between him and the 5 First Trumpet, just as the morning line maker made it. I like First Trumpet here. You're going to see the 1 come up and the 5 come down. It's already happening here. I like First Trumpet, who better break better today, because it should be noted the First Trumpet broke 6 lengths behind the field easily last time out. He wasn't winning anyway, but it certainly compromised his chances, and I want to give another chance for Rob Atras.
They are making the equipment change of blinkers off today with First Trumpet after that disastrous break last time out. The winner of First Trumpet's last race won off by 17 lengths, and the First Trumpet was second by only a neck. So I wonder about the race when you get a horse who wins off by that type of margin, and it wasn't an off racetrack or anything.
It was just a weird 3-horse field. And Military Row was off the claim for Linda and just kind of got it back to the good races and run for Christophe Clement early in his career.
Call for riders up here in race number 2 at Aqueduct, and now 6-5 on the 7 Grand Commander as they leave the paddock here. The first horse we're going to see in the post parade is a horse that is taking play. That is the 1 Solo Empire. A lot of equipment changes in here today as far as blinkers are concerned. They're putting the blinkers on Solo Empire, horse who likes to be on or near the lead anyway.
He could be the speed. If the 5 doesn't break, he's going to be in front of this field. I think the early money has something to do with David Aragona Daily Race Form picking this horse. He likes him more than I do. My problem with him is it's been a long time since he's run a competitive race, but he could be right.
This is not a directive, Andy. This is the name of the 2 horse. Kiss me, hold me, thrill me.
Well, I'm not really going to thrill you, and I'm definitely not going to kiss you, but just letting you know, just sort of getting that out of the way. This one lost to First Trumpet last time, despite that one breaking 6 slow.
Glad we got that out of the way. Here is Hey Buddy, second last time out at Parks. Does that race match up to what we have here?
No.
Okay.
$7,500 non-winner to 3 lifetime. I'll pass.
Tapizar's Temper, a horse who's been third back-to-back starts at this condition.
To be fair, his last race was okay and makes him at least not a complete throwout.
Okay, so you can't be guaranteed First Trumpet's not going to make a mess of the break today, right?
You can't be. Now, he's not a horse that's had issues at the start before, so I wonder if it's just one of those sort of bad luck things last time out. He's not a continually problematic gate horse.
I've yet to experience a trip to New York where I didn't think Wayne Potts could win. Could he win here with the 6
How did you not
elite?
pick him? You
I
turned on
put
your
him
man
second.
Wayne.
I picked him second on the pre-race day
Okay,
show.
that's good to know.
The 7 Grand Commander seems to be everybody's pick now down to even money.
He's a slight favorite in doubles. I wonder if we'll see the 5 and 7 get closer as we get to post. Listen, he runs his last race. He's probably going to win. I'm going to bet against him running his last race. He still may win.
Maggie, we talk a lot about horses bouncing or maintaining their form. You can see it down there and watching them warm up. Grand Commander big last time out. Does he look physically like he's come back well off that big win?
Well, Todd, he looks the same as he always does, but I think he's a prime example of a horse that, when I talk about the element of surprise when changing equipment with horses, his PPs tell that story. Soon as they take the blinkers off, he wins. Then he loses his way a little bit. Soon as they put them back on, he wins. So, you know, he's a horse that I feel like you kind of got to keep him engaged. And look, his first race that he ever ran in his career was tremendous. Behind T-Craft and in front of 1/900. So he's a horse that's probably a little bit better than what he's willing to put forward. So I think that's why Bruce Brown has had to kind of experiment with him quite a bit. He looks fine out there. I have no problems with him, but I'm looking elsewhere. Now, I usually always tend to land on a Rob Atchis horse because typically his horses physically always do look best when we're looking at them. And as Andy pointed out, massive excuse last time. I mean, he reared up badly, and so spotting the field 5-6 lengths, rushed up, and it was never going to work out. So they are taking the blinkers off, and you know, he's a horse that I've seen have a decent cup of blinkers on, if you will. So kind of changing that outlook quite a bit. He's a little bit more quiet than I've observed from him in the past. So I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing here today, as he does make his second start for the barn. And then Todd, Wayne Potts, number 6, Airborne Elite. I didn't necessarily love him on paper, but my eye kept going back to him. In the paddock, out on the racetrack, warmed up quite nicely for this group with Edgar Zayas aboard, really kind of exuberant type of workout, if you will, or excuse me, warm up, if you will. So yeah, I think he's one that at a price you might give a look at, but I did land on number 5, First Trumpet.
Did you hear that, Andy? Lots of pots.
I think that the 6 is way too big a price at 15 to 1.
1.
I don't understand why he's the same price as, say, the 3 and 4. He's a lot more likely to be competitive than the 3, and I think he's more likely to be competitive than the 4. I think Maggie's saying she loves the 6. She's saying she likes the way he looks in the track, but his race 2 back gives him a giant chance in this race.
Do you think, because obviously he would maybe add to the pace, he has rated before, but his last race, he went pretty fast early
At 6.5.
How do you see the pace overall in here?
Well, it depends on the 5 breaking. I think if the 5 breaks, you're going to, assuming he will, he's going to be forward in here. But I also think the Solo Empire's got to go, and Delilah Rivera's been very aggressive lately. So I think the 1 and 5 are probably the speeds, but I think the Airborne Elite's probably sitting 3rd behind them.
And you spoke it into existence. You said this horse, Grand Commander, if he runs his last race, he should be odds-on in here. He is now in that territory, 4 to 5.
And he's only a very slight favorite in the double over the number 5. Now, the win pools don't have the CAW money. You know, contrary, I said in the show yesterday accurately that the CAWs have a bigger effect in pick 3s than doubles, and for people that follow them and look to see what price they are, especially at other tracks, they know what I'm saying and they know it's accurate. Of course, you know, I think I saw somebody on the internet somewhere say, I don't know what I'm talking about, but that's no surprise. In this case, there's no pick 3s. If you scour
the internet, you will find someone who doesn't like you. Yeah.
1 or 2.
They are moving into line for race number 2 here at Aqueduct. Whether you're a CAW, for those who don't know, computer-assisted wagering, or a retail player, that's us. They are moving into line with, how about this, 3 to 5 now on the 7. Grand Commander trying to make it back-to-back wins. There is the 5 First Trumpet. This horse made a mess of the break last time out. With the equipment change and blinkers off, will First Trumpet be better at the break today? We're about set to go. Race number 2 from Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
Goes in. All set. And they're off. Step slow beginning for Grand Commander, and also shuffled back was Tapazar's Temper. Here at the rail, it's Solo Empire, forwardly placed and in between horses. Here comes First Trumpet to challenge. First Trumpet to the outside is getting out a little bit here as they get set to come out of the chute. The leader is Solo Empire, back to second is First Trumpet. They are 2.5 in front, almost 3 now, pumped up on the front end from Airborne Elite. Another 4 alone there in the 4th position, Grand Commander, and towards the inside, here comes Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Towards the back end of the field, Hey Buddy, and the trailer, Tapazar's Temper. Solo Empire, 22 and 4. Quick opening quarter here for this top duo. It's Solo Empire and First Trumpet, and they've run off from the rest. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Christopher Elliott on the move. They've taken 3rd. Now under a drive is the gray, and Airborne Elite trying to pick up the top duo who went 45-4 for a half-mile time. Solo Empire and First Trumpet in their own match race here at the start, and First Trumpet now with a neck in front. Solo Empire battles on. From the back, still trying to run on. Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me. Airborne Elite. Grand Commander, the heavy favorite, has 8 lengths to make up. Tapazar's Temper and Hey Buddy, the trailer, as they reach the top of the stretch. First Trumpet, can First Trumpet keep going? First Trumpet is now up by 2.5. Solo Empire is defeated, back to second. Grand Commander starts to warm to the task, and Airborne Elite, they've got a furlong to catch First Trumpet, who's coming back to the field. It's First Trumpet still holding on with a 16th left to go. Grand Commander, Airborne Elite chasing. First Trumpet will win it. First Trumpet won it over Grand Commander, then came Airborne Elite and a photo. Solo Empire with Kiss Me, Hold Me, Thrill Me, and 1 minute 37-4.
As we were talking about, the key for First Trumpet was the break, and it was a perfect break today.
Yes, he broke very well. He got to the lead, but the one really wanted to go. And those are crazy fractions for these horses, 45.94. It's actually kind of impressive he held on, and maybe not so impressive with the second and third horses. You know what the key was in the race? And I say this sort of joking. The key was the 6. All you got to do is use the 6 third behind the 2 favorites in the try. I don't think it's going to pay a fortune. The 6 should never have been that price, and he actually did run fairly well in here. But the winner was so much the best, Todd.
And when you and Maggie gave out the 5 First Trumpet, that horse was sitting at the morning line, or up from that morning line of was at 7-2 and eventually got bet down to 5-2. 5-7-6-1 here at Aqueduct. 5-2 over 4-5 over 13-1 over 7-1. Beautiful day here at Aqueduct. Rainy day at Oaklawn Park. When he's not at Lake Hamilton enjoying the weather when it's nice out in that area, Richie Bigliori is at the track today along with Megan Burgess.
Hey, Todd. Hey, Andy. Yeah, it's a little bit of weather today. We're about a minute out from the opener here on a sloppy track at Oaklawn Park. We've got the Southern Hospitality later on, the stake today, the 9th race. Riley Toll will be your favorite, multiple Grade 1 placed.
She's going to be tough in that group. But Cena, the half-sister to Grade 1 winner Alva Star, is also coming back off the bench. So I thought it was a very strong group of fillies that will be sprinting later on today. But we've got a sloppy track ahead of us. We'll see who can fare, as it is going to be kind of a new thing, especially for those fillies that we just described.
Yeah, no doubt, but we're opener here. There's not a lot of pace signed on here, Megan. Who do you think winds up making the lead? I thought maybe the 6, Nandina.
The number 6, Nandina, I agree, is the clear speed and going to loom incredibly large in this group. Now, Meg, the only thing that I found that I picked apart with her is I'm not quite sure how she's going to get over this sloppy racetrack, muddy, I should say, racetrack. And she's kind of a shorter made, denser body type mare that those are not the kinds that typically skip over the surface. So that's my only question mark with her. But from a tactical perspective, she is incredibly strong.
Yeah, Ronnie Huckabee, apprentice rider. Honestly, these are the perfect kind of horses for apprentices. You don't have to make a lot of decisions. Just let them roll on out of the gate and let them do their thing. Almost be a good passenger as opposed to being a pilot.
Keep them settled, keep them forward. That's the name of the game with her. Up the number 1, Sister Carly, was interesting for Greg Compton, who her form leaves very much to be desired as of recent, but she broke her maiden there on the all-weather all the way back in February of last year. She's a leggier sort cutting back. I wonder, she's the horse that I find will get over this ground.
Well, and she's turning back in distance. I know you like a turn back. I'm going to go with your favorite. I'm not being very imaginative with the 2. What's her number from the Steve Asmussen bar and his son Keith aboard? They've been hitting on all cylinders. Talking about hitting on all cylinders. Let's head upstairs to Matt Dinnerman for the call of the opener at a sloppy Oaklawn Park.
Sassy last to the outside post. 10 races today on this Friday. The track is sloppy. Good luck. We're ready to go. We're off and running at Oaklawn Park. Sister Carly away slowly from the inside post. Nandina shoots to the lead from Sassy last second. Chiquita Reina aggressively ridden early to get forward position. Here she comes down on the inside. Chiquita Reina from midfield to first with 5 furlongs to go as a neck lead on Nandina. Sassy Lassu's 3 wide. Miss Ida B behind the leading trio in the 4th position early on. She's 4 off the pace, 2 clear of Sister Carly. She's past reaching for rainbows. What's her number at the tail end end of the field as they go into the forward turn here. Chiquita Reina neck in front. Nandina right there to the outside. Sassy Lass makes it a party of 3 across the track. Those 3, and now Nandina. Oh, that was Sassy Lass who took an awkward step and is being eased up. Sassy Lass as they round the forward turn. And they come to the top of the lane here. Here's a nice move coming from Miss Ida B in the 3-path. Miss Ida B off the turn, narrow lead. Now clearly ahead as she comes down the lane. Miss Ida B a length and a half in front. Nandina in the second spot. What's Her Number is making up good ground down the outside here. Has to catch Miss Ida B in the final furlong. Now there's a 16th left. What's Her Number? Chasing Miss Ida B. What's Her Number? Right there alongside Miss Ida B. What's Her Number? Miss Ida B in a photo with What's Her Number. It got tight with Sister Carly 3rd, Chiquita Reina 4th.
And in a driving finish here, it looked like Miss Ida B, Ramon Vasquez, your leading rider at this juncture. Looks like she was able to hold off the late charge of number 2, What's Her Number, who is getting there with every stride, but looks like she may have ran out of real estate.
First time on the wet track here for Miss Ida B, and it seems as if these horses from Bentley Combs just come out with runs and almost from nowhere, very unsuspecting, as this filly has been annihilated in her last few starts sprinting, but a petite, lighter made type that got over the surface well.
Yeah, and you brought that up earlier. Horses that are a little bit lighter will skip over the top of the ground as opposed to getting so bogged down in it. Well, we got a photo in the opener. We'll see when we goes official, guys. I do believe, though, it was number 5, Miss Ida B, with her nose down first in the opener here.
We'll get back to Hot Springs, Arkansas, back here at Aqueduct.
Richie has photo envy. You know, he's a tight photo there. After our first race, Richie, take a back seat there, buddy.
I'm kind of envious of your handicapping today. Via dead heat, you got a winner in race number 1. You clearly had the winner here with First Trumpet, but your logic going in was this horse had no chance last time out because of the break, and then now today would be much better with a good break. But
you know the term chief speed, Todd?
Well, but that's the thing. When they went 45 and 4, I thought maybe this horse might stop enough, but just held on.
I'll be honest, the 7 kind of underperformed. They never got into it. And listen, as you know, these perceptions, I think one of the reasons that people often think the tracks are speed tracks is that dirt racing is going to be tilted to speed. So you always have a bit of an advantage being forward in these races, but Grand Commander every chance to get it done. And I think the other thing that shows, and this try, by the way, paid $73 for $2 with the first 2 favorites running 1-2 and a horse that we all, Maggie, you and I all thought was a very logical long shot as an alternative. For the most part, dirt racing is almost always going to lean towards speed.
Coming up next, race number 3, a 6-furlong, $20,000 claiming event for 4-year-olds and upward. The big question in here, I thought you had to start with the 2 Mr. Skylight, claimed for $50,000 last time out. Linda Rice taking this horse and now dropping to a $20,000 claiming tag today.
But dropping into one of the toughest 20,000s we'll run all year in New York. This is, factually correct, is taking a significant drop down. If he can make the lead, he can wire the field. Mr. Skylight obviously has some good back races, but for Joe Sharp, and Linda's good, Joe Sharp's a tough guy to claim from. Burnin' Hunk of Love has some back races. Master of Arms coming off a big race. This is a highly competitive race.
We are 19 minutes away from race number 3 on this Friday card at Aqueduct, but we're looking ahead to the Woodhaven, and that means the 3-year-old debut for Teddy's Rocket. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Look at these two juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
The two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp alongside Andy Serling, Maggie Wolfendale here at Aqueduct, and we want you to be playing along with us with your Naira Bets account. What a great time to be signed up. Sign up today and get a free $25 bet and up to a $200 deposit match bonus with the Kentucky Derby looming. Use the promo code DERBY25. Join now at nairabets.com. Let's look ahead to Saturday. It's the Woodhaven Stakes. We're hoping it will be on the turf, maybe against hope.
Yeah,
with the weather forecast.
The one possibility is the rain comes in a little bit later. It's kind of iffy early, and we'd be able to get this one in because I think it's the fourth race.
Let's start with Instability, who is 5 to 2 in the morning line as the second choice in here, and we take a look back to Oldsmar, Florida. This is March 6th, race number 3 that day at Tampa Bay Downs.
This was a very expensive purchase at Tattersall, I think around $600,000 US dollars. A Kingman, Loop de Vega, excuse me, and you know, Klarvich and Chad Brown kind of started the whole thing with Loop de Vegas when they bought Newspaper of Record over there for not a lot, a little under $300,000. Chad was very high on this horse. He said he was a horse when he first got him. He had trouble with him as a 2-year-old. He wasn't really training well, but he really came around when they sent to the farm, and he was impressive. But he's going to face, if this race in the turf, I thought one of the more impressive winners in the turf last summer at Saratoga. It's a really interesting matchup between the two favorites.
Maggie, what about the return of Teddy's Rocket? What are you expecting off the layoff?
Well, it looks as though he's been training forwardly for Miguel Clement down at his regular base in South Florida at Payson Park. And Miguel has been matching him up with some older accomplished horses, including Carson's Run. And what I could kind of glean from his workouts and looking at him physically, looks as though he's grown and filled out quite a bit, because he was definitely a frame of a horse last year as we're checking out his maiden score, where he was the talk of the town, and he delivered for these connections. So showing a lot of promise to not have an ideal trip when shipping north of the border to Canada in his subsequent start in the Grade 1 summer. Unfortunately drew the far outside post and was never able to really kind of get any cover at all. So out no man's land. He's ready. He's back, I think, for this return to the races as a 3-year-old. We'll see if he can run back to the promise that he showed in that debut. And I agree with Andy. Hopefully, since it's the 4th race, Todd, rain, fingers crossed, doesn't start till about 11, and we can get this one in. So, because this is a very fun race, is Woodhaven.
Agree. I think there's a non-winners of 1 that both Teddy's Rocket and Instability could run in a couple weeks, but they'd like to run in here. And Teddy's Rocket's a very timely horse. I think if you look carefully at that photo, you might have seen a man who was very much in the news this week, Kevin Warsh, who's the nominee for the Fed, part owner of this horse as well.
That's part of tomorrow's coverage here on America's Day at the Races, the Woodhaven. Meanwhile, Manny Franco, He has dominated the meet here at Aqueduct, and he's hoping that the spring roll continues. We'll have more on his story right after this.
Horacio, you grew up in Snyder, Texas. What is Snyder, Texas like?
Small.
Yeah.
Flat, dry, not a lot of grass, but a lot of country. And it's mostly quarter horses.
Is that where you got the racing bug as well?
I did. I've always been drawn to horses since I was young, just liked horses in general. Drawn to the smell of a horse, too. You know, just little things like that when I got to be around them.
You worked for really great horsemen. What were the things that you took from your experiences with them that you apply now?
A lot of it is honestly like organization.
Yeah.
Communication, how to treat your staff, developing and knowing when can you press on with the horse and when you should back off of a horse.
That's essential. In 2015, Nacho went out on his own,
Yes.
and you assumed his role as the private trainer for Sagamore Farm in Maryland. Did you feel as though you were ready for that?
I'd always given me a goal that, but when I turned 30, that I kind of wanted to step into that role. There's only so much that you can learn being an assistant. And with the schooling that I had, obviously working for Todd, Ignacio, Lucas, Wayne, he likes to give you those one-liners, and he's always going to be the teacher and, you know, school you. And one time we came into work, and I don't know why, I was maybe wearing black jeans or something, and he's like, "What are you doing? You look like you're going to church." I'm like, "I am at church. You preach to me every day."
You got him.
That was
You got him. Turn the tables on him with that one.
Got that grin on him and stuff. So
Recruiting Ready is way too good, and he's going to dominate in The Bachelor.
When you were out on your own, the horses running in your name, you had some pretty nice horses for Sagamore Farm, Recruiting Ready, but one I want to ask you about specifically is Ginger and Rye.
Yeah.
She gave you your first win, but then also gave you your first Saratoga Stakes winner as well.
yeah, she's very special. She always showed to be a talented horse. The first year we stabled there, we were in Shug's barn. And Clement was across the way too. And here I am with these little Maryland, and Ginger and Rye was a small horse too.
Now, was coming to New York always a goal for you, or did it just kind of happen organically?
It just kind of happened.
Yeah.
When I went public, I actually ran into Barry Schwartz, and he was the big push to come to New York. And then we came, and then we ended up winning a stakes with Amundsen.
Yeah.
And then Sharp Star,
Yeah.
she was hitting the board. And then COVID hit. And I was like, oh, this is a good decision. So, we stuck through it. Barry kept sending horses, and, very thankful for him.
You mentioned that it was a goal for you that once you were 30 to have horses in your own name, to be a trainer. What's 40? What's your 40-year goal?
I was hoping I'd just stay 30. It's gone by.
Don't we all?
It's gone by quick. I think at this point, obviously, just trying to grow our business and the clientele. And like I said, when I came here with Barry, we had 4 horses. And this summer, we got up to 45 here at Belmont.
This is not an easy lifestyle. It's 24/7. Why do you get up and do it every morning?
Honestly, you love the process of trying to come up with that nice horse. And they're all projects, and you're all trying to figure out their quirks. I mean, every once in a while, my mom was okay. You still gonna go to college? And I'm like, no, I don't think I'm gonna go to college now. So
It's off the cards, Mom.
Yeah.
And looking live into the paddock now.
There he is, the man of the hour, Horacio de Paz. Terrific trainer. Nice to see Horacio getting more horses and not surprisingly doing well with them. And I think he trains the horse that you like in here, the 5 Master of Arms.
Yeah, this has turned out to be a nice claim. He got this horse for $16,000, and he's been consistent through the claim box and high volume as well. But I thought it was a breakthrough performance for this horse last time out. And there's really no risk here offering the horse for $20,000. You got the win for starter allowance $12,500. You claim the horse for $16,000. You can dangle this horse out for $20,000. If you win this race, you obviously get 60% of a really nice purse. And if the horse is claimed away from you, I mean, this is just, again, this economically makes a lot of sense to move.
He will made about $70,000 in purse money, and then he gets the 20 back. So you're talking about $90,000 extra they paid, and the training, they've had him for 3 months. So how much does the training cost? That's the way you play the game.
Currently up on the board, it's 7-2, Master of Arms. Let's meet our field, starting with the one factually correct.
I think he's a big danger in here, but Ruben must be aggressive with him. He needs the lead to win.
Here's a horse that you and I were both skeptical of. We knew the betting public would go for. That is Mr. Skylight, 7-5.
Yeah, I have no problem with the argument that he may be the horse to beat in here, and Linda Rice does well with these drop downs, but he's no 7-5 shot. He looks better than he is.
You love everything from 2024, so here's your horse, Motorcade, who's not raced since 2024.
And he's a key horse because he has speed. Will he have that speed off the long layoff?
Will Burnin' Hunk of Love show some of his back class? He's got a lot of races to go to that would beat this field.
And if the 3 has no speed, he could be the speed depending on what the 1 does. I love Michelle Nevin. I'm going to take a shot with this one off the claim by her.
Master of Arms really isn't pace dependent. He can just sit there in that second flight and then make his move.
Horacio de Paz does not have great numbers off of wins. That's what worried me a little bit.
Scratch the 6, Spirit Dragon. So the final horse in the post parade is this one, the 7, Riyadh Moon.
The lesser of the 2, Horacio de Paz. I'm surprised this horse is only 7-1. I mean, frankly, his recent form makes him completely uncompetitive here.
That is your live post parade. Let's talk about a horse that you're focusing in on. That is the 4, Burnin' Hunk of Love.
Well, I am a big fan of Michelle and the job she does. Now, listen, this horse was bad last time, and he was bad without much of an excuse. Michelle's numbers off the claim, not a high percentage, verging close to 20, but a good ROI. So the horses have overperformed. And I thought his races 2, 3, and 4 back were all good enough to be competitive here. And be honest, it's a little bit of, I'm a big fan of Michelle. She doesn't claim a lot of horses, and maybe she can get this one to move forward a little bit to his best races, which can win. And I expected a better price than this. He probably goes up from here.
Maggie Wolfendel's been watching the field since they arrived in the paddock and headed out to their warm-up. Maggie, we're skeptical about the 2, Mr. Skylight at 7-5. What did you see?
I am too, Todd. Weirdly, though, is a move that Linda can be successful with when claiming a horse and entering them back for a 50% drop. Just for instance, she is 19 for 46 with a 215 ROI over the past 5 years. So she does win with these types, but I'm not sure, especially considering that he won. It's not like she claimed him out of a poor effort or back-to-back subpar efforts. This horse looked to be in decent form when she took him in tougher company. So looking at him today, he's a lot more quiet. Now, he did get a decent warm-up. Manny Franco took him away from the pony and kind of got his feet moving underneath of him. He looks okay in his coat, and he just doesn't look quite as strong overall. He is a big burly horse, kind of that practical joke. Despite being a chestnut, they often are just very substantially built horses, with a big bone to them. I just don't trust him at a short price, to be honest. I get where he can win, but he's not for me, as we'll take a look at the horse who's coming in off of a near 2-year layoff. And my friend Mike Schrader and Bruce Brown teaming up for this one. And a lot of times Mike Schrader, so he runs a layup facility about halfway between here and Saratoga, and he does an excellent job. And sometimes he comes across horses that need time that the owners just are like, I really, want to move this horse on, and Mike will take them on and kind of nurse them back to health. And it looks as though this horse comes in here happy and healthy. He has been spirited. He's moving well out there. Now, fitness is my main concern with him, in that he looks about 90% fit, but what do you expect coming in off a near 2-year layoff? He is dappled head to toe, though, and as you guys pointed out, speed is the name of his game, and I think we're going to see it here today, given the way that he is acting and obviously the way that he's built. He's a little bit sway back, but really kind of built downhill overall, and he's a big price. He should be, but I'm telling you, he's a big price that looks better than that would suggest. However, I am going to land on the inside runner. I've always had a little bit of a soft spot for Factually Correct, and I don't like the fact that there's the other speed in here, the horse that I just mentioned in Motorcade. But a lot of these horses have been, muscling through the winter here in New York, and let me tell you, because I've been here, it's been a bad winter. And the effects of that kind of show with some of these horses. Hasn't with Factually Correct. In fact, he looks better than ever. Moving well, his weight's great, his coat's fantastic. I'm gonna take a stand and say that we might see Factually Correct getting back to some of his better efforts. He did try to prompt the pace last time. It's an unfortunate post position, I get it, but Todd, I'm just going by what I know from Factually Correct, and I like what I see here today.
I'm going to say something that it's an odd disagreement with. I agree with Maggie. In a general sense, that drawing the rail in these situations is tough. I'm not sure it isn't a good post for him, because I think it forces their hand. It forces them to be aggressive. And if you look at this horse throughout his career, he is a horse that primarily runs his good races when he's on the front end. And I think sometimes people are too eager to sort of settle for a stalking trip, which in theory is the right trip, except it's not the right trip for a need-to-lead horse. So, and I picked the race 4-1, so I'm with Maggie. I think this horse is a big player. He's dropping considerably. I think it forces them to be aggressive, and I think that's something you want with this horse.
Okay, well, here's the minutia I would get into. This horse had great form, and when it went south off the claim, it was back-to-back voided claims. Like, you can almost look on paper and see where the horse's form has gone south, and so I think this is a drop out of desperation.
Well, I have a disagreement, since everybody thinks I just believe every buyer figure I look at. That figure is too low last time. You look at What's Up Bro, who, was it yesterday that he was running the turf, or is it today, or who can keep track of it? That figure is too low for him. I think that figure should be 10 points higher. I actually think his last race is a lot better than it looks.
Well, I do like the fact that both you and Maggie are looking at prices in a race that kind of screams it. We're all taking the one common theme is we're all taking a stand against the two Mr. Skylight. We're all just taking different horses.
I don't hate the two Mr. Skylight. I think you dislike him a little more than I do.
Yes.
But I think that he's a vulnerable 7-5 shot. And I think that his drop looks a lot bigger than it is. I'll put it that way.
You've heard our opinion. Most important opinion is yours. Hopefully you're playing it right now, because the field is moving into line for race number 3 here at Aqueduct, the two Mr. Skylight. vacillating back and forth from 3-2, now down to 7-5 as our favorite. Second choice is the 5 Master of Arms at 2-1, and third choice will come down to either the 1 Factually Correct or the 4 Burnin' Hunk of Love. Let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin live, race number 3 from Aqueduct here on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Riyadh Moon, last to load. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Burnin' Hunk of Love. His heart sent in between horses at the rail, though. Factually Correct will not give up an early lead, and now Factually Correct presses on, is up by a full length. Back to second is Burnin' Hunk of Love, who has asked for early speed, is holding that second position with At the Rail. Here comes Motorcade and Dylan Davis on an early move. Out wider, that's Master of Arms and the red cap, and these 4 go to 4 furlongs left to go, and 22.62 for that opening quarter mile. Master of Arms is on the move. The leader is Factually Correct. Still in there is Burnin' Hunk of Love. At the Rail, Motorcade back to 4th. From the back, Mr. Skylight is far back there, second to last, and the trailer, Riyadh Moon. They're still chasing, front-running, Factually Correct, who's got a neck advantage. Master of Arms has moved in closer to the outside. They reach the top of the stretch. Master of Arms trying to gun down Factually Correct, who still battles on. The rail's open for Motorcade if good enough. Burnin' Hunk of Love and Mr. Skylight's trying to make up 6. They've got a furlong left to go, and still very game. Factually Correct will not give up the lead. A 16th to go. Factually Correct is almost there. Factually Correct has the lead, and Factually Correct will win it. Motorcade up for second, Master of Arms, and Burnin' Hunk of Love in 1 minute 10.76 seconds.
Maggie is factually correct. We're picking this one out and giving us the insight. And as you said, Andy, the key was they got to take advantage of the inside post. It forced them to be aggressive. And this horse was through a half mile in 45-3.
Yeah, this is how this horse needs to be ridden to win. And because he had the rail, you saw how aggressive Ruben was. And that's what made the difference in here, being aggressive with him. And if they had sat outside and been content to sit second to the 4, I don't think that he would have won this race. He's a need-to-lead type and an overlay at 5-1. I wish I hadn't liked the 4 because I would have gone the 1. And my big mistake was not looking how big the doubles were, because this is a giant double with the last winner.
Well, vertically, this is going to be an outstanding race, especially if you had played the Superfecta. We had our doubts about the 2 Mr. Skylight at 6-5. He ends up 5th. A non-factor, posted on the board, 1-3-5-4, 5-1 over, 15-1 over, 5-2 over, 6-1.
And how about a little love for Bruce Brown getting Motorcade to run this well off the layoff? Didn't even make the lead, never gave up, and ran a very good race to be second.
How about a little love for Luke Hoskins? You're wondering who that name is? Well, it is going to be his first ride ever. He's the jockey on the 8th Onyx Outlaw, and as fate would have it, we're in a weather delay right now, but that allowed Richie Migliore a chance to catch up with Luke Hoskins on this career-defining moment, his first mount ever.
So pleased to be joined by Luke Hoskins. Your first ride today, you're living your dream come true right in front of your eyes. What's the nerves like? What's the feelings like? Do you have butterflies?
A little bit. Good butterflies, though. No nerves, really. It's just, I've been prepping for this mentally for a long time, and, I've been putting in the work, and I've had a good support system in Johnny Ortiz and my folks and everybody who believes in me, so that makes this whole journey a little bit easier. But, yeah, good butterflies. I'm excited.
And this is a horse, though, that you're familiar with. You get on him in the mornings.
I do. I gallop him, and I've worked him his last few times. Yeah.
So that has to make it easier, too, just having familiarity with your horse.
It definitely does. Takes the nerves away a little bit, Any that were there, they're not, so it makes it a little easier for sure.
And, Luke, you've got a good support system coming in. Your folks are here, but also some really good friends.
Yeah, I'm super, super grateful and blessed to have the people that I do in my life, and it just makes the working with the horses and being able to reset and just spend time with them. When it all comes together, it's great. So.
Well, we're wishing you the best of luck, but maybe something that hasn't been brought up yet. You tell me. Sloppy track today. Anybody tell you how to line up your goggles and handle all that?
Well, my valet's been helping me a little bit. Johnny's gave me a few pointers, but I'm just gonna try my best.
Best of luck. It's great to see a budding young career get started and a dream come true.
Well, that budding young career before he put together a Hall of Fame-worthy resume was Richie Migliore many years ago. Richie, you like to bring up boxing analogies. You brought it up in our analysis last week at Oaklawn talking about Mike Tyson. One of the most famous lines for Mike Tyson is, everybody has a plan until you get punched in the face. I imagine that is what it's like the first time you ride as a jockey. You think you're prepared, and then all of a sudden you get punched in the face and you realize this is for real. Where did that moment happen for you in your first mount?
I think when just walking out to the paddock at Belmont Park, Todd, 12-horse field, 9 of the riders in the race were either in the Hall of Fame already or destined for the Hall of Fame. And you're walking out of a jockey's room like that, and you're naive enough to believe that you actually belong there. So, for me, it was definitely, Nick Santagata actually had to kind of show me the way to the paddock from the basement at Belmont. You're not used to all the protocols and different things. And I took everything very serious. There's a sign that says your chin strap must be fastened on your helmet. I was the only jockey there with my chin strap fastened. I might have had my goggles down already, but I'm sure this weather delay is not helping Luke any. You're ready. You just kind of want to get to it. And now you got to have the discipline and cool to stay in the room and just wait your turn. The one thing I did tell him, just try to approach it like it's a morning workout. This way you'll breathe, you'll slow things down, you'll see it better. A lot of times you get a little overwhelmed and then things speed up. And it's just like a baseball player. When you're calm, you see the ball better and you make contact. That's all he needs to do today. There's no pressure on him.
Everybody remembers their first win. Do you remember where you finished in that first mount?
I finished 5th, and back then you had to ride 2 races without a crop. The stewards gave you a conditional license, and then after your second ride, they called you in and told you, okay, we'll give you your license, or you need to, come back in 3 months, 6 months, you need more experience. They called me in after my first ride, humble brag, and gave me my license off of the 1 ride.
And the rest is history. Thank you, Richie, for that perspective. And you're going to see it when we come back here on America's Day at the Races, the first mount for young Luke Hoskins. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2.
Drain the clock. Jockey's Warrior. Drain the clock by a head.
1,000,001, hit it 1,000,001, 1,100,000, hit it 75,700. Mike, 700,000. 70, 570,000. Thank you.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Adelphi Racing Club offers the unparalleled excitement of owning thoroughbred racehorses at a fraction of the cost. We're not just a syndicate, and our members aren't just investors. We are partners. Our New York-based high-performing equine athletes, trainers, and jockeys compete and win at the highest level circuits. Contact us online to get a taste of the Adelphi difference, and let's win races together.
Perennial leading New York sire Central Banker, sire of a $325,000 2-year-old colt in 2026, and the leading New York sire of stakes horses again, including Hot Currency.
Hot Currency up by 4, 5 widening lengths, approaching that final furlong. No catching a geared down, dominant winner of the 4-star Crook. Give it to Hot Currency.
Central Banker, standing for $7,500 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
Coming into the winner's circle, race number 3 at Aqueduct, it is factually correct. I was saying you were dialed in. Maggie Wolfendel's dialed in.
Yeah, I mean, I think the key, honestly, it's an interesting situation where we talked about beforehand, and I agree with Maggie philosophically. Drawing the rail with a speed can be problematic. In this case, it forced their hand. And this is a horse that needs to be ridden aggressively effective. The other thing that I think a lot of people didn't seem to pay much attention to, he was dropping. He was dropping precipitously. He's been running in 45 optional claiming New York bred races. Those are tough fields. And as I said, I think the last race figure was probably too low. And this horse, listen, he was game today, found the right spot. And you were absolutely right. I wasn't as against the two. I picked him third as you were. You were dead right. He was terrible.
Well, hopefully you found the winner out here, because $12.16, the return on factually correct, and an owner who wins a lot of races. Pater Pop Racing, trained by Fernando Abreu. Ridden to victory by Ruben Silvera, a dark bear brown gelding by Tourist out of the Utopia mare Casey Lauren, was bred by Thorough Stock LLC here in the Empire State of New York. Let's get back onto the turf. Race number 4 will go 1 mile and a 16th on the outer turf course, 4 New York breds. And Spirit of St. Louis has a resume that nobody can match in here, but as of late, Spirit of St. Louis hasn't been invincible.
When do you think the last time a optional claiming New York bred allowance had a multiple grade 1 winner in it? Probably been a while.
I would have to say a number of times.
And Fairly is an interesting horse. His horse that originally started for Peter Brandt. He was sold in dispersal. Chad Brown ended up buying him for a consortium of owners and was running him right away in stake race in the turf. He can run in the dirt too, this horse. He won an off the turf race, but he's a better horse on the turf. But he can run in the dirt as well and run fast figures. What a record he's compiled, huh?
It is 11 for 20, that record, with earnings of $1.8 million. The Spirit of St. Louis is just an 8-5 favorite in here. We'll talk about some alternatives when we return on America's Day at the Races.
Any chances here? Integration, let go for a run 3 wide. Win for the money, fights right back. Major Dude over the top. And Mi Hermano Ramon names movement on the far outside. Spirit of St. Louis. They're an eighth of a mile from home. Integration has the lead, but they're swarming in on the outside. Spirit of St. Louis runs at him with the 16th to go. Here comes Spirit of St. Louis. He's in time.
Look, there was a time where Spirit of St. Louis, well, you couldn't even imagine in the spot he's in today, but taking a look back at happier times, and this is one of the big wins he had on his way to $1.8 million so far in career earnings.
And for people wondering how he gets into this race, the part of the condition is they haven't won 40,000 since October 24th of 2025, and his form had kind of fallen apart a little bit later in the year. I didn't love his return race at Gulfstream, and he's run well at Gulfstream before. Now,
yeah,
he may just remember a fraction of who he was, and he'll just smoke this.
And he's
field.
5 for 5 at Aqueduct.
No, he's a good, very.
Yeah.
I took a small shot to beat him with the second choice. The 6 sounds like a plan, but this is him winning the Grade 1 Turf Classic last year at Churchill Downs, and there was a point during last season where he was the best turf horse in the country. He tailed off at the end of the year, but that doesn't diminish how well he ran at the end of the year.
Yeah, and this is conducted on the Kentucky Derby undercard, which is obviously about a week away from tomorrow. But Spirit of St. Louis after that, like you said, the Grade 1 Manhattan only beats 2 horses home, goes in the 4-star Dave, only beats 2 horses home. I mean, he's just, it literally, you wonder sometimes it was such a huge effort, how much it took out of him.
Yeah, I just think at 7, he's just not who he was, and I don't think Chad's going to say he is either. But you find a race like this a little bit of a confidence booster. But the other thing is you can also find out if he's not able to win this race, then you don't know how competitive he is. But the other thing you don't remember about this horse is he can run the New York bred stakes in the turf.
True.
So if you have a New York bred stake horse, a male, you're hoping he wins this race by about 7 lengths, so he'll go on to open company because you don't want to see him in those New York bred races.
Do you agree, though, sometimes these older horses, I've heard it said sometimes they take care of themselves or they get to a point, maybe the Randy Moss line, they play when they want to play.
Yeah, I think sometimes, and Maggie can talk about this more than me, but I think sometimes you get horses that just, there's nothing wrong with them. They're just not as competitive as they used to be.
Maggie, if it's not Spirit of St. Louis, where are you looking in here?
I'm sure a lot of trainers who read this condition in the condition book went, oh, I got to deal with Spirit of St. Louis in this type of condition with my 2X New York bred. So he looks great here, but I do want to talk about those horses that those trainers are going to have to bring back in this condition today off of layoffs. And we'll begin here with number 4. That is Leon Blue, who is a stakes winner in his own right. As a 3-year-old, he was able to win the Rick Violet Stakes. And he's been preparing for this start back down at Palm Meadows for Mel Giddings. We saw his workmate yesterday, 313, who was second in a turf sprint. Leon Blue kind of had to be niggled at to keep up with 313. But that's the difference in watching turf sprinters or sprinters in general versus route horses. Those route horses are generally going to be the ones pulling away in the end on the gallop out, and that's what Leon Blue was doing. However, I'm wondering how fit he is coming back here. I know he's won off the bench. He ran really well in his debut. He just looks a little soft around the edges. So maybe a start to get him going here will be beneficial. As we'll move on to number 6, Sounds Like a Plan, who it was announced late that he was a first-time gelding here. So we'll see if that changes anything about him. He's always been kind of a really healthy looking horse. He carries his weight well, but in the same breath, to my eye and knowing him, he does look fit. He is fairly tucked up. So I'm wondering if the gelding was to kind of alleviate some of that excess weight that he tends to carry. I've been a fan of this guy. I think he looks fantastic here for Horacio De Paz. So I would expect a good effort for him coming back as he currently sits at 7-1. Moving on to number 10, Iron Max. He's also a first-time gelding, and he's one that it hasn't really changed his disposition because he's still pretty tough to get the tack on here in the paddock. This is par for the course. This is how he typically acts. Also, with him becoming a gelding, and while they did that pretty easily, they know what to expect with him, saddling him on the walk, as we see Dustin Dugas and the legendary Nick Santagata completing that task. he's a horse that blows the brake. And he just fluffs the start every single time. But despite that, and putting himself in unenviable positions during the early stages of races, he was still able to win. So he was able to win despite himself on many occasions. And I'm wondering if becoming a new gelding, does that mean he starts to break a bit better? Because a lot of times that is the result that you'll see with that ultimate equipment change. He looks incredibly fit. Of all the horses coming back off layoffs, Todd, he is the one that looks the most fit, most defined, and we'll see, can he keep the win streak alive and make it 4 in a row?
Maggie, I'm so glad you brought up that point about this horse not being a good breaker, because we talked about this on Talking at the Race at the beginning of the day. I'm like, why are you gelding this horse after a 3-race win streak? Now that if you tied into the way he's been breaking, he's been winning, as Maggie said, despite his antics.
Well, yeah, I'll say something else. First of all, he draws an outside post, which I think is always a good thing to get for horses. There's nobody outside of them to encumber them at the break. They often break better. This is an amazing horse, because he is winning races against race dynamics. And race dynamics are one of the most important things in racing. And we've all seen very good horses lose races because the pace is slow up front, the track is playing. He won at a track at Saratoga 2 back, which the inside was a real advantage. There was no pace, and he just ran around the field. And it seems like he's a horse capable of running well, whether or not the dynamics of the race go in their favor. Now, he's coming off a layoff, and he's facing far and away the best horses he's ever faced. And just in general, the difference between non-winners of 1 New York breds and non-winners of 2 is a huge jump in class, because think about it. They're filled with horses that were good enough to win non-winners of 1s, but are struggling to beat each other in the non-winners of 2. And so he's facing much better, even without Spirit of St. Louis. But he's kind of one of my favorite horses, because his ability to win despite nothing going his way. And that's an unusual racehorse.
Leon Blue, what happened in his last start? Because it was uncharacteristic how poor it was. And then we haven't seen him since October 11th.
You know, I feel like I had read that something went wrong with him. He had run so well before that, and things went bad. Now, this is the race where he won the Rick Violet, named for the late, great Rick Violet, beating Smooth Breeze, beating Sounds Like a Plan. And he was on the cusp of being a very good New York bred, and things just kind of fell apart.
And if you look at today's pace, when he won the Rick Violet, he sat in second. It almost seems like, and him and Sounds Like a Plan have met each other before, like they'll concede the lead to Sounds Like a Plan and then just kind of set up in a stalking position.
Well, I mean, he's also got Terminal Velocity in here, and Terminal Velocity, trained by Lisa Markowski, who dead heat in the first race, he cannot be effective rating. They have got to go with him. And so you have 3 potential speed players, and Maggie seemed to feel that Leon Blue might be a horse that needs a race off the layoff. And listen, he showed an ability to rate, and I think that he was Christopher Elliott's first stakes win last year, and that, I'm not sure he still hadn't have the bug, but he couldn't carry it in a stake race, and that's why he didn't have it. And that was a big win for him, getting to the point where he's going to lose the bug, but still to show that he could win a race without it.
And now Christopher Elliott is getting his first Kentucky Derby mount with the second-place finisher from the Wood Memorial. When we come back, a call for riders up. Can Spirit of St. Louis regain his winning form? Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. That is a rain-soaked Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs. They are currently in a weather delay. Richard Migliori is standing by. And Richie, race number 2 was supposed to go off at 1:19 local time, and we're coming up on 1:40. What is the reason for the delay? We know it's raining, but what else is in the area they're concerned about?
Yeah, Todd, it's not so much the rain. I mean, the track seemingly is in very good shape. It's the lightning in the area. They were getting ready to leave the paddock to go to the starting gate, and the lightning came through with a vengeance. They had to back off again. All the riders dismounted. They took the overgirts off the horses. All of the pony people went back to the barn area for shelter to get their ponies back in the stalls. And we're just in a holding pattern. They're going to wait and see if this line of thunderstorms is going to clear out. But, you know, it's interesting. It kind of settles, it gets quiet, and you feel like, well, maybe it's passed us by. And then when the lightning starts cracking again, it's loud, it's close, and it's a little bit intimidating. But as soon as they feel like it's cleared out enough, we'll see if we can get the remainder of this card in.
That's the very latest from Hot Springs, Arkansas. And look, for all outdoor sports, that is the one factor that everyone takes seriously, and that is the presence of lightning.
And the MiG doesn't want to be anywhere near lightning. He's got enough metal in his body, unfortunately, that he's a. Like he was taping a show with Jason Blewett, I mean, years ago in the old studio, and lightning hit by the Big Red Spring. It hit a tree right by. It was after the races.
It's violent. It's violent when it hits
And
like
I think
that, yeah.
Richie was probably got home about as quickly. It was like the Flash getting out of there. It might have actually been attracted to their area because of Richie.
Let's flash out to the post parade here on a clear sky, beautiful day at Aqueduct. The field coming out on the track for race 4. Eventually, they're going to step on the turf here to go a mile and a 16th. Looking at the 2 outsource, who is our longest shot in the field at 50-1. Here's another big price, General Banker.
Yeah, General Banker's never really been that good in the turf. He's not in best form. And there's a Smooth Breeze who went by. He's taking a crazy amount of money here.
Leon Blue, an attractive price for a New York bred stakes winner.
Named for the late legend Leon Blushewitz.
Here's the 5 Terminal Velocity. You said, look, this horse only has one way of going, and that is on the engine.
Long shot that's got to be in the position in front.
Sounds like a plan. Not noted in your past performances, but on the changes page at NYRA.com, sounds like a plan is a first-time gelding. And while we were talking about this horse being on the lead, he can rate. He can sit.
He did win his first couple races that he won rating on the lead, but his last win was rating.
Scratch the 7, Mr. Tonic. I thought the 8, Cable Ready, could show up in 3rd or 4th here at a big number.
He's run some good races in the past.
Spirit of St. Louis. He's run a lot of good races in the past. He's 4-5 now based on those efforts in the past. The 9, Spirit of St. Louis. There's a good look at him.
He may just be too good for these. I tried to beat him, but I have no illusions.
And then there's Iron Max. No one has this streak that he has going. He comes in on a 3-race win streak. He's been perfect since the Connections claimed him for $50,000.
This is a very tough spot for him, but he's a very, very cool horse.
And he's up on the board at 8-1. All right, Andy, obviously you've expressed your doubts about Spirit of St. Louis. Where are you going to end up in here?
I mean, I think Spirit of St. Louis is probably going to win. I'm not a fool.
But you are a value player.
Well, I'm just looking for. I really didn't like his last race.
Okay.
And that concerns me that he's just kind of not the horse he once was. So I didn't mind taking a small shot against him. I don't get all the money the 1 is taking. Not that Smooth Breeze is bad. He's okay. But I think Sounds Like a Plan is a very dangerous horse. I think as a 4-year-old, he could take a real step forward. And if he does that and the favorite isn't able to run his good races, I think he has a chance to beat him. So I'm going to bet a few bucks.
Maggie, you have notes on just about every horse on this circuit, but I imagine it's voluminous with Spirit of St. Louis. You've seen him a lot of times. How's he looking today compared to the past?
Yeah, it's a shame that DRF Formulator doesn't allow a limitless amount of letters when you put your notes back in, because I've had to delete some of my old notes on Spirit of St. Louis as a 7-year-old comes back against New York breds for the first time in a long time. And, you know, I can definitely see him winning. I, too, did pick against him, however. But, you know, Chad Brown, he's a trainer that he has so many horses. Look, and if this horse wasn't doing well and still indicating that he was still up for the task, you wouldn't see him here today. It's not like he needs to run this horse. He's doing well. He looks it. I am going to be somewhat surprised, though I will be pleasantly surprised if my pick wins, but surprised if he does not get the job done here. As we'll move on to the horse I did select in number 1, also coming up from Gulfstream. Oh, I do want to go back to number 9, Spirit of St. Louis's last race. He was obviously in the Appleton. Quattrocento was even money that day and was able to wire the field. I agree with Andy. He was a bit one-paced. He should have had more finish, but the favorite got things his way. Yes, moving on to Smooth Breeze, who does come out of a fairly live race that included 3 next time out winners, all posting buyers in the mid-80s. He did get a great trip that day. He battled to the wire. He was outfinished by Pitkin. But coming back here against New York breds, he looks sensational. He's filled out a little bit now as a 4-year-old, as you like to see, but really fit, defined, strong. He physically looks like the main rival to your favorite in here, and the board does reflect that. Todd?
I want to pick up on what Maggie was saying, because if you do go back after his win in the Turf Classic, we're looking at 2 tries against Deterministic, who's one of the top horses of the division. We're looking to try Kentucky Downs, which you can throw out. And then that last race, Quattrocento is in tremendous form now as a miler.
Okay. I would give him an excuse. The Manhattan 4-Star Davy did not have desirable trips that day. I don't disagree. I don't care what happens. Kentucky Downs is a silly place. I understand what Maggie's saying about
that's your opinion, yeah. That's your opinion. You don't have to.
It's a fun
you don't have
place to
expound
bet.
on it.
It's an easy place to lose. I'll
Fun
put it this
place
way.
to bet,
What happens
easy
at
place
Kentucky Downs stays at Kentucky Downs.
Yeah, the
we
Breeders'
see
Cup
great
being an example,
performances, and we see horses that just don't duplicate. We see funny winners. Regardless of that, yeah, I didn't expect him to be Quattrocento last time. I expected him to do better than he did in that race. I thought it was a very disappointing effort by him.
Okay, we've covered a lot of ground here. The betting public is undaunted. Spirit of St. Louis is now 3-5. Remind us where you're going in here.
I bet the 6 to win, and I used him with the 9 and a little 10 in exactas. Listen, I don't mind a 9-6 exacta. It was paying like $10 for $1 last I looked.
One of the storylines of the day here on America's Day at the Races, this horse, Spirit of St. Louis. Is this class relief going to get him back on track? He comes in with a perfect record over the turf here at Aqueduct, 5 for 5, but his last 4 starts leave a lot to be desired. Let's see how it plays out. Post time for race number 4 at Aqueduct. Here's Chris Griffin with the call.
All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Leon Blue, and sounds like a plan. Front running sounds like a plan towards the outside as they approach that first turn. Sounds like a plan is trying to cross over. Holding the rail is going to be Leon Blue, and from an outside draw, Iron Max is trying to move forward in behind Cable Ready. Just getting stacked up and tapping on the brakes was Terminal Velocity, who's back to 4th, and at the rail, Smooth Breeze. In between horses, there's Spirit of St. Louis, now in the 6th position, and to the outside of that one comes Iron Max, who's going to be in 7th. Towards the back end, General Banker, second to last, and the trailer, Outsource. They work to the back stretch in 24 seconds flat, the opening quarter mile. Sounds like a plan. Ricardo Santana Jr. up by a length and a half, almost 2. Cable Ready, a well-settled second to the outside of Leon Blue, who's at the rail in 3rd. Terminal Velocity is to the outside of Smooth Breeze. They now share 4th and 5th. Spirit of St. Louis is in between horses. Manny Franco right there in the 6th spot with Iron Max out wider. Second to last, still General Banker and Outsource at the back end of the field. 47.76 for that half-mile time. Sounds like a plan on the front end. Looking strong so far into the turn. Cable Ready asked to do more. Terminal Velocity out wider. Leon Blue is backing up. Spirit of St. Louis is weaving through traffic now, is about to challenge for that 5th spot. Iron Max, they're approaching the top of the lane. Sounds like a plan has been there throughout. It sounds like a plan who sprints for home. Cable Ready out in the center of the course, and Spirit of St. Louis now gets going. Spirit of St. Louis has to run down. Sounds like a plan who's still there. Sounds like a plan still with a length and a half margin. Spirit of St. Louis is lifting late. Sounds like a plan. Spirit of St. Louis lunging. Sounds like a plan. Took them all the way. Spirit of St. Louis second, then came Cable Ready and Smooth Breeze in 1 minute 40.71 seconds.
What a perfect ride by Ricardo Santana Jr. Sounds like a plan. Taking the field gate to wire. Did not get the anticipated pace from the horse to the inside Terminal Velocity and was aggressive into that first turn, but a relaxed opening quarter mile in 24 seconds.
This is the kind of race the MIG would love this ride. You know, it's exactly what riders don't do, and Richie and I will complain about. You're riding a horse that can win. Don't back it down everybody's throat. Make all the horses get in the game. He went, you know, we were saying, could he go 48-3? I thought he might, but no, he actually went a reasonable second quarter. It wasn't fast, but it wasn't so slow that it backed the whole field in the race. And I'll tell you something, I don't think Spirit of St. Louis ran that badly in here. I don't think he ran the races he was running when he was winning grade ones, but he ran pretty well. And listen, Todd, he gets there. Like at this point, you feel like he's going to get the 6. And he didn't even get that close to him in here. Tip of our hats to Sounds Like a Plan. He ran today.
Yeah, Sounds Like a Plan, going off at a decent price as well. 9-2, 6-9-8. Remember, we were talking about Cable Ready could be third or fourth. 45-1 in third. 6-9-8-1, 9-2 over 4-5 over 45-1 over 3-1. Wow, between you and Maggie, I mean, it's like getting tomorrow's results today.
And I'd say something for Maggie, you know, about the 10. He didn't break as badly as he's broken, but, you know, he did still break a little bit slowly in here. And I think that she's probably right. That was one of the reasons they gelded him. And he just, listen, what he did in here, I'm not knocking him. I still think he's a good horse, but he is a gate issue horse.
Final time for the mile of the 16th, 1:40.3. Sounds Like a Plan, getting the win here in the 4th at Aqueduct. That'll set up some nice will pays in the early pick 5. We'll be back with more on America's Day at the Races in just a moment.
They come on for the finish in the Pilgrim Stakes. Annapolis by a head.
It is Annapolis in front. It is Annapolis to win the Coolmore Turf Mile.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
He looked like a horse that breeders would love. He's just that perfect silhouette of a horse.
Citizen Bull, his speed is his weapon.
Citizen Bull in gate-to-wire fashion.
When the real running starts,
And he kicks away.
you need that brilliance. You need that speed to carry you on.
Citizen Bull to win.
To me, the best sires are the milers. I want a sire that's a miler.
Citizen Bull leads them all the way.
He's a colt with every single ingredient you want in a stallion prospect.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand-new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 two-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races. I'm Todd Schrupp. Very pleased to be with Andy Serling here at Aqueduct. Coming back to the winner's circle, it's the 6th Sounds Like a Plan. Maggie Wolfendale amongst the action down there. Andy, I love when this game makes sense.
Yeah, you know, when you're, and this happens to every horse player, when you're winning, you sometimes say to yourself, how is it ever hard? And then when you're losing, you look at the PPs and you think, how could I ever pick a winner in life?
Speaking of winners, Maggie's with our winning trader.
That's right. Always pleased to be joined here by Horacio De Paz in the winner's circle, although he always tries to turn me down. But I got a little bit of pull with you.
Yeah.
sneak up on me.
I did. I almost forgot to interview you here, I'll be honest, but it sounds like a plan. Returning now, and it was a late change and announced that he was a new gelding. Talk a little bit about the decision to do as such.
Yeah, we just figured, coming into his 4-year-old year, last year he had a few times, throughout the races and stuff, he was kind of running spotty. One time when he shipped up to Saratoga, had his bad race, he kind of, lost his mind a little bit. Yeah. So, we just want a hard-knocking, older, kind of 26 black type of horse, so we figured it would be a good thing for him.
Yeah, he looked great. He looked ready today. Talk a little bit about the ride that Ricardo gave, because it did feel as though there were some other speeds in the race, but he asserted himself early.
There was. I mean, I wouldn't want to say too much about it because I don't want to give up too many secrets. But no, but honestly, like Ricardo didn't really want to be on the lead. He's like, I'm going to track the inside speed and just sit off of him, kind of give him an intention to kind of get himself close and then, kind of get a clear run to run him down. But he inherited the lead, and and when Ricardo does that, he's very comfortable up there. And this horse is very capable of being on the lead as well.
He is. He looked so confident. He was determined today. The road with these New York breds on the turf, it's plentiful. Do you target one of those New York bred stakes next?
Possibly. I mean, this was like a New York bred stakes in a way. It was, pretty. When the overnight came out, I was like, oh wow. I don't know if we want to run or not. It was a salty spot, but I figured it was a good spot to get him started. So. But yeah, I mean, we tried him last year, and obviously 3-year-old stakes, open company as well. But I think, we want to definitely keep him in that New York bred program.
You mentioned 26 Black. Is he coming back this year?
Yes, we're targeting the elusive quality next week, and yeah, he's an old pro, man.
He's one of my favorites. That's why I asked.
Yeah, he's an awesome horse. Yeah, he's coming back, so he's doing well.
All right, very good. Well, guys, it looks like Horacio could have several more winners on the turf coming up here at the Big A.
As I'm listening to Maggie talk to Horacio de Paz, I couldn't help but think about Christophe Clement. The latest announcement for the new inductions into horse racing's Hall of Fame came out, and posthumously Christophe Clement named also trainer John Sheriff. But Horacio de Paz was very close to Christophe.
Yes, Christophe and Horacio, good friends. We would all make fun of each other a lot, and times a very good sport. Horacio, an excellent trainer, and one of the up-and-coming young trainers. Not so up-and-coming anymore. People are starting to figure it out. And, yeah, he's a terrific trainer and a better person. A really, really good guy. Comes across that way. And as far as Christophe getting in the Hall of Fame, I wish he had gotten in when he was alive.
Yeah, almost everybody said that.
Too,
they said so deserved. And, John Sheriff's, although he was 80, it was really unexpected. And but they are two that represent the very best of their craft, and they will now be enshrined forever in horse racing's Hall of Fame. Christophe Clement, with that smile and that laugh that will echo forever in this sport. And now he is being honored with the highest honor in our sport, going into the Hall of Fame. And then trainer John Sheriff, who will always be linked to the great Zenyatta, but he also had a Kentucky Derby winner in Giacomo. And Christophe Clement and John Sheriff's going into horse racing's Hall of Fame. It'll be fascinating. It'll be very emotional, and it always is with these inductions. But with these two legends past, it'll also be interesting to see who's going to speak for their moment.
And I would maybe John, Dottie and Gordo perhaps accepting for him. And, I got to know John a bit when he trained here for a few years. He came recently, and he's just a terrific guy. And, and I would get a text from him just out of the blue. I'm watching the show. You guys are doing great. And I ran into him in the sales a couple years ago, and we talked for a while and stuff. And he's just a really terrific guy. And I'm glad. And I'm also glad for the horses. Not only Kona Gold, who should have gotten in a long time ago, and Gulch getting in. I loved Gulch, and I'm really glad that he got in the Hall of Fame.
John Sheriff's also served his country in the military, having served in Vietnam. All of them multi-layered individuals, and the best that our sport has to offer. On the equine side, Kona Gold, it's been coming for a long time. It got, the vote got very close last year, finally over the top. I just don't think we're going to see this ever again, to get into 5 consecutive Breeders' Cup sprints.
I'm a little disappointed. It's something now Jay Privman won't be able to complain about Kona Gold getting in.
It was a good year for Jay Privman.
For Jay, with a big supporter of Gulch getting in, and I'm with Jay in that. I agree, and he's a good friend and obviously an extraordinarily knowledgeable person, to say the least. And Jay has been harping about Kona Gold to me for years. He's absolutely right. Yes. I think if you look at his resume and the races he ran, you say to yourself, how is he not in the Hall of Fame? and I'm so glad that he got in. And Gulch as well. Yeah, Gulch was an incredible horse. What Gulch did as a 3-year-old, winning the Met in the midst of running in all 3 Triple Crown races, where he never finished worse than 4th. He was an amazing horse, won Grade 1s from 6 furlongs to a mile and an eighth, Breeders' Cup Sprint, 2 Met miles at 3 and 4, something no other horse has ever done. The ones that did him as older horses. Gulch, an incredible racehorse for owner Peter Brandt. And even though I liked the Fleet more and he kept beating a Fleet, I loved Gulch.
It is amazing. It seems like usually about this time when they make the announcements, they're like, oh, they missed here, they missed. This seems like a very satisfying vote this year.
I agree. It's a good point. I'm often looking. I never will believe that was it Smarty Jones. He does not belong in the Hall of Fame. Then the Funny Side should be in, and Fleet Alex. I think if he's in a hall for horses that could have been in the Hall of Fame but didn't run in the races or win the race they should have, Koenigsegg belongs.
Yeah.
John Sheriff belongs. Christophe Clement belongs, and I also very much am glad that Gulch got in as well.
And we'll be covering that induction ceremony. Look for more here on America's Day at the Races. When we come back, Brad Cox, he's got the numbers coming in to the Kentucky Derby. He's also got the quality. We'll talk about his chances with the first Saturday in May fast approaching for everybody, particularly the Cox Barn.
The sun shines bright on Caraconte. His first crops of racing age are showing brilliance on the racetrack with a high percentage of stakes winners. His versatility is evidenced by winners on all surfaces across the globe. It is all she feels pretty.
Yet another Grade 1 for this magnificent daughter of Caraconte.
And his offspring are lighting up the sales ring.
$300,000, Emma, thank you.
Caraconte, standing at Gainesway.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets. Join analysts Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro on the road to the Kentucky Derby and Kentucky Oaks. Get picks and analysis for all the prep races and gain insight into promising contenders on the trail to the Derby and Oaks. That and more on the Naira Bets YouTube channel. The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
The classic sire.
It's a perfectly timed sale.
When you're racing in a place like Keeneland, it gets everybody's adrenaline pumping, and then to be able to transfer that adrenaline right down into the sales environment.
Sales a great addition, I think, to the end of the meet. Everyone's want to participate, so it's fun to pick up a horse.
It's a great sale to find a horse with potential.
Got to see them on the track and see how they perform.
Really kicking off Derby week. Welcome you to the April Selected Horses of Racing Age sale. Good to have you back with us.
America's Day at the Races is brought to you by America's Best Racing, making the sport easier to follow. Explore stories, betting tips, and race day insights at americasbestracing.net. And if you head over there now, you'll get to know the jockeys riding in the 2026 Kentucky Derby. Patrick Reed will take a closer look at the riders scheduled to compete in this year's Derby. Also meet the fillies competing in the 2026 Kentucky Oaks. And one story you're going to love is the story of So Happy, your winner of the Santa Anita Derby. And there's so much to it. It's a 48-year love story in the making that has produced a horse who will head to the Kentucky Derby out of the Santa Anita Derby. Head over to americasbestracing.net. Welcome back to our set here at Aqueduct. Like so many of you, we're starting to think of the Kentucky Derby, which is 1 week from tomorrow, the 152nd running. And Brad Cox has the numbers, and he also has the quality. We're going to start with one of his horses, Andy, Commandment, who took the Florida Derby, has really had a flawless spring. Every time you think he's in trouble, he finds a way to win. And I think most would agree, when you look at the different routes to the Derby and the regions, Florida had the depth this year, so his win in the Florida Derby goes that much further.
No, I agree with that very much. Unlike Further Ado, who, obviously ran a huge race in the Bluegrass, but when Reagan's Honor didn't show up, there was sort of nothing behind him. Renegade, another horse, ran terrifically. I am not a Silent Tactics fan, and for Mark Cassidy's sake, I hope I'm right. I don't think he's nearly good enough. Renegade just beat an inferior field, and he did it the right way, as Further Ado did. Commandment is running in super, super competitive races and winning this race, frankly, Todd, with a slow pace in front of him.
Yeah, the Puma looked like he had the race won, and then Commandment found a way to get there. Chief Wallaby, and between those horses, all three will come back in the Kentucky Derby. But with Commandment, this is one horse in and of himself that would give Brad Cox a huge chance in the Kentucky Derby. But he also has the horse you mentioned, Further Ado. And while everyone's going to talk about the Bluegrass Stakes, let's not forget him and the Puma squared off in the Tampa Bay Derby. But Further Ado went to Kentucky, and he definitely loves it there.
He did. I texted Brad for this race and said, well, if you move the Kentucky Derby to Keeneland, he'll be good because he's run those huge races there. But I think it's more than that. And Brad said, the light really went off with him, paraphrasing, after the Tampa Bay race where he's really turning it around. Now, one thing I think is a fair point, and a very smart friend of mine made this to me.
You're welcome.
When he's run, it wasn't you, I'm sorry, but, I'm sorry, it was actually David Aragona from the Daily Racing Form, who said his better efforts do seem to be when he's on top of a moderate pace. And that's not surprising with a horse with a stalking style that's good. He's going to have it happen, and he's not going to be stalking a moderate pace in the Derby.
Yeah, there's
the pace
never
is
a moderate
be more
pace in the
competitive,
Derby.
right? And so it's a different dynamic for him. Listen, he's very, very good, and I wouldn't discount him, and I don't want to hear this bounce crap. I don't believe that good horses bounce. I think the difference between good horses and average horses is good horses show up.
Okay, so the third horse there is Full Effort, who won the Jeff Ruby Stakes over the synthetic at Turfway Park. But the serious chances, it would appear, would obviously be Commandment and Further Ado for Brad Cox. But is it possible that it's been such a taxing spring for Commandment? And then in the case of Further Ado, as you said, he seems to love Keeneland, but was he too over the top? You want to peak on the first Saturday in May.
Fair.
Is there much more ceiling left for Commandment? Is there much more ceiling left for Further Ado?
Well, I think there is. I mean, these are 3-year-olds running in the first third of the year. So I think there is. The question is that ceiling, or what are they going to achieve on Derby Day? Are they ready to take the prerequisite step forward? Though, to be fair, I think that Further Ado runs the same race he ran in the Bluegrass. He's probably going to win this race. But is he going to run under different circumstances? I don't think he's going to get the same sort of... He may get a decent trip because he has the speed to put himself in position, but he's going to have to run against a faster pace and then hold off better closers.
I mean, it'd be quite a story for Spendthrift if Further Ado were to pull it off, because they had the favorite coming into Kentucky Derby season, their 2-year-old champion, Ted Nafi.
Judging by the way horses that have run against Ted Nafi did in subsequent starts,
right?
I don't think he would have been any factor whatsoever. I mean, he's like a negative anti-key race sort of.
Negative anti-key race. How many negatives can you put in that one sentence?
Negative
anti-key race.
I'm telling you, if you look up the horses that Blackout Time, who ran second to him at Keeneland, it's like one race he ran after another. The horses who ran behind him have run terribly this year.
There's no negatives with Maggie Wolfendale. It's just all positive vibes. Maggie, who you vibing with in the 5th here?
We're trying, Tab. We're trying. As I do want to focus in on horses who are trying the turf for the first time here in the paddock. And we'll begin with the Rick Dutrow new acquisition in number 2, Languid. He is a son of Army Mule. And actually, to my surprise, when I looked this stat up on DRF Formulator, he does hit at 14% with his turf routers. So I do like the fact that this is a mile for him. But on the bottom side, there is no turf pedigree to speak of, and I don't see turf necessarily with this guy. However, he does come back here as a new gelding, and he has strengthened up and gotten so much more fit now in his second start, despite coming out of a maiden 20. So I do think he's also facing a better quality of horse here. So definitely improved overall. It's just, I don't know if this is the right condition. Moving on to number 3, Mr. RT. He is one I do like trying the turf for the first time. He has continued to develop, get fitter. He's a big kind of raw body type of horse where he's had to race into fitness a bit, and there is pedigree to speak of. I mean, look at it just on the basis of things, the Medaglia d'Oro out of a Dobawi mare, and that equals enough turf for me. But digging a little deeper, 6 foals have tried the turf. There have been 2 winners. It wasn't an overly productive pedigree, to say the least, but there's enough there against this field. And looking at him physically, I think he'll like it, especially going the mile here, stretching back out. I think 6.5, too short for him last time when in a maiden special weight. And then we'll check in with Swiss Army Knife for Todd Pletcher. He's a son of a Practical Joke, and there really isn't much pedigree to write home about, but this guy has about the flattest pancake hoof you could ask for. So I see where Todd, who is probably kind of a little frustrated with this guy, is saying, you know what, let's give him a try on the turf, because physically, and he's a little bit of a more finer bone type Todd, he looks as though he should take to it.
And there's a look at Swiss Army Knife. Obviously the connections, hoping that he can do it all. Did you catch that? Swiss Army Knife can do it all. Did you understand what I was doing there?
Yeah, that was
Swiss Army
brilliant.
Knife.
I was going to let it go, but
fork.
especially now that you're praising yourself. You know what they say, Todd? Self-praise is no praise at all.
I want to praise a horse who's not getting much play, and it's going to change. You were talking about looking at double will pays, pick 3 will pays to determine a horse's final odds. The 11 Authentic Legend is one of our favorites in the pick 5. I think people are just not registering that this horse is in the race at 9-2. Looking at what this horse is paying in the pick 5s, I think the 11's going to go down to 5-2, maybe 2-1 in here.
How about the 4, the horse that we like, who's 7-1? He's a big favorite in the doubles, and the second choice is the 11.
That's crazy.
And
yeah.
the 4 is a big favorite in the 4 and 4-11, and the sort of same
These
price.
odds are going to change dramatically, don't you think?
Yes.
Okay, all right. Let's meet the field. Langwood going through. This is one of the horses that Maggie was talking about, claimed out of a maiden 20 that you said was actually a better race than most people would think.
Yeah, I think he might win in the dirt next time.
Okay, Mr. RT could be part of the pace here.
Yeah, I agree with the things Maggie said about the pedigree. He's not my cup of tea, but I can understand the argument. He's a ridiculous underlay.
Bill Morey off the claim with the 4 in the dark.
And sort of says turf races that can beat these horses. Bill has great numbers off the claim in New York on turf. He's coming down from 6-1.
Oh, I hope Sarah's listening in her office downstairs. She loves Lost. Here's the 5 Go Dharma.
Is this something about Lost?
Well, yeah, Dharma. It was the Dharma Initiative that was a big part of the plot.
That's a reality show?
No, it was fake. It was J.J. Abrams. It was fiction, but it was great. The 6 Swiss Army Knife. We talked about. I think this kind of desperation, right?
It is desperation, and Maggie said Todd's finally getting around to trying turf. That's what Todd does.
Plaza del Sol, 1 race at the fairgrounds. You thought it was okay?
It was okay. He's not supposed to be favored, and he won't be favored if you like him. He's likely to go up in odds, as he should.
Scratch the 8, Trapping Hands. Here's the 9, Magnum's Macro Burst.
Has plenty of turf pedigree. He just doesn't have plenty of ability, but he does come off a layoff for Dave Donk as a new gelding.
And here is the 10, Norris. Can this one knock out the competition?
Drops down precipitously after taking no money and doing very little running in his races for Mr. Wolfendale.
Okay, here this horse is going to start to come down. Authentic Legend went from 9-2 to 4-1 and draws into this race off the also eligible list, although we still need to see the 10 Norris, who's up on the board right now at 8-1. So
Chuck Norris or Mike Norris?
I would go with Chuck because
he's a big Mike Norris fan.
Chuck passing away recently. Yes. And kind of all over social media.
Mike Norris, the former Oakland A's pitcher.
How about the A's doing okay? It's early in the season.
I want to go to a game that they play at like the college play or something.
Yeah,
at, right?
It's up in Sacramento at the AAA
looks fun.
facility. It does look fun. There's the 10. So there's the 11. That's the horse we're waiting for, Authentic Legend, who in my mind is a serious contender coming up from South Florida.
Well, he's kind of the co-horse to beat along with the 4. I'm sure Mark Hennig saw the draw and said, of course I drew far outside because he got a ridiculous wide trip last time. Why not get another one today? But he's also run turf races. The one thing that worries me with him, he bought him for $40,000. Todd Pletcher used to have him. I don't trust his form going forward, but I have no argument he's the horse to beat.
Andy, you were flummoxed that the 4 in the dark was 7-1. They're accommodating you. They bet the horse down to 9-2, and I think we're going to keep going lower.
Yeah, I hope he's low enough that I don't have to bet him in here. He's
you should want to bet more today. You
well,
and
I want
Maggie
him to bet
doing
him.
great.
I want to bet him at 3-1, and I think he's a logical horse. I had nothing clever to say about this race, and you know the clever horse in here might be Mr. RT. He ain't clever at 9-2. He's clever at 8 or 10-1 because he's not really that good a horse. But if he goes up in odds, maybe he's dangerous in here. I picked the race 4-11, and I think they're the right two horses, and they're going to be the first and second choice, and I think they should be.
Okay, I want to revisit the clever horse that Maggie brought up. The clever horse is the 2 Languid. Now, if you look at the pick 5 Will Pays, this horse is getting no play. 2,100 compared to the 4, who's 640, compared to the 11, who's 612, even compared to the 7, who's 860. Do you buy the idea that Languid, just because of the connections, you should look at here?
No.
No? Can't do it?
I mean, I think he ran really well on the dirt first time. I don't know why Rick decided to run the turf. Maybe he thought, you know, there's a lot of options on turf. This race came up. Let me take a shot, and if he runs well, great. If he doesn't, we'll go back to the dirt. I thought he ran very well first time out. Don't get me wrong, that race was dominated up front. It is a considerably better race, in my opinion, that the final buyer figure suggests. So I don't have any problem with him as a horse. I just, it's like Maggie said, I just don't see really a ton of turf pedigree. Army Mule has been an amazing sire. He's kind of like a Spice Town in that his horses can do anything, long, short, turf, dirt. He's just, you know, he's a Frisian Fire. It's just not really a pedigree that screams it for me. And I think he's an interesting horse. I just don't like him here.
Maggie, the more we talk about this race, the more it looks like it's a good race for a price. Do you have one in here?
Well, I got some inside information. I'm going to set you guys straight on the name of number 10, Norris, as he is trained by the aforementioned Mr. Wolfendale. Lando Norris, the Formula One driver. The connections here, Greg and Kath Pileski, their daughter, Lauren, who's Vin Lore of the Vin Lore Racing, is a huge Formula One fan. So they named their mare's first foal after him. Their mare, of course, is Xanthique, who 5 years to the day got her biggest win down at Pimlico in the Dahlia Stakes, which was very exciting. So 5-year anniversary of that, as Norris does return here, and he is your atypical first foal from a mare. Usually mares will throw smaller types of foals and they'll progressively get bigger. He's enormous, and it wasn't like Xanthique was that big either, but I suppose that's the hard spun coming through with him. And getting Lasix for this return, he is far more sharp, alert, and just clued in than what he was in either of his 2-year-old performances, as he does get a bit of a drop in class, and he comes back here looking very fit too. So it's a tough post for him, and you know, jury's out on what his talent level is, but I did like what he showed me in the paddock coming back here for this 3-year-old Bal. I, however, landed on number 11, who is now your favorite. Again, I don't like these posts necessarily for these races, but looking at Authentic Legend as he makes his second start for Mark Hennig, he was very wide. You don't want to be losing that much ground there at Gulfstream, especially going the 7.5. He's just put on a lot of weight and conditioning. A horse that when he began his career was kind of very slightly framed, and I always appreciate to see that with these horses going forward. He will add a pair of short cup cheater blinkers today, and he just has the resume to say that he should be able to handle this field. Todd?
Great work, Maggie. And the field about to step on the turf course here, and this tote board is shifting exactly the way we thought. We now have in the favorites role the 11 Authentic Legend at 2-1. Second choice, well, that could be any number of horses in here.
Great.
There's 3 horses all within a half a point of each other. The 3 at 5-1, that's Mr. RT. The 4 in the dark also just clicked up to 5-1, and then the 7 Plaza de Sol at 9-2.
I just bet on I had to take this price on the 4. Maggie mentions that Zeke is a great claim by Tom Morley. Off the claim, she won her turf debut for Tom and paid like $90. And she beat a horse that you might remember named Ballon Rose, who was a firster for Chad Brown that by OXO horse that Chad had been touting and been working unbelievably in the morning. I think went off at 1-5. I think it was like 30 and change cents to $1. And Xanthe beat Ballon Rose, who managed to lose, I think, her first 7 starts before finally breaking her maiden.
Okay, they have that weather delay at Oaklawn, and if I'm watching the feed right, it looks like the horses from the paddock that were saddled are now heading back to the barn area. So there's been some movement there.
Now, hour after post time.
Yeah. So we're going to have an update from Oaklawn Park, but it doesn't look good for running race number 2 at least. It's perfect here. Here's the 5th.
From In the Dark, in between horses, front running In the Dark will clear. In the Dark and Jamaica Red holds that rail position as In the Dark is well off the rail as they approach that first turn. Now moves closer to the rail. In the Dark, Jamaica Red. Here comes Mr. RT is rallying towards the outside for Delilo Rivera as a close-up third. Just in behind them. At the rail, progressing forward is Langwood, is just about a half length in front of Authentic Legend, who's going to be in 5th. In 6th comes Go Dharma, is followed in behind by Norris, who's in the 7th position. Towards the back end of the field, they're at the rail. That's Magnum's Macro Burst, is followed intently by Plaza del Sol and the Triller. Swiss Army Knife, a well strung out field, 23.60. The opening quarter mile for In the Dark. In the Dark, up by a length and a half. Mr. RT is chasing from 2nd. Ridden along as Jamaica Red, trying to keep up in 3rd through a 47.77 half-mile time. Authentic Legend just moving smoothly up towards the outside, to the outside of Mr. RT, and after the leader In the Dark, here comes Authentic Legend, now launching towards the outside. Following them, Pink Cap is Langwood, is on the move from 4th. The rest with a lot of running to do. Go Dharma's now in the 5th spot. They reach the top of the lane. In the Dark, and Jamie Rodriguez found about 2 more lengths on Authentic Legend, who was closing in, but has lost ground now as In the Dark is sprinting away. In the Dark has been there throughout, is now up by 3-4 widening lengths. In the Dark approaches the final 16th and is going to be a much the best easy winner. In the Dark shines bright. Authentic Legend there for 2nd, then came a late rally from Langwood and a photo for 4th in 1 minute 37.55 seconds.
45 years ago, Billy Squier penned the lyrics, "Life isn't easy from the singular side. Down in the hole, some emotions are hard to hide." In the Dark, taking the field, gate to wire. Bill Morey off the claim.
5 for 9 off the claim on turf now at Naira. And somehow this horse, who some would say was dead on the board, went up at 5-1 and absolutely galloped. The 11, no excuse to the 11. He was simply second best in this race, held on. The 2 ran well, though, Langwood, you know. He really did. I mean, he ran a solid 3rd in this race. It was a good claim by Rick Dutcher. He could run him on turf. He could run him on dirt. And if you bet and you took the price, there would be a Billy Squier reference on the show. You won. You cashed. Todd worked it in. The esoterica is tremendous.
You have to.
It's tremendous.
I mean, there has to be a part of you that's like 45 years since that song
it's
came
the last
out.
Grateful Dead album is In the Dark.
No,
that's got to be.
It's Billy Squier on this show, my
Squier.
friend. 411-2 posted on the board.
Boy,
I'm the host.
I don't know. I've been around longer than you, my friend.
You just talk about horse racing. I'll handle the cultural references. Oh, the 7 was just posted for 4th. 411-2-7, 5-1 over 8-5 over 9-1 over 4-1. This is what Oaklawn Park looks like when it's not raining. When we come back, we go to a rain-soaked Oaklawn Park for an update on what's taking place with the weather delay. There is so much to see and do in the natural state of Arkansas. Always a national story is the Crater of Diamonds, where you can go and look for diamonds. There was a New York woman who found a diamond that was 2.3 carats. But how about this? Oaklawn is going to make it easy. Saturday, April 25th, it's Fan Appreciation Day at Oaklawn. Swipe your ID at any racing station for your shot at a 2-carat diamond worth over $5,000. After races 1 through 7, they are drawing 35 winners. Take the cash or take your chance to dig for a diamond. They've partnered with Lore's The Diamond Center to bring you 25 certified diamonds. And here's the best part. There's only one place in the country to dig for diamonds. We talked about that, Crater of Diamonds in Arkansas. Until now, Oaklawn is going to have that. Be there, get swiping, and start digging. What a fun promotion. Saturday, April 25th, it's Fan Appreciation Day at Oaklawn. Okay, the story today is the weather that we've had. We had severe lightning in the area, obviously the rain that you've seen, and we're going to get an update on what they're doing with the remainder of the card from Richard Migliori, who's on site.
Yeah, Todd, so what they have done, as the thunder and lightning continues pretty loud behind me, is they have canceled the second race. Those horses have been sent back to their barns. They have not made any determination yet on the rest of the card. They're hopeful that these, thunder and lightning storms kind of clear out of the area and we'll be able to finish the card. But right now we're just in a holding pattern. But race 2 has been canceled, and you got to feel a little bit for Luke Hoskins. He was up there waiting for his first ride. I saw him up in the room and when they canceled the race, and I said, hey, everything happens for a reason, and all good things are worth waiting for.
Okay, so I'm checking when sunset is in Hot Springs, and I don't think I typed it in right because I have really big fingers. Let's see, sunset Hot Springs generally occurs around 7:40 to 7:50 mid-late April. So they're well over 2 hours behind. I mean, you're going to be running out of daylight here for the rest of that card, even if you cancel race 2. So anyway, more
Anything
coming.
I say will only get me in trouble.
Don't do it. And by the way, you have nothing but good things to say. The handicapping's been really good. Talking horses led to a lot of winners. Maggie's picking winners down in the paddock. And we both, on Talking Horses, we agreed on one horse today. This was that horse. And look at the price. Also, how about the excellent ride here?
Yeah, and this is one where it's no surprise the Exacta paid seemingly low, but these horses should have been the clear-cut favorites in here. The amazing thing is not this horse won, that he was this big a price, and they just kind of took other horses and let him go up at too big a price. Was much the best year off the claim for Bill Morey and gets it done at a very generous price, winning, and obviously not surprising. Getting it done. Price was more surprising than the win.
Look, I mean, vertically, there's been a lot of good payoffs today, but you can do a lot of good damage pari-mutually just with win bets today with this $12 return, and the rolling doubles have been coming back healthy.
With the CAWs not really participating in the win pool, there's been value in the win pool all along. People focus on the wrong things when they look at the Exactas. Because they need to complain, but they don't realize where the value is, and that's where you have to go as a horse player.
Okay, the early pick 5 comes back $640.62, but we're on our way to a late pick 5 that can have a healthy return. And this is a race where you did not take anyone for granted here. You thought it was a difficult race. There were a few first-time starters to sort through. At least early on, the 2 New York Special, who was maybe the most likely horse to take play amongst the firsters, has drifted up from that 5-2 morning line.
Yeah, let's see if he got bet in multi-race bets. That's what I kind of want to see, because right now he's obviously taking no money whatsoever. And a very funny horse, New York Special. I mean, you'll be looking at my phone because I'm looking at Will Pays in here.
Yeah, the 2 and the 5 are getting a lot of
play. The 2 is
play.
very close to favoritism, along with the 5 and the pick 3s, and in double a slight second choice. So you're going to get a bigger price. New York Special is a hard horse. I bet him second, picked him second. You picked him on top. There's not a lot of form to go on in this race, and the horse to beat, the 5, is not exactly the best horse in Chad Brown's barn. The 2 has a huge pedigree. Huge pedigrees. I have to Casa Creed, one of our favorite horses for one of our favorite people, Lee Einsiedler, who won 2 4-star Daves and 2 Jipers, standing now at Mill Ridge, by the way. We finally got that one figured out. But it's a turf pedigree.
Yes.
So maybe it's a good sign, though, sometimes, Either Mark Cassie's saying, I want to give this horse a real chance in the dirt before I go to the turf to see if he has the value of a dirt horse, which far exceeds the value of a turf horse. Having said that, and he'll say if he can't run in the dirt, maybe he needs a race, I'll go to the turf next. we'll see.
You know what else is a really good sign? Advertisers love this show. They love this show. We're doing something right. So we're going to take a short time out here on America's Day at the Races. Let those advertisers have their chance to get their messages out. And the message is out. Mark Casse is having another great year, and he looks to continue that winter momentum into the spring, especially into the Kentucky Derby. America's Day at the Races returns right after this on Fox Sports 2.
A surging debut at 2, an international tour de force, an explosive winner of 2 sire-making Grade 1 races.
Raging Torrent running the race of his life. And Raging Torrent and Frankie Dettori cruise to victory in the Malibu. Raging Torrent's coming out party is in the Metropolitan Handicap.
Raging Torrent, the next wave in the Lane's End stallion-making tradition.
Grayson Jockey Club Research Foundation was formed in 1940 with a simple goal: to raise funds for research to enhance the health and soundness of horses. Since then, we've provided millions of dollars to hundreds of projects at universities around the world, leading to major advances in welfare. Our process of selecting and producing peer-reviewed research has become the trusted industry standard. And with your help, we'll be here for many years to come, supporting the health and wellness of all horses.
Some horses are remembered, other horses are passed down like an heirloom. He's the kind of horse that lives in stories, each better than the one before, hardened like a diamond and equally brilliant. He ran 3 straight years at the highest level, and he himself was elite.
Putting on a show in the Preakness. Who's it gonna be? It's gonna be National Treasure.
National Treasure would not be denied. National Treasure wins the Pegasus World Cup. In the blink of an eye has opened up a 5-length advantage. It's a 1-horse race. National Treasure.
There's a brilliance in the way he moved and a tenacity in how he finished. By quality road with a wealth of family, and he raced like he knew it. National Treasure, the key to quality.
Passion, performance, and the pursuit of excellence.
At West Point, the horses are the heart of what we do. The partners really are the soul.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else. This starts and ends with the care of the horses.
This is a real immersive experience.
My favorite race is the Pilgrim of 1992. I'm going to run Dr. Elfus. It's with Eddie Maple. Jim Ryan calls me up the morning of entries and said, listen, I wouldn't mind running a wad in that race. And I'm like, really? And I said, well, let me see what I can do. You know, I remember having lunch with Mr. Drago. He said to me, I'd rather not be in an entry with another horse in a race. And I said, well, Alan, listen, he's still a maiden, you know, trying to get a check, just trying to get a piece of it. I don't think he beats your horse. Dr. Elfus is just cruising on the lead here with Eddie. At this point, you know, I think I've got a great shot to win it with Dr. Elfus, but at the same time, Awad's running a big race.
Moving toward the top of the stretch, it's still Dr. Elfus, who turns for home. And his mate Awad is right there. They're 1-2 now as the field turns for home.
I'm thinking, oh crap, if this horse beats this other horse, I might be in trouble. They're dueling with each other. You know, which one's going to win it? I mean, I'm thinking at this time, like, holy mackerel, I'm going to be 1-2. Now, I'm supposed to be elated. I'm walking downstairs thinking, I can't believe I just ran 1-2 in a stake, and I might have blown an owner over this. Because Awad was a maiden, nobody came for the race. Jim didn't show up or anyone. That was a turning point in Awad's career, and it went on to be bigger and better things. It was a defining moment in my career winning the Pilgrim. I think a defining moment for Faye and I, that we could have a stable that could be successful in New York.
Hello, you have reached the house that a wad bought. We're not here right now, so if you leave your name and a number and a brief message, we'll get back to you as soon as possible.
He did so much for us. He did so much for my career. Those horses don't come around very often.
Honk for Donk. There are those people on every circuit that when they win, everyone's happy for him. Everyone's happy when David Donk wins.
Yeah, to know Dave is to love Dave. And, you know, Dave's been around the game a long, long time. And I always have so much respect for these trainers that are successful for as long as he's been successful. Bruce Levine, you know, people like that.
You know, what I really respect is someone who will actually wear a Jets hat.
Well, he's the
and
biggest
say,
Jets
I'm a Jets
fan
fan.
there is.
Yeah.
I believe that the Jets, they should hire Dave Donk as their as their coach.
Yeah, they need some type of optimism.
You're nothing if not optimistic if you're a Jets fan.
Can I go back to some pessimism? But you need to, you can't say anything. And I know you want to say something, but you promised you wouldn't say anything.
The only person who wants to say something more than me
Don't
is
do
you.
it. Don't do it. Oaklawn Park has canceled race 3. Andy, do not say anything. Do not say anything. Race 3 has now been canceled.
I'm staying out of the Oaklawn
You stay out of it. Thank you. I appreciate that.
I've learned a little bit on my time on the air, Tom. Thank you.
Timing is everything, Andy. Race number 6. It is almost the time for these horses to be saddled, and watching them since they arrived, Maggie Wolfendale.
Yes, you know, it's a glorious day out here, so I really don't mind being out here in this lovely paddock here at the Big A, as we'll take a look here at the horse who is looking for the 4th time to be the charm as the favorite and actually winning and making good on that backing. It's number 5, Factory Setting. Now, weirdly, I have not covered any of her races. I've either been on vacation or just didn't do it. As she was a little bit against the racetrack slightly last time. It was kind of a, you know, insight-y speed day. And yes, Sugartown Sweetie was setting the pace on the rail, and Factory Setting was attending it. But the winner, Greek Goddess, who was the second choice, was 3 to 4 wide the entire way and behind them. So she was pretty disappointing in her last. Now, maybe she's always like this, but today she is a washed out, nervous wreck. And you can see it. It might just be her. Like I said, I have no previous notes on her, unfortunately. But the fact that she has lines in her form, she can't really pair races back to back, she's worried. It seems like about racing. So we'll see how she does. Otherwise, physically, she looks great. She's well conditioned. She's fairly athletic. Let's move on to some first-time starters. They paid a pretty penny for number 2 New York Special as a yearling. She costs $500,000 as she makes her debut here. And as you heard Andy say, it's much more of a turf pedigree on the bottom side. However, she is a Curlin, and most of his progeny are best going long on the dirt. Looking at her, she's like a feminine version of Casa Creed. She's kind of finely built in that she's got fine bone. She's a little bit more of a narrow type of frame. She's not an out-and-out turf horse, though. Looking at her foot, looking at the angles of her pastern and her hind end. So I suppose it's promising that Mark Cassie, who I'm sure knows her pedigree, is chosen to enter her here on the dirt. Now, 7 furlongs. Seems like it's a pretty good place to start, but she'll probably want more ground moving forward. Like I said, very fit, and as she comes in here, having spent most of the winter at Florida, it shows. She looks fantastic in her coat. Dave Donk will send out 2, and I just echo the sentiment of Andy and Todd in saying that we're all happy when Dave Donk wins. You can't help but like Dave. And Wicked, who he sends out here, is a daughter of Vacoma. She did work 10-1 at the OBS April sale, so obviously a year ago. She did remind me of Vacoma quite a bit in that workout. And looking at her here in the paddock in real time, very much looks like those Vacomas that are good. You know, that kind of that chestnut, that same coloring, the same build, the sprinter frame, a very clear, honest eye to her. And while Dave maybe doesn't strive to win first time out, he can get him to win. And she just looks quick to me. She's built that way. She has that big hind end to her. So I think she is kind of interesting here. We'll see how she does. It's taken maybe a little bit longer than they expected to get her to the races, having bought her last year in April. Todd?
I want to stay with Maggie's point there about the progeny of Vacoma. He's a sire I'll always look at, no matter what the connections, whether they win first time or not. The Vacomas come out running. It kind of reminds me of Valid Appeal when I was down in South Florida.
Valid Appeal,
Valid
wow.
Appeal. Valid Appeal reference.
Billy Squire and Valid Appeal.
That's the whole thing.
Harry Mangorian, owner of Valid
Very
Appeal.
good.
Yeah,
those were the days of Calder Racecourse and Florida
he was
racing.
A good horse, Valid Appeal. I think I have a picture of Avatar beating him. Avatar won the Belmont Stakes. I believe he made his return to the races in the fall at Belmont. And what was that, 76, 75? He ran his Fool's Pleasure. He beat him in the Belmont Stakes. Speaking of horses that are forgotten, that were really incredible. Talent's Foolish Pleasure. And I believe it's Avatar beating Valid Appeal. I'm going to look when I get home and bring it in tomorrow.
Yeah, please do. I'd like to see
Valid
it.
Appeal. Not Tommy Root. Who trained?
Oh, boy. You might be right about that. But coming with the Harry Mangurian reference, that was solid.
I can hold my own with you on useless esoterica, believe me. Maggie's not very far behind. She's just young.
Meanwhile, look at this entire field is covered from 5 to 2 to 10 to 1. I thought the race looked like that on paper. Did you feel that? It was wide open?
You know, I don't like what Maggie said about factory setting, and I can't comment on her previous stuff, and didn't love her in there. And she is probably one of the worst horses in Chad Brown's barn. She still might win. You know, we were talking to the race earlier, like, you want to give Big Jockey another chance. She ran only once. I didn't see anything to like about that race. She is taking some money. Jimmy Ferraro's had a good winter. Neary, I thought a little bit interesting, but they haven't done much running. I mean, I would prefer Palace speed, but she couldn't win on that gold rail 2 back. When is she going to win? Maggie had some things that Dave Donk, the number 3, Vickett, is taking money in here, huh?
Again, like we said, the progeny of Vacoma, for the most part, come out running.
He's been
and
tremendous.
5 to 1. The price is starting to come down on the 2 New York Special, but you're just going to hold on to the whole, we'll be better on the turf.
Yeah, I don't have a strong opinion in this race. I'm going to be honest. It was the last race I made.
That's why the horse
picks
stood
for.
out to me, regardless
and,
of where you think ultimately is going to be the best surface.
Vickett had that actually I thought a decent 10 1/5 workout last year at the 2-year-old sales, and that's why Vacoma as well, selling for 75. And you can look and say, Vacoma stands for 100. He stood for less when this horse sold. But there's no damn side pedigree on Vickett, none whatsoever. But that doesn't mean he can't win.
Waiting for a call of Riders Up, about to happen here. There is our favorite factory setting, and so now you're intimidated with that horse, especially at the shortish price at 2 to 1.
I was never going to bet this horse anyway. It was always going to be a short price. I certainly hope that he does well, but one thing I'll say about factory setting, he was wide against a gold rail last time, so I will give him an excuse. And I thought her race, 2 back at a mile, which may be a little far for her, was good enough to win here. I am not going to sit here and sing the praises of factory setting. She is not very good.
This is the start of the, let's see, it is the start of the late pick 4.
Yeah.
No. Wait,
no,
late
pick 3.
What's going on? Yeah, that's
the
pick 3.
Today.
Yeah, so we got to take that down.
You're leaving after this race like I am, so, you don't really care.
No, I do care.
You do? Okay.
Yeah.
Jonathan Kinchin hovering around the set. You guys can be excited at home. He's going to be coming in.
And him and Greg Wolf, right?
It's going to be a tough act for them to follow. What do you think?
Well, just knowing if Oaklawn's running the 4th and everything that remains is going to be the big story they're going to have to follow.
Don't tell me not to talk about it and then bait me.
I just want to see how,
No, you've got to bet with Tony or something.
Then
you could get me to say something stupid.
You put a dessert in front of me and watch me sweat.
Right. I don't need the bait to say something dumb, Todd.
All right, let's meet our field. Starting with the 1, Saratoga Daisy, one of 2 first-time starters in here for trainer David Donk.
Not taking a ton of money, but a little bit. This is probably the lesser likely of the 2 Daves.
Owner Gary Barber is having quite an April. Of course, he is tied into White Abarrio, part of that partnership, as they had the big win, the Oaklawn Park Handicap. But here are his silks represented with New York Special.
Yeah, other than his gate works, a friend of mine has pointed out to me all his works down in Florida were on the turf. Not surprising. I wonder if this is a prep for turf. We'll find out.
And here is Vickett.
Dave's won with first timers in his day, and this one's getting bad. I'll bet this one's live.
Of course, it looks good out there, and you heard what Maggie said. Here's the 4 Lady Delilah. Why would today be the day? 0 for 20. Why is this horse even 7 to 1?
I mean, maybe it's because Delilah Rivera or Leila Rivera riding Lady
Only
Delilah.
reason.
This horse has figures that are fast enough to be competitive, just a million chances.
Okay, let's see how factory setting looks now coming out for the warm-up.
I leave the physicality stuff to Maggie.
You're very physical.
Maggie can do everything I do, but she can also do plenty of things I can't.
Our preferred pal, 0 for 13.
Figures to be somewhat forward here and just had so many chances and really should have won 2 back.
Okay, did I understand you right? You'd be willing to give Big Jackie another chance?
I mean, Todd, when you see a race like this, don't you immediately gravitate to horses with one start? I just didn't see anything to like about this horse's debut. Doesn't mean she can't improve.
And the fact that Gutierrez rides the horse back, so maybe there was some excuse we can't see.
Lou had a lot of choices in here, and he said, I'm going to take Big Jackie.
The 8 Dairy, Ricardo Santana comes back.
I would take this one of the lightly raced horses over Big Jackie, because actually this horse did a little bit of running, but she also finished well behind Lady Delilah in her last start. This is not a race filled with horses with things to recommend about the races they've run on the track, which is maybe why people are gravitating to firsters.
Okay, over, under on the final time, 7 furlongs and 125 and 4. Where are you going?
Ooh.
That's a pretty slow time. And this track's pretty good today. 125 and 4.
That's a very good. I'm going to take under.
Okay.
I'm going to take 25.
They're going to go faster.
Yeah, I think it's a tremendous number, Todd.
You're in. Thank you. And if our preferred pal wins, the 6, this is going to probably shade more than 125
Where's Kinchin?
and 4.
He likes to get into the timing bets. Where do you run off to?
He's here.
Here's our preferred foul blowing a race that she couldn't lose 2 races back on February 15th. It was a big speed track. The winner circled the field wide. She spent most of the time on the rail. Should never have lost. Now it was a mile, but this was her race. And her PPs are littered by narrow defeats. In her 13 starts, she has 5 seconds. And listen, maybe she found the right field, but don't you just feel like somebody's going to be better than her or somebody?
Does she get a clear lead? Does that matter? I mean, it might matter against this group.
It's very hard to look at the pace here because so much of the field are firsters. Who knows? Maybe the 7 or 8 have more speed, with limited starts. And of the 1, 2, and 3, you would think one of them could have speed, right? And the 2 and 3 are both taking some money. Normally, firsters that get bet have some speed. I think the 2, though, is getting bet because of the purchase price and the pedigree, even though it's really turf.
Well, the price now coming back down to reality with the 2 New York Special, the first-time starter with at least a couple of flashy dirt works, as you said, a lot of turf works. But there is a look at the 2 New York Special, now at the morning line of 5 to 2.
Is she taking what a friend of mine used to refer to as guppy money? With a horse that's sort of dead on the board, and late in the betting, they'll get some money. People go, oh, how come so-and-so isn't a shorter price? So.
Well,
could be guppy money.
The owner, Gary Barber, is known to be a whale.
Not a guppy.
Not a guppy. And have a wager once in a while. Maggie, help!
Oh, man. It's one of those fields. It's one of those I was like, this could be a field of horses that when I look them in the paddock, I'm like, wow, I'd like to take this horse, and I'm excited to see this horse run. It wasn't that, given the fact that there isn't much form to go on. I, however, did like Vikinda. She's just done everything right in her debut. Maybe she'll need a start. Maybe she'll benefit from it, but I think she'll run well here. As, yes, factory setting, who is your flashback to your current favorite at 2 to 1. I do love what Manny Franco did with her, and he knows her. He got her away from the pony, gave her an opportunity to expend some of that nervous energy. She is moving incredibly well out there, but again, it's just nothing you want to see with a heavy favorite, and she has been that heavy favorite in her 3 previous efforts. And Andy, I do have a little bit of a bone to pick with you because you said it was a inside gold rail day. The winner was 3 wide the entire way around there. But I trust your track trends as number 8, Neary. She looks pretty slow on paper, but she does make a good impression physically, and I feel like the 7/8 might be the perfect distance for her. A little bit bigger. I thought stretching out would suit her. She's just she's just a little bit one pace throughout there. I think she should be forward in here. She just kind of seemed that way, and especially with the outside draw, not on the lead, but just in that tracking spot. Looks fit coming back from the layoff dating back to late November. Todd?
Maggie, fantastic work. You and I are going to be stepping away. It has been a fun day. It was Talking Horses to start at noon Eastern time on the NYRA Simulcast Network and on YouTube as well. And then now, obviously, America's Day at the Races.
The real pros are setting to come in.
Yes, Greg Wolf will be
Jonathan
taking
Kinchin.
over in the hosting part. And
It's gonna be
your
a tough
analyst,
act to follow
Jonathan
today,
Kinchin,
though, I think.
you gave out some good winners. We gave out some good cultural references.
You're under the gun here, Kinchin. Better brought your A game up here.
All right, one more swing for you, Andy Serling. Who do you like here?
I picked the 5. I'm not proud of it, but I took the. I will rarely pick firsters, so I took the own experience.
And I love firsters,
Yeah.
in spots like this especially.
I know. It's
kept all my
too much
handicapping.
guessing for me, but I'm not confident.
You usually like a challenge. This race is certainly a challenge. The betting public settles on the 5 factory setting as our favorite at 8-5. The first-time starter by Curlin, New York Special. Purchased for $500,000, moves into line for owner Gary Barber as our second choice at 5-2. Well, let's go up to track announcer Chris Griffin. It's race number 6 from Aqueduct, live on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. And as I say that, we had one horse back off. All right,
Hey,
we got
Bobby. No.
Yeah, I think we're good now. We got one more. Now we'll send it up to Chris Griffin. Race 6 from Aqueduct.
All set. And they're off. Step slow beginning for Saratoga Daisy. Speed from Our Preferred Pal. Front running right to the front is up by a half length. Here comes Neary to the outside, and New York Special in the early mix 2 is at the rail with forward momentum, and Lady Delilah holds that 2-path. At the rail, it's New York Special trying to contest for that early lead with Our Preferred Pal to the outside and challenging Lady Delilah. No easy leads as here comes the other firster, and Saratoga Daisy is at the rail. Might be a tight seam here, 23.15 for the opening quarter mile. Action-packed first quarter. Neary is back in the 5th position, just got passed to the inside by Factory Setting, who starts to make a move into the turn. Towards the back end of the field is Big Jackie the trailer, Vict. A 3-way battle for the front continues. They're well into the far turn. Lady Delilah in between horses back to 3rd with New York Special at the rail and Our Preferred Pal 3 wide. Factory Setting has had a nice setup from 4th, is in gear, is tipping towards the outside as they reach the top of the stretch. Our Preferred Pal keeps going, is still there. Our Preferred Pal is trying to shake loose, and Factory Setting. No excuses down the center of the racetrack, trying to catch that lone leader. New York Special keeps battling on here at the rail. Our Preferred Pal is inside the final furlong, and Our Preferred Pal is still holding the margin. Our Preferred Pal, New York Special keeps grinding it out towards the inside, but Our Preferred Pal gets the win. New York Special then came Factory Setting and Lady Delilah in 1 minute 25.03 seconds.
Our Preferred Pal is a maiden no more. 0 for 13 coming in, but found a group that she could beat today.
I'm speechless. The 5 loomed up like a cinch. I said to you, if Factory Setting can't pass Our Preferred Pal, she's never winning. Guess what? She's never winning. Congrats to Our Preferred Pal. You try and try again. Happy for Chris Englehart and Ruben Silvera. She is a tough horse to like, and I know she ran 2nd. Mark, go to the turf with New York Special.
And you were right to bet under 125.4. They went 125 after an opening quarter mile in 23, and it is 6-2-5-4 out the door here in the 6th at Aqueduct. 6-1 over 2-1. Over 9-5, over 13-1. It's been a steady diet of boxcar winners here, so you get 6-1, 5-1. We've seen a lot of that today. If you're finding winners like this, you're doing well.
I can't believe this horse was only 1 point higher than the 5th winner.
Yeah, that is right.
Right?
Yeah, that's a great
crazy.
point.
And
Yep.
I understand looking at this horse and you say, well, this horse could have won, and I'm not going to disagree. Boy, she has just lost some races she never should have lost.
What's the will pay here in the pick 3 to the 6? Okay, so for 50 cents, like $61, to give you an idea, degree of difficulty for the late pick 5 with 2 races to come in that pick 5. We're going to have prices when we return, waiting for race number 6 at Aqueduct to go official. You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, live on site here at Aqueduct. I'm Todd Trupp, very pleased to be with Andy Serling. Maggie Wolfendale reporting for us trackside. And we do have some news at Oaklawn Park. Andy, you don't have to be a part of this, just letting the audience know. They are out on the track for race 4, so they canceled races 2 and 3. The weather delay is over, so they are going to conduct the rest of the card at Oaklawn. That's good news because the cross-country pick 5, which takes the last 2 at Aqueduct with some races at Oaklawn, will happen.
Thank God.
Meanwhile, in race number 6, it was our preferred pal finally getting to the winner's circle.
When you don't bet a race, you always sort of find yourself kind of thinking, if I had bet, I hope I wouldn't have won. And I wasn't going to bet factory setting 8-5 regardless. I wouldn't
That's the best feeling when you're betting
8-1,
in your
I might
mind.
have bet. I could not have had this horse. You know, this horse, I think I picked 5th out of 8, and that's only because I wasn't thrilled with first-time starters, and there were only 5 on non-first-time starters. I'm telling you, New York Special, I know they'll say he ran 2nd. Go to the turf.
2 very good finishing races here. It seems like this trend of mid-range prices can continue at the last 2. Tomorrow, when we renew everything here at Aqueduct, how many races, what to look forward to?
10 races tomorrow.
Okay.
Unfortunately, we are expecting a lot of rain. If it comes a little later, maybe we can get the stake on. If not, it's still a very, very good card, and really some of the best races are dirt races tomorrow, so hopefully the rain won't affect it. It's a game played outdoors. It is a terrific card. I recommend you look.
Appreciate you, my friend.
Been a pleasure.
All right, so Andy Serling and I are done for the day, but coming up next here at Aqueduct, how about that? Good timing with the call to post. Greg Wolf will be here with Jonathan Kinchin. More America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2 right after this.
First again and again and again. First mission, 4 graded stakes. He made finishing first his mission, and all with big buyers. Now he's a Darley Stallion, and breeders are falling in love with him. Here's fabled horseman John Williams.
First mission is an eyeful. He's beautifully balanced, and I love the way he uses himself as he moves.
Come to see First Mission and tell us your first impression. Consider it your mission.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Bright future indeed. Bright future, the son of Curlin to win by 4. Bright future, Proxy, here's the line. Photo finish, Bright future.
Bright future, look at that. Bright future, the class prevails.
Bright future, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
Back with you on our continuing live coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Gainesway Farm. Power, passion, performance. 21 minutes away from race 7 in New York, and finally back to action after a lengthy delay. A couple of races canceled back in Hot Springs, Arkansas. Greg Wolf and Jonathan Kinchin manning the studio here in New York. Good to see you.
Yeah, we're going to hold down the fort, but it looks like Oaklawn is on the track, so we got some good action for you here for the next few hours.
All right, we'll talk plenty of the weekend action coming up as well. The Dig a Diamond, the Saturday feature out in Hot Springs. Right now, let's send it out to the track as they get set for race 4. Just a minute to post. Condition $10,000 claiming race, 2-turn mile. Let's go to Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Greg. Good to see you both. And finally getting back to action. This is the first race run since the first. So races 2 and 3, of course, get canceled, and getting back into the swing of things as it looks like some of the heaviest of the showers and thunderstorms are past us. For now. We'll start, though, to the inside with Peyton's Beauty taking some pretty good money off the 8-1 morning line, as this 4-year-old filly, to me, has the size and propensity to move forward as she does stretch out from the 6 furlongs now to the flat mile. She does contend with that inside post, and she has been well beaten in her last few races in and around this level. But my eye drew to her because I find her lighter, more refined build will take to this sloppy, muddy, kind of just peanut butter type track. And hopefully she can get over it a bit easier than some more of these kind of denser made, heavier bodied foes to her outside. And I think she has some tactical speed all the way back last year at this distance. So hopefully Kelsey Haar can get her a little bit more forward as she does look for her first victory from 10 tries here at Oaklawn. The number 7, Lighted Up Louie, is currently kind of vying for favoritism, and to me should be the favorite, is she's taking the biggest drop in class of these and just consistently faster than the majority of these fillies and mares. I thought she looked the strongest. I thought she looked best in this spot for Cody Rosine, who's looking to kind of get a little bit more momentum as we end the meet, but she is also one that lacks speed, kind of a deeper closer, and also has to negotiate the wet track, which she does. She did hit the board in her lone try doing so, as she hopefully continues to move forward, as I mentioned, taking that drop down. The number 8, Smart with Heart, for Wayne Potts, very well beaten by her prior form in and around this level, leaves a lot more to be desired, as she is a big price right now. But she gets to a wet going. She has a win doing so from 3 tries, and she is a petite, smaller, athletic filly who I find will hopefully be able to negotiate this ground. Also has some tactical speed. Hopefully she breaks a bit better and gets more involved into her races as she was a bit earlier in the meet. If she can unlock some of that earlier form, I thought she was quite interesting underneath, Greg.
All right, Megan, thank you. Making their way to the gate, finally back to action. First race, yes, since the opener after that weather moved through Hot Springs. And, you know, you look at this board, the favorite, not too, I guess, swayed by the fact that what's to do the 5, 0 for 2 in the money on an off track.
Yeah, you know, I think a lot of times horses, it can be circumstantial, right? I mean, obviously we see that there is an off track, and you can sometimes find that to be the reason, or you can maybe blame that on the reason. I don't get too carried away with that, but at a short price, I certainly will use that as a reason to get off of a horse. I thought the 4, Memory Maker, was at least a little bit interesting stretching out. I wish the figures were just a little bit faster. I wish the 1 wasn't in there, who I think will probably pressure from that inside position. I do think the 1 and the 4 are interesting, but I'll take the 4, who's a much better price.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 4th from Oaklawn.
You're Smart with Heart. Go again. That's the 6. Make Me Believe, acting up badly in the gate. Joe Belmer is off, and he's okay as well, but Make Me Believe, very restless in the gate. They're backing out Make Me Believe. Veterinarian going over to take a look at Make Me Believe. The others still in the starting gate. And it looks like at this point in time, we are going to have a delay. Stand by. This one is not weather related.
All right, so as you can see, and you heard from Matt Dinnerman, track announcer, they're backing everyone out of the gate here for this fourth. We'll be in a holding pattern here, hopefully very briefly, as favoritism now is shifted to the 7, Lighted Up Louis, who's 7-5 right now.
Yeah, a horse that comes from way out of it. Not something I typically like on a racetrack like this. I mean, I think kickback is something that you could take into consideration in a lot of races on the dirt. But I think that even when it's like this, it's sloppy. I think the kickback can be a little bit more dramatic, a little bit more agitating to certain horses. It's never been a style that I've loved on a racetrack like this. I mean, I guess unless you're Orb and it's the Kentucky Derby.
Late scratch of the 6, so Make Me Believe comes out as we take a look at the cross-country pick 5. Getting underway momentarily with the 7th at Aqueduct that will kick things off. Race 7 and 8 in New York, races 7, 8, and 9 out at Oaklawn. And of course, you can play that right on your Naira Bets app. Go to nairabets.com. Still got about 14 minutes to put those tickets together with the first leg of that sequence. As we get set to load back up. So even, wow, this 7's really getting pounded right now. Our odds say 6-5, but out of the track, even money, Lighted Up Louis.
Yeah, I mean, a lot of times in situations like this, it could just be a little bit of a class edge, right? I mean, this horse has just been facing a little bit tougher. The winners of those races that Lighted Up Louis comes out of are significantly faster. Maybe the relief could be what gets the job done regardless of the style and the racetrack.
Late scratch of the 6. We're just about back in line. Let's go back to Matt Dinnerman.
Jerry Don, 2 back, Lighted Up Louis, and Smart with Heart. Lighted Up Louis goes in. Smart with Heart to the outside post. We're ready to go. And Lara. Smart with Heart on the far outside wins the start. Memory Maker a little bit quicker naturally is on top and on a hold here. Smart with Heart well off the rail now, tucking over, grabs the lead from Memory Maker, still on restraint. She'll track in second going into the turn. Peyton's Beauty third trying to get off the fence, but she's pinned in by What's to Do. They're on the outside of that one. Peyton's Beauty a little bit keen here. Lighted Up Louis is next. Courtney Fay right behind, and a gap of 3 to Jerry Don at the rear as the 7 fillies and mares approach the backstretch run. Smart with Heart, Ronnie Huckabee trying to slow the tempo down up top. Opens up a length and a half, though. Memory Maker's second. What's to Do third. Peyton's Beauty still in a pocket. Racing level 4th with Lighted Up Louis, who's alongside. Gap of 2, Courtney Fay and Jerry Don still the back marker as they're halfway home now. Remember, this race will end at the 16th pole. It's Smart with Heart. The pacemaker a half length. What's to Do? A lot closer in second, going pretty well. Moving up level with the leader as they approach the 4-turn run. And Lighted Up Louis is third, now getting a little bit closer. Peyton's Beauty following that one's move. Memory Maker in the meantime has retreated to midfield. She's 2 better than Courtney Fay and Jerry Don as they round the 4th turn. What's to Do opens up the lead. Lighted Up Louis has come under a hard ride by Eddie Gallardo, and these two are a neck apart, and they open up on the rest of the group. What's to Do finding more up top. Lighted Up Louis 3 parts of a length behind. What's to Do off the turn now is a length on her. Lighted Up Louis still chasing behind, had to steady just ever so briefly there. What's to Do with the lead. Lighted Up Louis continues to try hard here on the outside. What's to Do 16th left, holding on to the lead. Lighted Up Louis surging. Lighted Up Louis on the outside nails What's to Do in the shadow of the wire. Lighted Up Louis over What's to Do, then Peyton's Beauty and Courtney Fay.
Lighted Up Louis, working, finally getting by What's to Do here, right at the wire for the 5th win of her career.
The one thing that really sticks out to me about this horse winning this race is even though the horse comes from out of it, really didn't have a lot of dirt all over his chest. Was able to avoid a lot of that kickback throughout the race. It was a masterful job by the rider to be able to prevent that from happening. And, you know, when you have a horse like this that has the closing kick that this one has, you keep them connected throughout the race, and they typically will run by a horse in the stretch just like Lighted Up Louis did.
Wins by about a head in the end. Lighted Up Louis, again, 5th career win. Going to take a timeout. What a meet it's been for Mark Casse. Southwest, Martha Washington, Fantasy, just a few of the big races he's won of the meet. Counting Stars, his fantasy winner, written off in the Honeybee. Boy, did she bounce back, as did runner-up in that race Search Party, and now it's on to the Oaks. We'll have a preview coming up. Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It is a beautiful Friday afternoon in the Big Apple. Program brought to you where you can play all the action, including a cross-country Pick 5 that is 7 minutes away from kicking off here in New York. You can do it at Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. And the cross-country Pick 5 begins with this race here. 6 furlongs on the turf. This entry-level allowance as we take a look at Cyclonite here. Mark Casse, Dylan Davis, right now the 2-1 favorite. And this horse, 4 consecutive runner-ups, JK.
Yeah, 4 consecutive runner-ups, but has been 3-1, 4-1, 5-2, typically meaning that someone else was favored in the race. So if, you know, it's kind of running where it's supposed to. You know, it hasn't necessarily underachieved. I wouldn't have a problem giving this one another shot.
Been in the money at 14 of 19 career starts. As for the turf, 0 for 12, looking for that first win, but certainly has run some big efforts on the lawn, most notably a little bit shorter at 5 furlongs out at Gulfstream. We kick off the post parade with the 3, who now inherits the rail with a scratch of the 1 and 2.
Yeah, just needs to run a little bit faster in his turf races to beat this group.
12-1, big price. Meanwhile, Forgiving Spirit, a 4-time winner on the lawn.
Yeah, and has a little bit of early speed and seems to be in pretty good form right now, too, although hasn't won in the last 3 starts.
The aforementioned favorite for Mark Casse, Cyclonite.
Yeah, we'll need to be able to handle the little stretch out from the last 2 times going 5 furlongs out at Gulfstream. If they can get some pace to close into, I think Cyclonite could win.
Some good moments on the main track. That's the turf debut for Yo Banana Boy.
A very fast horse, but there is some turf in the family to suggest that Yo Banana Boy could appreciate the surface switch.
Flat to the mat, stakes placed on the lawn.
Has no early speed. Will need horses like Yo Banana Boy to go and cook up in front of him.
Soon to be king, first time on grass.
Yeah, making the switch, it just feels like if George took all these opportunities to run on the dirt, might just be a let's just hope this one likes the grass.
Some big efforts on the grass for this group for Quando. Comes in off the bench.
Yeah, showed a lot of speed going longer and then ran last time going shorter. I like that last performance. Could be sitting on a nice one.
Tall Paul had a really good effort on the grass back in November of 24. He's only had 2 tries on the lawn. Yeah,
but I wonder, there was a good performance back then, but hasn't done a lot of running since then on any surface.
So here's the 9 of 5 favorite, Cyclonite from Marcassi. Again, all those runners-ups, but as you said, facing some pretty good ones. Meanwhile, we take a look at the Oaks leaderboard, and pertinent here because Marcassi, trainer of the favorite, you just saw, 2 major contenders for the Kentucky Oaks this year with Counting Stars and Search Party, who were 1-2 in the Grade 2 Fantasy. And, you know, for both these two, I mean, certainly Counting Stars, this was not just a big win, it was the biggest figure she's ever produced.
Yeah, she really kind of turned the corner, some might say, in this performance. You know, her previous races, she was a little bit farther out of it. They used a little bit more of her speed early to keep her close, keep her connected. These honor APs, the types or honor AP got a lot better as he got older, as the distances got longer. It feels like Counting Stars, as time goes by, will improve, as well as getting an opportunity to go the mile in an 8 on the first Friday in May.
She was on such a great path. I mean, the way she was going, obviously she had that kind of hiccup after a debut win, but then she won back-to-back starts. Just was a no-show at odds on in the Martha Washington, and she scored just written off in the Honeybee. And then all of a sudden, we see what she produced in the Fantasy, and she's right back now as one of the main contenders. Sort of a weird type of running line for her.
Yeah, it's weird, but that's why these trainers get paid to train these horses. They can find out what the problems were, what went wrong, make some adjustments, and then prevent races like the Martha Washington from happening.
Meanwhile, the one who took advantage of that no-show effort from Counting Stars in at Martha Washington was her stablemate. Search Party would wind up winning that race. Then she was 4th in the Honeybee, and as we just showed you, a distant 2nd in the Fantasy. Can she be one that, is she good enough to maybe catch up to her stablemate?
Yeah, a little bit more consistent has been Search Party. However, I thought that of the 2 horses, Search Party definitely had the worst trip last time in the Fantasy. And in a full field, we'll say Counting Stars gets a little bit more pressure, doesn't get as nice of a trip. Search Party gets a better trip. She could absolutely turn the tables on her in this situation.
2 main contenders in this Kentucky Oaks for Marcassi, where there, really hasn't been some monster standout in this division.
No, I mean, for a 2.5 seconds, it was zany.
Yeah.
But I can't really find an excuse for her last performance. So to agree with you, yeah, there's not really a standout currently off of those kind of last round of Oaks preps.
Well, what an incredible meet at Hot Springs for Marcassi. Just incredibly dominant, so many stakes victories, and now he's got the favorite here. Another look at Cyclonite, 6-5 on the board as we take you back to March 8th. This was the most recent effort. And from off the pace, missed by a half length to run second.
Yeah, I mean, first of all, there is a massive difference between 5 and 6. 5 at Gulfstream, 5 furlongs at Gulfstream, and 6 furlongs here. Massive difference. The difference, I will say, though, is that Cyclonite has run well enough going 6 furlongs. But I just think that the kick might be a little bit more dramatic going a little bit shorter. If Cyclonite was 5-1, then, I'd have no problem kind of taking a little bit of a flyer on whether or not, she's going to get the pace that he needs to close into. I'm just not crazy about him at 6-5. I think there's some other options if you're looking for some value in a spot like this.
Meanwhile, here's Quando off the bench, coming back as a 5-year-old now at 4-1. Bruce Levine, Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, this is where I'm going to land. I kind of like the running line, right? I mean, you see a horse that you see some 5.5s in there where the horse is in the mix, showing the ability to stay close, to be competitive, going 5.5. And then you have a horse that you try to stretch out, a stretch-out sprinter who makes the lead in 3 consecutive mile or mile and 16th races and runs pretty well in those races outside of that 1/7 place finish. And then you do the natural thing of cutting back to kind of that in-between distance of that 6 furlongs, and another one that runs well in here. Has some time. They've been pointing to this spot. You get Kendrick, who you know can be aggressive, popping away from there. And I love the outside draw, second to outside, but outside-ish draw, because now what happens is Quando can see what happens to the inside with horses like Yo Banana Boy. If Yo Banana Boy goes, Quando can sit right off. If no one inside goes, then Kendrick can make the decision to be aggressive. I think that the 9 has a lot of options in here, and you'll hear me say it about 117 times for the rest of this meet and this summer at Saratoga. When there's a tactical horse drawn outside in turf sprints, I'm always going to give them a little bit more of an edge, because the fact is turf sprints are pretty sudden. And if you get in trouble, it can sometimes cost you the race. It's really hard to get in trouble out there if you have tactical speed.
No, all it takes is a fraction of a second, and your race is over. Prices from that race at Oaklawn lighted up Louis. That victory, even money. Wow, that is short on Cyclonite here.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not going to be shocked if Cyclonite wins. This is
should not be even money.
No, it's not a play against for me, but it's just too short of a price for a horse that's going to come from out of it, needs the pace to materialize, needs the, horses like the 4 and the 9, the 6 and the 9 to hook up, and then, has to work out a perfect trip. I think just from like an educational standpoint throughout this race, and whoever you bet on, or just watch the 5. And there's a possibility that the 5, we will walk away from this saying the 5 is the best horse in the race, and maybe just didn't win because of the trip. Lost ground, too much ground, got stopped, didn't have enough pace to close into, things like that. So at a short price, closing turf sprinters aren't my game.
Now, Longshoreman we knew was coming out, going to run in the Woodhaven tomorrow for Wesley Ward. Would have been the speed likely of this race. And the 1 coming out as well. Even money on Cyclonite, the 5. Quando at 9-2. Now 3-1. Your second choice, as we set it upstairs. Chris Griffin, the 7th from Aqueduct.
Tall Paul goes in, all set. And they're off. Good beginning for Yo Banana Boy, has asked for that early speed, but here's pressure to the outside from Quando, and Quando is now a neck in front. Yo Banana Boy has been gunned towards the lead, but isn't going to get there as Quando's going to cross over, and now Yo Banana Boy is going to have to take back there for Luis Rivera Jr. Tall Paul with a quick move towards the outside is now challenging from 3rd. Just in behind them, flat to the mat, travels in tandem with Cyclonite, who's to the outside of that rival. Then comes Forgiving Spirit, Tunisian Spring, and far back, soon to be King. 21-4. They zip through that opening quarter mile, and Quando's in front. It's Quando and Yo Banana Boy now tips to the 2-path, move towards the outside, and flat to the mat's going to hold that rail spot. Cyclonite now weaves in between horses. Tall Paul's not finding here as they reach the top of the lane, trying to run on from the back. Forgiving Spirit, Tunisian Spring. The leader is Quando. Quando's in front. Here comes flat to the mat, who boxes on, trying to catch this lone leader. Cyclonite's in full gear now for Dylan Davis. Forgiving Spirit's in the mix, soon to be King. Just had to tap on the brakes while running on. Inside the final 16th, Quando's still there. Here's flat to the mat to the outside. Flat to the mat, won it. Flat to the mat over a game Quando, then came a photo. Cyclonite with Forgiving Spirit in 1 minute 7.93 seconds.
Turf playing pretty quick. Yeah, well, on this sunny afternoon, flat to the mat, now 2 for 8 on the lawn. Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. I've always thought Ricardo, he's so talented, but he is exceptional in turf sprints.
Oh, he is. Ricardo's actually, I agree with you, he's good at everything. The one thing I'll say is that in a situation like this, I think this is the type of closer you're meant to look for if you're going to take a closer in turf sprints. One that has some questions, one that's 9-1, not one that's even money. Because they got similar trips. I didn't really think Cyclonite had much of an excuse, but as an even money shot, when you're trying to run down a loose leader, you're going to want to get paid for it. And if you pick the 7 with Ricardo Santana and Mike Maker, you got it.
Off since January, that was going a mile 70 on synthetic. First try back on the lawn as a 4-year-old now, and picks up the 2nd win on the turf in 8 career tries. 9-1 upset here. Quando winds up 2nd. Cyclonite at even money 3rd, and then Forgiving Spirit rounds out the top 4 at 7-1. Price is coming up in a moment. 107.4 that final time as we go back to Oaklawn on that sloppy racetrack for race 5. Maiden special weight, all trying to get that first win here coming up. It's 6 furlong sprinting. And McKinson's we'll get to. Pretty productive debut for Randy Morris. Right now the 5-2 favorite. That was against 40 maiden claiming, but showed enough talent in that debut. Is now getting a tougher test today.
Yeah, I mean, I always feel like these maiden races usually have bigger fields, but the biggest issue that I see is that they're playing the 7 off of a maiden 40 performance, which can make it look a little bit better than it was. And not to mention, the horse was 9-1 in that maiden 40. So that's hard for me to trust. Obviously, the works leading up to that race didn't give anyone much confidence. You know, it was wide all the way around there. Got a nice enough number, but it is a play against for me just on those two things. The level in which they ran against last time and the price they were in that race.
Here's our post spread. We start with Potentiator, first-time starter for Steve Asmussen. Keith rides.
Yeah, that on the inside. Keith will want to get out of there from that inside position.
Kalatua, Mac Robertson barn with Christian Torres.
Yeah, it didn't break great last time. You want to break a little bit better here on the inside with this racetrack.
Yeah, that was at Fairgrounds. Here's Super Happy Lonnie Briley trains.
Yeah, I thought this one was pretty interesting, but does need to get away from the gate. The last 2 times has been slow away from there, even though it had speed last time.
Another Steve Asmussen runner, son Eric on MacTac.
Yeah, it didn't run that well last time, but still stays in here protected for Steve Asmussen.
Coming soon, Ron Moquette, Rafael Bejarano. That's some big efforts. I thought this one actually might be the favorite. Nope. Here's the 6, D. Bigelow.
Yeah, I mean, this is where I'm going to land. Did run for a tag last time, but maiden 75. Those horses don't typically get claimed, but hasn't run since November. You got an opportunity to kind of grow up, and there's a bunch of back numbers that make this one pretty competitive.
Yeah, that was the favorite now. And then McKinsey for Randy Morse, 3-1.
Yeah, you know, I kind of gave my spiel. I thought that I see the number, but it was earned against the least capable group that any of these horses have seen. I just don't trust at a short price. I will say this, though. I'm going to pick the 6. I don't love the price. I like the 6 a lot more when he was the second choice and they were betting the other ones.
Yeah, maybe the reason for the 5 floating up a bit, that debut on a sloppy track did not run great as we send it out to Megan.
Yeah, I mean, I hope that's not the case because I like the 5, but let's start with the 1, Potentiator, first-time starter from the Steve Asmussen. The mare was 2 for 2. She was a stakes winner. She has had 2 falls to race, both winners, including 1 debut winner. I knew you had a little interest here.
I do. This horse was a quick early type, as the progeny of Win have projected to be that way. $325,000 OBS April purchase from last year. And this horse breezed 9-4. He was hustled along a bit, doing so very much the prototype of a sprinter. He's strong, and he does contend with that inside post. Now, you and I were both kind of watching him take to a very sloppy peanut butter type surface. I did pick him, as you'll see on your screen. I do have my hesitations, just him getting over this surface. He almost seemed as if, wait, guys, where am I? What am I running on? As he was at Churchill Downs, I haven't actually been able to see those videos of his works, but it's promising that they did ship him over to Oaklawn to squeeze this in as the meet winds down. We'll see what this Florida bred can do on debut. I do have a little bit of hesitancy with him, though.
I wouldn't be surprised, though, Megan, if he got more comfortable after getting a gallop over. It's just going to get a little confidence. The other Asmussen, the 4 MacTac, big speed last time, but stopped pretty quickly.
And a beautiful pedigree and a big price tag, a son of McLean's Music, the second dam Grade 1 winner, Lady Tag, who was amongst one of the best sprinters that Steve Asmussen has ever trained. So a huge pedigree, just the talent hasn't been put all the way together, as this horse breezed 47-2 back on the 17th. And just when speaking to Eric, he said he's really, really quick and he'll get you there in the early stages. He just has to put it together late. That's been the missing variable with him. He's missing it for me up there at 7-1.
Gotcha. I do like the 5 coming soon because I like the fact that this horse has been gelded since his last start. He impressed me as a horse, Megan, that was running with stops and starts. I call it running with the emergency brake on. Maybe being gelded by trainer Ron Moquette he'll get more focused and there'll be more continuity to his run.
It's kind of funny you said that about the stops and starts, because he isn't the flashiest workhorse, as I've kind of followed him. And going back to his works in Kentucky when he was still with Brad Cox, he had the blinkers on, and then they took them off, in the mornings at least. So it's kind of one of those horses where I do find he's been a mystery case of trying to settle him, of trying to figure him out. And he did take a step forward last time out, albeit well beaten. Now gets the freshening and the gelding. We shall see. I mean, the second day of Rune Service was a multiple Grade 1 winner and won the Grade 1 Ashland when it was on the synthetic. So also has some turf pedigree. He just kind of all combobulated in my brain. I'm not sure what to do with this horse at the end of the day.
Well, I'm hoping the gelding has a positive effect. And then the 7-horse, making sense, if I'm saying that properly.
He makes sense, making sense. I tried to be as clever as you, but I couldn't do it.
He does make a bit of sense, and it was a nice effort first time, albeit for a maiden claiming tag.
He did. He makes a world of sense in this spot. He is kind of a heavier-bodied, burlier individual, so I am a little skeptical how he takes to this surface today. His last race, it was fine. I think the speed figure kind of helps him a little bit. He's jumping up in class from a maiden 40 to now maiden special, and his dam was a maiden race. He's actually a half to a turf winner who did that routing, and he seems to me like he wants to go a little bit longer than this, but he does break from the outside. I'm hoping he can be a little bit more used for some speed. He kind of trailed in the early stages of his last race. Maybe he can wake up a bit.
Yeah, but he does get that outside post, guys, so at least he'll be avoiding a lot of that kickback early. Maybe he can find a good rhythm in his stride. We're just about a minute left to post for race 5 as we send it back to New York.
All right, thanks, you two. Minute to post in a race that kicks off their Classics. Pick 6 back in New York, flat to the mat, back on turf, and back in the winner's circle now. Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr., Wexford Racing, JP Racing Stable.
It was a great ride by Ricardo. Saved ground down here on the inside. You'll see the other closer that was trying to run him down, the favorite, the one Cyclonite, was losing ground while Ricardo was saving ground. And then it took him a little bit of time to kind of get going. There was still something in the tank for the 9 Quando. But when it was all said and done, Ricardo Santana and flat to the mat were able to get it done here in the 6 furlong turf sprint.
You think for Quando, maybe 2 off the bench with this race under the belt now, next time might finish the job?
Oh yeah, a little bit tighter, and I would imagine that they probably are excited to an opportunity with a horse like this who's got so much early speed to probably cut back just a little bit more, 5.5. I'm sure they're circling something in the condition book at Saratoga.
$21.08, flat to the mat with a victory, rolling by Quando, and again, the even money favorite Cyclonite can manage no better than 3rd. 9-5 favorite at Oaklawn. Still the one that JK has gone with, public with you, D. Bigelow. Opportunity number 9 for this horse to get in the winner's circle.
Yeah, I've landed on the 6. I picked the 6 when the price was a little bit higher. I thought that they would stick a little bit up there. I've got no problem riding with that. I will say this though, the 4 Mac Attack at 7-1 I think is very interesting. A horse that I thought ran well on debut from a figure standpoint. I know that it's beaten pretty badly, but got a nice figure that day. Is facing a group that's a little bit easier, still taking some money, still shows up in here protected. There's something about this one that I think is a little bit sneaky, and it has nothing to do with the burnt orange star on the silks.
Are you sure about that?
Yeah, I promise.
Okay.
Hook 'em horns, though.
Yep. Thought you were flashing the sign. Yeah, it was a sneaky good debut. It really was. I think every sort of figure you look at for that first out effort for the 4 Mac Tack, even though the horse was nowhere, 8th, beaten 15+ lengths, solid first out effort. And then, went to the bench for a little bit off that next start, adding blinkers. So comes back with a huge drill too. We don't know how he did it, but quickest of 57 runners in the morning, April 17th.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's, I think that if you get a bullet, it's usually pretty good unless you're just like absolutely running off. And like you said, there's no way to know for sure. But I would say that is definitely an indicator that there is something going in the right direction, especially for Steve Asmussen, who doesn't work his horses fast.
Yeah, and this one showed some speed, that second start before backing up. See what happens with him this afternoon with Eric Asmussen aboard for Dad. Set for the 5th, 8-5 favorite, D. Bigelow, with Francisco Arrieta. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
And then to the outside post, McKinson's. Making the sense. coming up. We're ready to go. And we're off. An eventful beginning for all. Bigelow close to the pace. Kalatua has speed. Potentiator, the first-time starter, now going to take back, was fairly close in the first 100 yards. And here's Super Happy rushing forward. Super Happy, narrow lead here. Kalatua to the inside second, making sense third. Bigelow to the inside of him. Gap of 2 to Potentiator. Off the pace now, coming soon outside of that one. And Mac Tech at the back as they go into the far turn. Super Happy, speedy, takes a hold of the bit and strides 3 lengths clear. Kalatua behind in second clearly. Super Happy trying to run off from the competition here. Making sense in third, pushed upon a bit. Bigelow, he's on the rail attempting to get closer as well. They all have to catch Super Happy, who hits the quarter pole, tries to get out a little bit here coming off the turn. He's still clear by 3. Kalatua chasing in second. Outside is Making Sense alongside of him. Bigelow next with a furlong to go. It's Super Happy. Super Happy clear by 4. Kalatua continuing to try here. Super Happy with a 16th to go. He went fast on the far turn. Just keeps rolling here under Joe Belmer. Super Happy, quite happy here in the slop today. Super Happy gate to wire. Kalatua was second, Making Sense third. Bigelow fourth.
Third time the charm for Super Happy, 6-1, as JK just pointed out. Same silks that you saw in that tremendous run up to the Kentucky Derby on the Triple Crown Trail for Cole Battle for Lonnie Briley last year.
Yeah, a little different week probably for Lonnie Briley than last year, getting ready to put the saddle on Cole Battle for the Kentucky Derby. But nonetheless, you get to keep on dreaming with a good horse breaking their maiden, hoping there's some good things down the road. And it's a horse that just had shown speed but kept breaking slow. Breaks a little bit better here, makes the lead, gets comfortable, and wires the field.
8 days away from the first Saturday in May, and still so much to get through on this field. We'll talk about the key contenders for Kentucky Derby 152 when we come back.
The classic sire.
Enhance your handicapping with AI Fast Facts, exclusively on NyraBets. Open your NyraBets app, click View Runner Details, and a stat-driven fact will appear for all U.S. thoroughbred racehorses. Download the NyraBets app to start using Fast Facts today.
Definitely the best horse I've ever had in training.
Sierra Leone has won the Whitney.
Sierra Leone, gun runner reaching for the wire. Sierra Leone does it in the Breeders' Cup Classic. Today was the day that he got it done. It was Sierra Leone.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend, all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Make sure you get out to Hot Springs tomorrow if you're anywhere near the area. Fan Appreciation Day. Swipe your ID at any racing station for your shot at a 2-carat diamond worth over $5,000 after races 1 through 7, drawing 35 winners. You can take the cash or you can take a chance to dig for a diamond. They partnered with Loray's The Diamond Center to bring you 25 certified diamonds. And there's only one place in the country to actually dig for diamonds. That's about an hour and a half away from the track out in Murfreesboro, Arkansas. Saturday, you're going to have a chance to do it at Oaklawn Park.
Wow.
Pretty incredible. Super happy Lonnie Briley. Joe Belmere, Norman Stables, and maybe a on the improve, pretty talented 3-year-old here. Son of Run Happy with the win.
Yeah, just had to pop away from there. Could be a big week for Run Happy with So Happy running in the Kentucky Derby. And I guess not an exact week, in 8 days. Yeah, I mean, this horse had shown some ability, but has broken slow in races, had to use a lot of energy to kind of rush into the race. And now, breaking a little bit better, didn't have to waste that energy to get into that forward position, inherited the lead. Got a little tired late, but still wasn't letting anybody get to him.
$15.80 for the victory. Lonnie Briley, Joe Belmere again, Norman Stables. Congrats to the winning connections. We get into the late Big Five. Mile and a 16th. 40,000 claiming race. Horses who've not won 3 lifetime. Bedard, Brad Cox, Christian Torres, and that last start went a little backwards, but the start before that very strong, and the race before this one went to the bench was very strong in a win.
Yeah, you know, it's a little bit curious why that last race was as poor as it was. It was 7-1 in there. Will be much shorter in here. Maybe just getting a little relief from some of the competition will help quite a bit.
Back in New York, finale from Aqueduct when we come back. Mile and a 16th on the lawn, New York breds. $50,000 maiden claiming event. Little early. We're still in spring, but on a summer day, trying to win for John Pregman with Kendra Carmouche. Off since late January. Stay with us. Post-parade when we come back. We are back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage on this Friday spring afternoon in New York. And we're going to close things out with this one here at a mile and a 16th on the turf. Talk about a good betting race here, wide open. This one's your favorite right now, but a 9-2 favorite, the 2 on a summer day.
Yeah, I mean, look, it's a very wide open race, a race that, you know, I'm not telling you anything you don't know when there's 3 horses fighting for favoritism at 9-2. I think it lets you know how tough of a race it is. There's just nothing really to grab onto as far as like recent performance. You know, everything you're kind of guessing, hoping, wishing, wondering if they can run back. On a summer day, 3 races back, has a nice race, ran well enough. But there's been a couple of other horses out of there as well that haven't run great. So it's really, this is a very tricky race. And you'll see the 3 Attagirl, Addie, also in this race, who has a trainer change. So maybe that trainer change could help wake that one up, but also just been pretty inconsistent.
Yeah, these 2 will meet again. Look, on a summer day, it was so close in this performance. Had to lead late and then just gets run down in the final jumps here to miss by a neck. But several good efforts. Now coming in off a little bit of a freshening. There's some very interesting horses there, including one who's beat that one before. Just one more, the 10 who has speed. You have the 13 and also eligible that draws into this race, who is intriguing as well. Just second time at this level. So the board reflects. I mean, it's an incredibly tough group. Here's the one we just showed you in that race from back on November 9th on a summer day. Yeah, that race 3 back. I mean, if they can run that performance, it could be close. I just would look for a little bit of a better price in this group. As you mentioned, trainer change. Robbie Davis now with Attagirl Addie.
Yeah, I mean, it's not like Robbie Davis has the best numbers in the world with switches, but sometimes a trainer change can just wake one up a little bit.
Blinkers off. Roseburn's Dream did show speed, routing the only try on the turf.
Yeah, I mean, it did show speed, faded pretty badly. Maybe getting back to the grass now will help. No signs that this horse has improved.
And it was against a little better, so at least a little bit of a drop in class. The 5-2 Clicks first-time starter for Bruce Levine.
Yeah, this one's a little bit sneaky. War of Will, a Grade 1 winner on the grass, and then also some siblings that can run well on the grass. 22-1, I've seen worse.
Sky Lolo, decent figure on the turf at Fairgrounds last start.
Yeah, I mean, this horse has just done no running, dirt, turf, or anything else.
Here is Raynham Hall, Rudy Rodriguez.
Yeah, this is, if I'm not mistaken, this is the only horse alive in the pick 6. At 6-1 on the board, a very interesting one to take a look at.
Just one more speed, been off since October 22nd.
Yeah, this one has some tactical speed, drawn outside. You get Ricardo Santana. I prefer, from a price standpoint, the other Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, you're right about the 9, 12,100 to that horse. Everyone else carries. The 11, Rocket Robin Michelle Nevin, start number 3.
I thought this one was a little bit interesting. I just wish the figures in the 2 races that they've run were a little bit faster, not very quick at all.
Manny Franco getting a leg back up. Blinkers on, getting Lasix. A lot of changes for start number 3, plus a drop in class. Here's Valiant Diva for Tom Morley.
Yeah, I mean, this horse could win, but I'll tell you what, I don't know if you saw Tom Morley's horse today at Keeneland.
No, I didn't.
2-year-old. Huge, ran huge.
Wow performance.
Oh,
okay.
yeah, I bet you Maggie's in a great mood.
Okay.
Yeah.
Knight Jasmine, the also eligible that draws in Dylan Davis, rides for Horatio de Paz.
Yeah, I'm going to give this one a shot. You know, sometimes AEs get forgotten about a little bit. Sometimes people forget that they're in here. I didn't love the last race, the maiden 50, but there's a bunch of maiden special weight races prior to that showed this horse has a little bit of ability. I'm going to land out here on the 13 at 6-1.
I'm looking for this.
It was in the
More Champagne you must be referring to.
Yeah. It was like one of those maiden special weight turf sprints that if you win, you go ahead and order your top hat and stuff. Wesley, you know, beat a Wesley Ward horse that I know they liked a lot for Qatar Racing. George Weaver had one in there for E5, and More Champagne was super impressive.
Sure, Tom wouldn't mind going back overseas with a good one.
Yeah, see his family and stuff. It works out.
So 6-1 on that AE that draws in Knight Jasmine. As we get set to close things out on this Friday card here in Aqueduct, we're about 8 minutes away from the 6th out at Oaklawn. You can play it all right there at Naira Bets. Derby 25. Get that $25 free play for that first Saturday in May. By getting signed up and started. There's where you do it, NairaBets.com. So also eligible is where you're winding up.
Yeah, I mean, look, Horatio continued to enter this horse maiden special weight. You know, he did it at, I mean, this horse ran, what, 1, 2, 3 times at Saratoga? I think that says there was something about this one that they liked. Hasn't run since November. Last time they ran for a tag. So it's almost like right before the end of last year, they were like, all right, that's fine. We give up. But they saw something from her that day, and they've seen something from her leading up to this race. They're going to put her right back in that same spot. Off that time to try to be competitive and to try to get the win. So I think she's interesting out there. And I've always got, you know, people have that conspiracy of the other horse for a trainer. And I don't have that conspiracy, but I will say is that who knows those two horses better than their trainer? And the fact that they put one in with the other means that they think that one can be competitive with the other one. And with the other one taking the money that they're taking at 5-1 as well, it's just a good indication that I think this horse could run well.
The only time that other angle, I mean, is very strong and really comes through is when you don't have the other on your ticket.
Yeah, that's when you really get mad about it and start pointing it out. But, yeah, I mean, look, this is a wide open race. Whoever goes off favored.
And right now it's the 9.
And now it is the 9.
Yeah, Raynham Hall.
Which checks out, you know, especially the first flash when the horse was like 6-1, knowing that the only pick 6 ticket alive was alive to the 9. I thought that was a little bit interesting, but now the board is starting to correct a little bit.
Well, the last 2 starts of Raynham Hall's 2-year-old campaign, both on the lawn, took steps forward really in both, had the lead in the stretch in both. This race got caught, wound up third, beat less than a length, and then went to the bench for a little bit.
Yeah, it's interesting. If you look at the way this horse has been campaigned, it's pretty clear. I always tell people starting at the bottom of the past performances and working your way up can sometimes tell a story. This is clearly a turf horse that stayed in New York for the winter and gave a little bit of time. And when they came back, they wanted to get a couple races in. They try the dirt a couple times, get a couple races in, see what happens, and now they show up. The other thing, too, is those dirt races, you know, they weren't very promising, so they could be one of those things where you dirty up the form a little bit and make the horse a little bit less attractive to claim, and now you get a chance to get back onto the grass. If you win, great. If you get claimed and win, I'm sure they wouldn't be too upset about that. And then you're also starter eligible if no one does claim because you're running in here for a tag. So a lot of positives. And the fact this horse is the only horse alive in the pick 6 also says something to me as well.
And 7-2 favorite right now on Raynham Hall. Post parade, right-hand side of your screen from Oaklawn. We'll get as much as we can for you here. Native Land kicks things off. This kicks off the late pick 5 here. Non-winners of 3 life. First bid, the 2, 6-1.
Yeah, first bid. Doesn't have a lot of early speed. Don't love that on this racetrack.
There's Bedard, the favorite.
Yeah, it didn't run particularly well last time, but the previous 2 starts could be tough for this group.
Orange Diablo stretching out in decent form, sprinting.
Yeah, I don't love closing sprinters stretching out. I prefer it the other way.
Ben Franklin, some big numbers and has been productive, even though winless at this distance, going longer.
Yeah, a couple wins at Oaklawn, though. He does like the racetrack.
Yellow Brick, I thought a contender as well, 6-1.
Yeah, comes in off the trainer change to see if that can wake this one up.
And Lucky Mischief to round out the field, just claimed now in the barn of Scott Young.
Yeah, has a little bit of early speed from the outside. Has been running on the turf majority, but I thought ran well enough last time. Let's see if they can work out a nice stalking trip.
That's your field. We'll get back to Oaklawn, approaching the 3-minute mark to post. Race that's going to kick off their late pick 5. Back to New York, though, for the finale. As we get a look there at Manny Franco adjusting the stirrups on Rockin' Robin. 6-1 here. Start number 3. We'll see if things go better with all those changes. Blinkers on, getting Lasix, dropping class. Favorite the 9, Raynham Hall. It is the nightcap from New York. Chris Griffin, the call.
To the outside. Goes in. All set. And they're off. Good beginning for Probable Choice from In Between Horses. Has early speed as they quickly come out of the chute. And Edgard, Zayas, front running. Probable Choice now with a neck in front. right to the outside. Here comes Raynham Hall. Will apply some pressure. 3 wide there. It's going to be just 1 more. Roseburns Dream saves all the ground towards the inside in 4th. Then comes Rocket Robin, a little keen in the early stages as they move towards that turn. Back in 6th is going to be On a Summer Day. Is followed to the outside by Night Jasmine. Then in behind them, it's another 2. Back to Atta Girl Addie, who's chased intently to the outside by Valiant Diva. Cornering wide was 2 Clicks, who's second to last, and the trailer Sky Low Low. 23.42, the opening quarter mile. Probable Choice, a big long shot with a head advantage. Raynham Hall is stalking second. 3 wide is just 1 more. Roseburns Dream, patiently ridden at the rail, is in the 4th spot and still a little keen as Rocket Robin wants to go for Manny Franco as they work up the backstretch to a 48.4 half-mile time. Probable Choice is still in front. Raynham Hall has been there throughout. Just 1 more. Waiting for the cue is 3 wide and ready to pounce, and down towards the inside, Roseburns Dream. Just got passed by Rocket Robin, who's now thrusting forward. Out to the outside comes Valiant Diva. Starts to try and make up some ground with On a Summer Day. The rest with a lot to do as they're still chasing Probable Choice. Probable Choice is 75-1 at the top of the lane, has the lead, is trying to open up and doing just that. Probable Choice is up by 3. Here comes On a Summer Day, trying to deny the big long shot here. It's Probable Choice who starts a tire. On a Summer Day to the outside. Probable Choice still in front. On a Summer Day pushes on by. On a Summer Day will win it. Probable Choice holds second. Then came Night Jasmine and Raynham Hall in 1:44.4.
Nearly a shocker to end things on this Friday card with a 75-1 shot. Gets run down, though. It is On a Summer Day. Kendrick Carmouche for John Pregman Jr.
Yeah, he was just going so much better than the 6. You could tell he was going to get by him. It just was a matter of how far. And the 9 didn't really fire. The 13 that I liked came running late to get 3rd. And it looks like we have a pick 6 carryover.
Yes, we do. That was something else. That 75-1 shot. Edgar Zayas trying to take them all the way. It's On a Summer Day, though, with a win as we send it back to Oaklawn, race 6, minute to post. Let's go to Megan.
Yeah, thanks, Greg. And we got a 2-turn event coming up, Megan. Mile and a 16th here, claiming 40,000. And we'll start right down on the inside, Native Land. You got to like this horse's record on a wet track.
Absolutely, and he looks like a horse that would just skip over it, as he has from 2 wins from those 4 starts doing so. He's a big, rangy, scopy individual, getting the mile and a 16th off of that mile try. And I will say he's got a very similar profile to the current favorite. He's dropping down a bit in class. He comes off a less than A-plus effort, and they both have speed. It's almost as if they're very similar. To me, this is the horse that you wanted to price, although the current favorite, Bedard, looks to be tough.
Yeah, no doubt. And Bedard at 7-5 right now. Christian Torres aboard. This horse has been attending very fast paces at the fairgrounds.
He has a last mile and a 16th, 45-3, 45-2, 2 back, and now he's just a horse that likes to get on the front end and roll, and he hasn't been able to do that. Hoping today he could, as he looks to be the lone speed. We'll see if Native Land, the number 1, goes with him from the inside. Should be tactical, and I'm sure the number 7, Lear, with Walter Dela Cruz, we know they're going to be forward.
Well, one thing about Walter Dela Cruz, he is not bashful about putting horses in the game. When I handicap jockeys, which I do just as much as I handicap horses, if I see him in there, I upgrade the potential for speed with Walter aboard.
100%. I believe he did that with Chiquita Reina earlier on in the day, a horse that has no speed, still managed to get her up front. But I thought that the number 3, Bedard, just as far as a physical perspective, looks fantastic. Hoping he can get over this wet track for the first time. He looked the best in here, kind of very similar to the 1, Native Land, who I didn't have any issues with at all.
And how about the 5, Ben Franklin? He's stretching back out. Real nice effort last time. What do you think about his chances?
I find he's going to be able to stretch out beautifully from the 6 furlongs here, and he's got range in his size and his scope, and last time he was kind of chasing away at 6 furlongs like a horse that probably could use some ground.
Well, now, when he kind of comes out from behind horses here, it looked like he might kind of kick on. And I thought he just maybe flattened a touch. It'll be interesting to see if he actually wants all that ground. The horse on the inside got that perfect run. But, well, we're about ready. They're getting ready to load up. Matt Dinnerman, he'll have your call of race 7 here at Oaklawn Park.
Bedard, second to last. Lucky Mischief, to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. First bid wins the start. Bedard quicker. Bedard in front early. Orange Diablo taking second. Native Land on the tail of the front runner, trying to get off the rail now. Native Land, as they approach the first turn, does so. Bedard leads the way from Native Land second. Orange Diablo takes a hold. 3 deep will track in the third position. Lucky Mischief right behind him. Gap of 5 to Ben Franklin. Yellow Brick first bid at the back together. Around the clubhouse turn they go. Bedard with the ears pricked leads 3 parts of a length. Native Land a little bit keen here on a hold. He's pressing from the outside second. He's about 3 clear of Orange Diablo, settling off the pace in third. Lucky Mischief rides the rail onto the backstretch. Big gap to the last 3 who line up at the back. Yellow Brick is there. And also a first bid down on the inside, Ben Franklin alongside. They head down the backstretch here. Bedard still clear and opens up a length here. Native Land and a gallop right behind in second here. A length and a half to Orange Diablo. Lucky Mischief, they are side by side. Gap of 3 now. First bid is getting closer. Ben Franklin 3 wide shoved upon, and Yellow Brick between that pair as they round the far turn. Bedard appears to be going all right. Leads a half length from Native Land, who's come under a bit of a ride, but he's right up alongside now. Native Land. Bedard asks for a little more now. And these two hook up as they hit the quarter pole. Bedard, Native Land off the turn together. Bedard inside. Native Land is outside. Orange Diablo 3 wide as they come down the lane. Bedard has something for the final 3/16, trying to repel the challenge from Native Land. Orange Diablo in with a shot at a big price. Bedard, Orange Diablo alongside now. It's Bedard, Orange Diablo. Orange Diablo nose in front. Bedard to the inside is second. It's Orange Diablo at 17-1. Eddie Gallardo, Cody Rosine with a double. Bedard second best. Native Land third. Ben Franklin fourth.
This horse coming off a couple of good efforts sprinting, sort of deceptively good. Finished 7th in both, but ran against some tough horses. Stretching out now, gets the win at a big number, 17-1.
Yeah, I mean, Cody Rosine was 35-1 yesterday when the races started. He won a race yesterday. He's won 2 today. He's got things going the right direction towards the end of the meet here.
Eduardo Gallardo aboard for the upset scores. We go back to Megan.
Yeah, Orange Diablo on the stretch out, Megan. He is by Union Regs, only a Belmont Stakes winner.
Right. And looking at him, he kind of looks a bit more shorter coupled, but he has got some strong form. That was at Canterbury, where it did take him a good amount of time to break his maiden there. Has some decent efforts, though, when he was still a maiden back in 2023. But it's not as if he was without form. He just was no match for first-level allowance foes in his last 2 tries. And he kind of gave that late kick of a sprinter when he was able to run down the likes of Bedard, who got a cozy lead on the front end.
Yeah, although Native Land did kind of keep Bedard a little bit honest, and the winner, Orange Diablo, just sat a really good trip, came with the last run, took him the entirety of the stretch and that perfect trip to get it done, but Orange Diablo in the winner's circle here in race 6.
All right, you two, thanks. 4-3, 1-5, 17-1. Upset, meanwhile, back in New York. Our card comes to a conclusion as On a Summer Day runs down this 75-1 shot on the front end. Who has to settle for second? Kendrick Carmouche, John Pregman Jr. team up.
Yeah, I mean, 75-1, put away the favorite, the 9 horse, with the 6 here. And then right about here, you could tell the 2 had a ton of horse and was going better. It was just a matter of how far he was going to win by. He just kept grinding away. But if you were looking for a pick 6 carryover, it was going to happen either way at this point.
This one opened as the favorite. Doesn't wind up the favorite late. Get back about 5-1. $12.62 for the victory to close things out. And we have pick 6 carryover heading into our Saturday card.
Yeah, carryover, what is it there, 12,000?
Yeah, pretty healthy pick 5. Wow.
5 of 6 paid 2,000.
It's not bad consolation. Yeah, 12,826 on the pick 5. Cross country pick 5 follow along started with a $21 number. Now you get 5-1 on a summer day. So if you're alive with this cross country, it's the way you like to see things start to shape up, with a long way still to go. Races 7, 8, and 9 out in Hot Springs still to come. We're going to take a timeout. Finally, they got it right. The late Christophe Clement, part of the 2026 class for Racing's Hall of Fame. The late John Sheriffs as well. And pretty good sprinter by the name of Kona Gold. We'll be back with more on this.
Standing at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds, top young stallion Solomini, a Grade 1 son of Curlin and sire of 2026 graded placed New York Stakes winner National Identity.
Inside the final furlong, National Identity. Acoustic Ave is making up some ground. National Identity is almost home. Acoustic Ave second. National Identity wins the Safe Lord Ascendi.
Solomini, standing for $7,500 in 2026 at McMahon of Saratoga Thoroughbreds.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
McKenzie in a dominant performance.
Million two, right there. 1,200,000.
Baeza gets his moment in the sun in the Pennsylvania Derby.
Chancer Mick Patrick wins the Champagne impressively.
Spectacular display from Scottish Lassie, who's in front by 15 lengths.
It's America's original sport, and no one covers it better than americasbestracing.net. From the sport to the lifestyle, the best races, horses, and destination venues, cocktails, gambling, fashion, and more. americasbestracing.net is a sport for you.
$17-1 upset winner back in Hot Springs. We're back on America's Day at the Races on our Friday Fox Sports 2 coverage. Orange Diablo. Novogratz Racing Stables, Cody Rosenior winning trainer. Eduardo Gallardo in the irons and wins on the stretch out here.
Yeah, I mean, this horse just kept coming. And it was a situation where it felt like for a second and a half he was going to hang and not get there, but just kept grinding away. And like we mentioned, Cody Rosen yesterday was going into the day was 1 for 35, gets a win, and then has 2 wins on the day here today.
5-year-old son of, as Mig mentioned, Union Rags. Or Belmont Stakes winner. Now 3 wins from 13 career starts. Bedard, the favorite, has to settle for second, and Native Land, second choice, winds up in third. Race 7, 6 furlongs. $8,000 claiming race, fillies and mares. 4 and up. It is the 8 current favorite Balls in Your Court. This one with plenty of speed and had a huge win at Oaklawn 2 back on and off track.
Yeah, it didn't run well last time, but like you said, you could forgive that based on the performance 2 back and getting a similar racetrack than they got that day.
All right, this race 14 minutes away, still sloppy going. Class for the 2026 Hall of Fame announced earlier this week. And feel-good story with 2 trainers have passed away recently. Christophe Clement, John Sheriffs, both getting in, and Kona Gold was just an absolute warrior sprinter.
Yeah, I mean, the Hall of Fame I'm very grateful that we have that in our sport to honor the greatness that we've been able to see. And it's unfortunate, Christophe and John's passing. It still is exciting to be able to see those 2's careers and all the horses they've trained and the people that have worked with them be honored this summer.
Let's bring in Mig. Obviously overdue, but Christophe Clement unfortunately passed away last year, but now we'll get that moment and in where he deserves to be as one of the greats of all time, Mig.
Yeah, absolutely. It was just a matter of time, and like you said, Greg, it would have been nice if that time came while he was still with us to enjoy it. I'm sure his family will cherish every moment of it as he takes his rightful place in the Hall of Fame. And, you know, the way that the barn has kept going under the stewardship now of his son, Miguel, who, you know, Christophe had certainly trained to succeed him, to take over it, you know, one day, obviously much sooner than anybody wanted. But glad that this was rectified. Christophe in the Hall of Fame, and the same, you know, with John Sheriffs as well. Shame that John won't be there to be able to enjoy it, but I'm sure that Dottie, Ingordo, his family, everybody that loved John will be there to celebrate a very well-deserved honor. And, you know, much like David Whiteley, who's getting in on the, historical committee vote, they didn't train the volume of horses, John Sheriffs or David Whiteley, where people are going to go, wow, look at all these numbers. But they certainly trained the right kinds of horses and champions. And the way he guided Zenyatta through her incredible career, and, you know, think about Giacomo and Tiago, and John always made more of you know, with the horses he had, really got in their heads, and certainly a guy who maximized his horse's abilities. And then Kona Gold, you know, you could say the same thing about Bruce Headley, who passed in 2021, who developed Kona Gold. You know, shame that he won't be here to enjoy it, but what a masterful job he did. And full disclosure, guys, well, this is where he ran basically 107-3 when he won the Breeders' Cup at Churchill Downs under Alex Solis. And one thing about it, guys, this was the first year that I actually had a vote, and I feel good that I was able to vote on a few of our inductees for the contemporary, obviously, group with Christophe and John Sheriff's very well-deserved honor.
No question. Christophe Clement trained 22 millionaires, 286 graded stakes winners, 184 million plus in earnings, 12th all time in our sport. Just an incredible career. And you know, we're looking at the past performances of Kona Gold here. Second start of his career, breaks his maiden with a 110 Beyer speed figure, and just race after race after race. 115, 115, 119. Just incredible. You pointed out 5 times he competed in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Incredible career.
Yeah, I mean, I still can't even. We'll see that again that many times.
Wow.
To be able to do that, and yeah, I mean, you just don't see those types of past performances any longer. And I'm not saying that as like the good old days guy, but that was a racehorse.
Yeah,
racehorse.
John Sheriffs, I think, created a lot of fans of this game too. That hype and that fandom with Zenyatta was, I mean, she was one of the most popular stories, probably created as many fans of the sport that we've seen in the last few decades.
And you're looking at one of them. I have Zenyatta tattooed on my arm, so yeah. You're 100% right about that. And actually, it's funny you say that. I think yesterday I was actually looked at that cart talk that I did with John Sheriffs over the summer, and gosh, I'm so glad I was able to do that.
Had that long shot winner, Giacomo, 50-1 in the Derby as well. He was the first trainer ever to sweep it was the Ladies Classic when he won it with Life is Sweet, but the Ladies Classic and the Breeders' Cup Classic. Others to get in, Gulch, Mongo, as Mig mentioned, David Whiteley, and then Pillars of the Turf category. Among them, Seth Hancock, G. Watts Humphrey Jr., Joseph Widener as well. Tremendous class getting into this year's Hall of Fame. And, of course, a lot more coming up on this when we get to early August up at Saratoga Springs in that induction ceremony. Race 7 at Oaklawn approaching the 8-minute mark to post. The 5-2 favorite, somewhere out there, the 8, balls in your court. We'll be back with the post parade next. We are back with you on our Friday coverage on Fox Sports 2. Race 7, start of the late pick 4 on the Oaklawn card coming up in just about 4 minutes on this sloppy racetrack. $8,000 claiming 6 furlong sprint. And we'll start the post parade with St. Albans raid. Blinkers go on.
Yeah, down on the inside, not a lot of early speed on a racetrack like this. That could get dicey.
Kitiara next door, 20-1, bigger price.
Yeah, it's had a lot of opportunities as of late and hasn't done much running.
Dark Fury, blinkers go on. Peter Miller trains.
Yeah, almost landed here. I just didn't like the price as much. Definitely live contender.
Yeah, dangerous barn. Just ran 4th on the sloppy track at Oaklawn. Galoshes appropriate on this kind of track.
Yeah, and his last 2 starts has been beaten 100 lengths.
Okay, that's not as good. Sicilian Grandma at 5-1.
Yeah, we'll see if the trainer change does here. I actually like the last performance out of this one. The trainer doesn't have a lot of numbers this year so far to judge.
Steve Asmussen, son Keith Balladry.
Yeah, Steve claimed this horse for 12.5. Didn't run particularly well last time for a starter allowance. Gives the horse another chance in here for a tag.
She's storming, went by. Here's Balls in Your Court, the favorite.
Yeah, we talked about this one. Has some speed and appreciates the racetrack based on what we saw 2 back.
And Courageous Captain to round out the field. 10 runner-ups in 46 starts.
Yeah, you start to wonder at that point, do they want to run past all the horses?
8,000 claiming conundrum. Mig, make it make sense to us.
I don't know if I can do that, but I will try. I'll start with the 3, Dark Fury, adding blinkers. You know, this is a 5-year-old mare. When they add blinkers, sometimes it's like, well, we got to get them a little bit more interested, a little bit more jazzed up about their job. I do think it'll help her to be forward. On days like this, I want horses that are forward. I don't want them to have to overcome too much adversity, too much kickback. The 5-horse Sicilian Grandma. How could I not like Sicilian Grandma? My wife Carmela is a Sicilian Grandma. She comes off a big effort for the $8,000 level. You know, but it's hard for these horses to put together back-to-back wins. She is a 7-time winner, though. I landed on the 6 Balladry, guys. Watching the last race, she was drawn post 2 in a 10-horse field. she never looked happy in the kickback. She was covered up, running very tentatively, stops and starts, again, with the emergency brake on. I think Balladry drawn more towards the outside. If she can get some forward position under Keith Asmussen, who I think really has found his form, has been riding extremely well. And guys, if you're looking for hunch plays, and I think there's worse ways you can go in $8,000 claimers, you've got the 4 galoshes, perfectly, kind of a hunch play here for a day like this. And then the other horse is the 7. She's storming. It has been storming all day. So if you want hunch plays, there's your 2 hunch plays. I'm on Balladry. Probably should have picked Sicilian Grandma. I'll probably hear about it when I go home, guys.
Yeah, that one, Sicilian Grandma at 5-1, coming off a win at a track that did have some moisture on it. This was back on March 12th and was 5-1 for this win.
Yeah, I thought the horse ran well, like we talked about during the post-parade. My biggest concern is, people are going to play this horse based off of this performance, but that is now switching barns. Now, that could be a positive, it could be a negative. I don't really think that there's enough to really fully know. But I do believe that there's too many questions around this horse at 5-1. I think there's some other horses that are a little bit more attractive.
It was the 7th win of that 6-year-old mare's career. And moving barns now with Tom Swearengin, by the way, as well, claimed out of that race. So public holding with balls in your court. In the terms of pace in here, who goes with the 8?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, I think the 6 will probably go. The one thing I'll say about the 6 Balladry is like we talked about a little bit earlier, you have to start at the bottom of the past performances and work your way up. And you really don't have to go too deep to get to this point that I want to try to make, is that Steve Asmussen claimed the horse for 12.5. Saw enough, thought enough to then run the horse in a starter allowance race protected. He owns the horse. He's got no owner to have to answer to. And so then he decides to try the horse starter allowance. That doesn't work. Now he drops back even lower than where he claimed him. It's a pretty confident, it was a confident move in the first place to run protected in a starter allowance race based on what he had seen. And now he's just decided that that's not going to work. I'm going to put this horse where if someone wants to take him or if he can win, and I think that's why he shows up here for 8,000. He would be the other one that I would be interested in here.
Yeah, would wind up losing money on this claim. But sometimes you just got to find the more realistic spot.
Yeah, but his trainer bills probably aren't very expensive.
Good point.
And if you claim for 12 and then you run for, and you win and get claimed for 8, I think you can end up out with that math.
5-1 on Balladry. Son Keith will ride. 3-2 favorite, though, the speedster. Balls in your court, Francisco Arrieta. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman for the call.
Balls in your court. Courageous Captain to the outside. We're ready to go. And we're off. Having a steady after the break, Sicilian Grandma. Balls in your court. Rockets to the early lead. Balladry into the second position. She goes. She's storming. Sent upon early. Level third with Courageous Captain there on the outside. Then we come back in the group to St. Albans Raid with Kitiara, Dark Fury, 3 deep, big space of about 8 to Galoshes and Sicilian Grandma as they hit the half-mile pole, where Balls in your court paves the way, goes off as the 4-5 favorite and hits the far turn 3/4 of a length ahead. Balladry running in second. She's storming, has been sent upon from the opening of the gates, is third, 3 wide with that one. Now level second as Balladry loses that spot to She's Storming. Balls in your court still on the lead as a neck in front of She's Storming coming to the top of the stretch. Balladry is given way. Dark Fury into third with Kitiara. They're 3 from the lead. They come off the turn. Balls in your court. Clear from She's Storming, who continues to try right behind, but Balls in your court scampers away a length and a half in front. She's Storming still behind in second. Balls in your court with the edge, though. Balls in your court by 2. She's Storming right there battling on, but Balls in your court is just too speedy, and Balls in your court will win it. Balls in your court and Francisco Arrieta over She's Storming. Tight for third, went to Sicilian Grandma from far out of it. Dark Fury was fourth.
Ball's in your court, able to take them all the way. 4-5 here for Eric Foster and Francisco Arrieta, 4 for 12 now.
Yeah, I guess that two-back performance wasn't a false-looking race. Ran extremely well that day. Had the bad race in between, facing tougher, and then shows up here and basically duplicates that performance with another impressive win on a sloppy racetrack.
Ball's in your court, 2 wins, last 3 starts. And now 2 for 2 on the off-going as well. It's tough to run down. Gets to the front, and that was it. We'll have the prices. Ball's in your court, 4-5 favorite. Set up the 8th when we come back in a finale for our colleague. That's next.
Quality Road, proving Lane's End's tried and true stallion-making tradition. Quality Road has sired multiple Eclipse Award and Grade 1 winners, including champions National Treasure, Corniche, Abel Tasman, and recent Grade 1 winners Hope Road and Clicquot. He's a leader of his generation. Quality Road, a stallion that stands above the rest.
Oaklawn Hot Springs is here for when you need to break away, when you want to reward yourself, when you deserve to indulge, when you want to be close to the action. It's all here. So what are you waiting for? Live racing returns with the classic racing season. So plan your stay at Oaklawn Hot Springs and come join the fun.
Cyberknife was a very talented horse from day one. A very gifted, fast horse, a lot of speed, able to carry it around 2 turns. Looks a tremendous amount like Gun Runner, same ability and talent, beautiful physical, outworked every horse on the board. Holds the track record in the Haskell. He won it in impressive fashion, beating a very good group of horses.
And Cyberknife has won the TVG.com Haskell over Taba. Jack Christopher finished 3rd.
The Arkansas Derby was one of his best. Showed how much talent he really does have and stamped himself as one of the best 3-year-olds in the country.
His name is Cyberknife!
Cyberknife ranks up there as one of the most talented horses I've ever had in training. Multiple Grade 1 winner, brought it every time you let him over there. Excited about him passing on his durability, his soundness, and his talent. And if he does, he could definitely be a breed-shaping stallion.
It's just super exciting.
This is a real immersive experience.
It's the respect from the outside that they get, but along with the way that you feel when you're part of it.
High-class horses, really big races. We want you to be behind the velvet rope.
The bar that they set is different than everybody else, and it needs to raise everybody together.
Your job is to show up and have fun. We'll take care of the rest.
Back with you on our Friday coverage, Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. It's brought to you in part by Hillendale at Alapa. As I would assume race fans enjoying downtown Hot Springs. Couple races left on this Friday card. It was Balls in your court as the favorite, obliging with a convincing win here. 4 wins now from 12 tries.
Yeah, had a lot of early speed. You saw kind of try to carry out the competition a little bit there, just make it a little bit more complicated. I trust that Richie would agree. That's just a little race riding, nothing to frown at. And wouldn't switch leads, but he's on the tire track here, just keeps running. The 7 was right there up there with him, but wasn't able to stay with him late in the race.
So Balls in your court. $3.60 for the victory, even with that favorite winning. Look at that, pick 3, $529 and change. So, wow, this pick 5, Classics pick 6, looking pretty intriguing. As is this cross-country pick 5, even with a favorite. Get a couple of numbers there, the first 2 legs, and still chances for things to happen here in races 8 and 9.
In a $31,000 pool, getting a $21 horse and a $12 horse, it doesn't really matter what happens the rest of the way. You just want to hit it, and you're likely to be rewarded.
All right, we move to the 8th. 6 furlongs, $32,000 claiming race. Horses who have not won 3 lifetime in this sprint. And this marks a finale for our colleague Tom Amoss.
Wow.
Final start of his career coming up with the 2 Coastal Breeze. We wish him the best. And speaking of Tom, horse that he had a pretty good run with, standout sensation now with Kinnan LaRose, his former top assistant, who's taken over Tom's barn, looking for another stakes win at this meet. Won the Pippin earlier in the meet back in December. And 2-1 on the morning line. We'll have the rail on the Dig a Diamond on Saturday. We'll have a preview coming up.
Majestic Oops goes to the front. Rose Palace second. Our Pretty Woman gives way. Hoosier Philly needs to run down Majestic Oops, but she's coming down the outside. Majestic Oops finding more. Hoosier Philly trying to run by her, but Majestic Oops is still clear. She's going to do it and win it convincingly, too. Majestic Oops, Abel Cedillo with a win here.
That was Majestic Oops, last year's Dig a Diamond, beating a Tom Amoss filly, Hoosier Philly, in the Dig a Diamond, winning at 9-1, upset victory. It, of course, provided another huge, memorable moment of this year's meet with an upset in the Azeri beating Nitrogen. This memorable moment brought to you by Prevagen. Majestic Oops still going strong. This year's edition of the Dig a Diamond, former Tom Amoss standout mare, now with Kinnan LaRose, by that same name, standout sensation. Over $740,000 in earnings. She already won the Pippin at this meet. Graded stakes placed in her career. 2-1. She'll have the inside post, JK.
Yeah, and she's got the type of style that the inside post shouldn't be that big of a deal. She's tactical. She can rate. She can make it, make every pole a winning one, wire the field. So I think from there, Rafael Bejarano can be aggressive, send her away from there, and try to hold that position. Or if someone wants to be aggressive and go, he could take her back a little bit, try to get her to the outside off of that horse who decides to be aggressive.
Yeah, Keenan LaRoe said he's going to leave it up to Rafael Bejarano. You have obviously the speed of Run a Mile in My Shoes, the Peter Miller runner on the outside. You have Queens Martini who's stretching out, but this one certainly, if she wants to be, she could be forward, but no matter what happens, she's not going to be far away from the front.
No, she'll be close, especially from the inside. You don't want to have a horse who has speed and then you want to like take that away from her, especially from the inside. You have that position, hold that, play a little geometry, get away from there, and see what the rest of them want to do. Don't let them dictate what you're going to do to you.
Trying to become a multiple stakes winner at this meet with that Pippin victory back in December. The 8th at Oaklawn, $32,000 claiming race, non-winners of 3 life. You can see that saddle tell the 2 just at the bottom right of your screen. That's Coastal Breeze, trained by a man who has just had an incredible career. Our colleague Tom Amoss, over 4,000 career victories, including the 2nd best winning percentage of anyone in that elite 4,000 win club. As he sends out his final runner coming up in this race we're about to see, Tom reflects back on his favorite race.
My favorite race is the 2019 Kentucky Oaks with my horse, Serengeti Empress, crossing the finish line first and everything that she brought to us with that win. I don't know what it's like to actually be an athlete in a major event, but I think that walkover is about as close a feeling as you can get to it because you just feel electric inside.
They're off in the Kentucky Oaks.
I really wasn't watching her out of the gate because a horse had stumbled and lost its rider. And I immediately turned to that horse to make sure she was okay. And then I turned my attention back to Serengeti Empress, who was making the lead going to the first turn and saving ground from the 13 hole. That was the plan. So everything to this point is going great. My wife had turned to me and said, 46 and change, that is too quick for a half mile. And I turned and I said, not for my horse, it's not. Turning for home, I thought she cut the corner great. She's going to take a challenge right here. And I'm like, uh-oh. But when Serengeti sees this filly out of the corner of her eye, she re-brakes, takes off, and it's right about here where I realize I'm going to win the Kentucky Oaks.
As they come down to the line, Serengeti Empress has taken the Kentucky Oaks.
I remember raising my hands like this, and then one of my friends patted me on the back, and I lost my balance. And I fell into my daughter, and I fell into my wife, and we hit the floor. And everybody piled on like it was like we just won the World Series. I must have thought about a million things at the same time, but the most overwhelming thought in my head was my parents. And I always hoped I could do something in their lifetime that would make them proud, a signature race, and this was it for me. I mean, how do you describe something that just makes everything in the world seem great? I don't know what's in the future for Tom Amoss Racing Stable, what big races might be out there, but for me, this will be the one, and she'll be the one. I'll never, ever forget her.
So happy for Tom that he had that moment. What an incredible career our colleague had. Over 4,000 wins. Only 17 trainers in the history of our sport have reached that number. He has the 2nd highest winning percentage of anyone who have won 4,000 or more wins, 253 stakes wins. That victory, too, that is his favorite race, Serengeti Empress. He took a lot of heat for even putting her into that race because I believe she had bled in the start before that in the prep, and then he had to make sure she was okay with some works, and everyone was questioning what he was doing, and to see it pay off like that, he knew his horse, obviously, and just an incredible achievement.
Absolutely. I mean, it's you said it. That stat of having more than 4,000 wins and having the 2nd highest winning percentage, that's big time. To be able to win that many races, we all follow this sport. There's a lot of ways to lose these races, and he was able to be the 2nd best to have that many wins and to have that high a percentage. That's pretty awesome.
24% win percentage.
Yeah, it says a lot about him, his team, the people that have worked for him, his owners that have supported him. as well. So we'll obviously, we're happy to have a little bit more Tom.
Yeah.
I'm sure everyone in his life's happy to have a little bit more Tom. I'm sure he's happy. His alarm on his phone is probably happy. It doesn't have to work nearly as hard.
Coastal Breeze, the two, going to be the final one that Tom sends out in his training career coming up here in the 8th from Oaklawn. We'll have the post parade when we come back.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Prince of Monaco's too good for Moose, an impressive winner of the Best Pal. Miramondi's all hot, but Prince of Monaco too good.
Prince of Monaco, standing at Claiborne Farm.
New York breds. Race them.
Respect them.
Bet them.
Respect them.
Breed them.
Respect them.
Buy them.
Respect them.
Train them for a second career.
Respect them.
Join us in respecting thoroughbreds at every stage of life. Learn more at nybreds.com.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
We are back on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. You're watching America's Day at the Races. Race 8 coming up, post-parade. On the sloppy going here for the 6-furlong sprint. Non-winners of 3 life. And favoritism with the one we'll see first here. Cool Cowboy, Peter Miller Barn, blinkers going on.
Yeah, didn't show a lot of speed last time. This horse does have some speed in the past. Peter Miller known to get his horses to run quickly early.
This is it. Incredible career for trainer Tom Amoss. It'll be the last one he sends out under his name, Coastal Breeze.
Congratulations, Tom. Cheers. Enjoy.
Absolutely. Copper Echo. Christian Torres aboard at 10-1.
Yeah, another fast horse that could pressure the one if Copper Echo decides to go.
Lonnie Briley, Norman Stables. Can they do it again? They had a win earlier on the card.
Well, I'm sure that they would like to do that, get those Silks in the winner's circle again, a year away from when they started Cole Battle in the Kentucky Derby.
Time for Truth, missed by a nose, going long last start.
Ran well last time. See if the trainer change can wake that one up a little bit further.
Long time away, League of Legends.
Yeah, probably needs a little bit of help in front. They're going to have to really run.
Big effort last start from a stalking position for Heavenly Conveyance.
Yeah, ran well last time. Doesn't have a lot of experience on a wet racetrack.
And this has been an incredibly popular horse in the claim box. Colonel Cayente, Randy Morse now with this one.
I've always found that to be interesting when you see names that you respect trying to claim horses. It does say that there's obviously something there, and whoever can kind of end with them like a hot potato might have an opportunity to do well with a horse like that.
2 minutes of post here in the 8th, ready to drop some knowledge. Megan Burgess.
Thanks, Greg. We'll try to at least. This $32,000 non-winners of 3. And a lot of these horses have been in and around this level, kind of taking turns, finishing second and third, as has the number 1 Cool Cowboy, who's taking favoritism and now does get a very small cheater type blinker for the first time. Now, last time out, he was in tight and he had to study when just things kind of got a little bit, as I mentioned, tight. And when speaking to Peter Miller's assistant, they just figured this would hopefully help, but keep him to task a bit. Also gets the services of leading rider Ramon Vasquez, which at any point in this meet is an upgrade, and surely in this scenario as well. But you can forgive him last time out, as I do think that he ran on well. Miracle Worker came out of that race to run an 81 Beyer speed figure in his subsequent start, and he was coming on late. He was up against it last time out. I do find this horse has more tactical speed than what his last performance had alluded to. Now, as well, getting the blinkers on from that inside post, and he looks incredibly fit. Athletic individual, I have no issues with him and fine. He'll run well in this spot. The number 6, Time for Truth. I do like the cutback with this horse, going from 1 mile and a 16th to the 6 furlongs here for Chris Hartman, first off the claim from Mark Casse, which is not exactly an easy barn to claim from. They brought some of their better horses here, but it seemed as if this horse was kind of being in and around the same level for a reason. Now, last time out, I did have some hesitancy with this horse, as he got a pretty comfortable lead down the lane, and then it was a blanket finish. He was edged out late by Fireball Birdie, who was taking kind of a stiffer drop in class than what he was, you could argue. But I don't know. I don't love the visual of that last race. I am aware he earned a 79 Beyer speed figure, which is incredibly strong considering the level he does remain, and he's consistently ran some strong figures, so he makes the world of sense in this group. I just didn't particularly love the physical of his last race, considering I'd hoped that he would be able to finish the deal after achieving the lead. But physically, I don't find he has any issues as far as getting to the sprint game, as they modeled him as a sprinter earlier on when he's a 3- and 4-year-old. We'll see if he can take back to it in this spot. The number 8, Heavenly Conveyance, was tacked on the move, though he was not over the top whatsoever, and he's just been the modicum of consistency in his last 2 races sprinting, and one that I had no issues with per se physically. Last time out, he broke with speed and then kind of settled tracking and angled out pretty even and really hustled upon. You have to really keep after this horse, as Francisco Arrieta will have to do, and you've got him at 23-1 last time out, 22-1 the 2 back. It almost seems as if though you've missed the wedding a little bit with this horse. We shall see. I went ahead and just chalked it out a little bit with your current favorite, the number 1 Cool Cowboy. But Greg, there's many a horse in this race that can win this race, including Coastal Breeze for our colleague Tom Amoss.
Yeah, 8-1 on Coastal Breeze. This horse has a shot, likes to be forward. Who else wants to go with this one early? Certainly, Copper Echo next door has speed as well.
Yeah, there's a lot of speed to the inside, and I'm not sure it bodes well for the 1, 2, or the 3. You'd like to think that at least 2 of them are going to go from down there. I will say about Coastal Breeze, and well, I would love to see Tom go out with a win here. He claimed the horse for 12.5, bumped the horse up for 30, and I didn't really see a huge excuse there in that race. Now stays in the same kind of category. It just seems like a deep water situation for Coastal Breeze.
Matt Dinnerman with the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn.
Here's Colonel Caliente. We're ready to go. And fire off. From the inside post, Cool Cowboy off a half step slowly. He's rushing up to be part of the action. Drew Victory up there too. Coastal Breeze is sent hard from post 2. Copper Echo in the line here. Copper Echo, Coastal Breeze, Drew Victory across the track. Time for Truth right there. Colonel Caliente on the far outside. 5 wide down the backstretch run. Cool Cowboy off the Speed Brigade. He's running in the 6th spot. 5 clear of Heavenly Conveyance. Another 7 to League of Legends at the back. They're going hard on the lead here into the turn. Copper Echo, Drew Victories between horses. Time for Truth, 3 wide with that party. Rounding the turn, gap of 2. Colonel Caliente under a hard ride here. Then comes Cool Cowboy, getting outside for the stretch drive. Coastal Breeze is given way. Still second to last, Heavenly Conveyance. League of Legends at the rear as they come off the corner. Time for Truth down the stretch leads. True Victory a neck behind. Copper Echo throws in the towel. He's third with a furlong to go. Time for Truth clearing off now inside inside the furlong pole and kicking away. Drew Victory is second. Colonel Caliente, Cool Cowboy battling for a minor award. It's Time for Truth to win it. First off the claim for Chris Hartman. Good go for second. Colonel Caliente edges out Cool Cowboy. Drew Victory was fourth.
Time for Truth, cut back in distance. Chris Hartman, first off the claim win. Just claimed this one away from Mark Casse.
Yeah, claimed away from Mark Casse. The horse ran well last time for Mark Casse. Chris Hartman, throughout his career, when he has a horse make his first start with him, switching trainers, 21%. So he does good with these types, and claimed at 32 in a race where the horse is going a mile and a 16th, cuts the horse back, and he finishes like a good thing. And once again, I think it's appropriate to say congratulations to Tom Amoss on his last starter as a trainer. Didn't go the way he wanted to, but he doesn't have to get up at 4 a.m. tomorrow.
Incredible career, Fairgrounds Hall of Fame, over 4,000 wins, Kentucky Oaks, a lot of other big wins in his career, and just more than anything, he's a great person.
Absolutely, just the nicest guy. I mean, unless you're a rider who gives him a bad ride, but for everyone else, the best.
Yeah, jockeys might not say the same thing about him, but we love him, and we can't wait to see him this summer. He's been such an asset to our show and a great friend. Tremendous career. Time for Truth, though, the win here. Chris Hartman Barn, David Cabrera, JD Thoroughbreds. We'll have the prices set up the feature when we come back on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. Back with you on our Friday coverage here on Fox Sports 2. It's time for Truth, turning back in distance. Chris Hartman Barn, David Cabrera, and this one picks up the third win of his 5-year-old career.
Yeah, it was extremely impressive against this group. Cutting back last time for Mark Casse, went a little bit longer, and he just ranged up, and when he was set down, it was just a matter of how far he was going to win by, and he did it pretty easily right there. The rider didn't have to do too much encouraging. Kind of tossed the reins at him a few times, Let's see. Right there, used the crop one time, maybe two, to get the job done.
$7.20 for the win. Colonel Cayente, Cool Cowboy, complete a 50-cent trifecta that comes back $42. And we got 2 legs remaining in this wager. Sorry, 1 leg remaining, the feature at Oaklawn. $7.20 time for true. So a little formful here in the last couple of legs, but you got those 2 prices to kick things off in race 9. The Southern Hospitality overnight. 3-year-old fillies, 6 furlongs. Riley Tolley, the last time this 3-year-old filly was seen. End of her 2-year-old campaign. She just missed to Iron Orchard in the Grade 1 Frazette here in New York.
Yeah, I mean, that's a nice little strength of schedule booster right there. And she was a big price that day as well. She's been a big price in her last 2 starts, so maybe a little bit of class relief in terms of not having to deal with a horse like Iron Orchard or Tommy Joe will go a long way for her.
All right, that race coming up in about 16 minutes. Big race coming up, 8 days away. We are on the clock for that first Saturday in May in the Kentucky Derby, and take a look at the leaderboard. Commandment, Further Ado, Renegade. It's really the top heavy with those 3 who I think seem like they're going to vie for favoritism, although you talk to most morning line makers and it seems like I'm surprised too. I know Andy Serling is as well, that Renegade's going to be the morning line favorite. You look a little deeper down that list though, and you see Chip Honcho for the Steve Asmussen barn, who was a winner of the Gun Runner, not beat much in the Lecomte, second, beat a half length to Paladin in the Risen Star, but coming off a disappointing effort in the Louisiana Derby.
Yeah, definitely was disappointing. Chip Honcho is one of those horses that I haven't really been too crazy about too many of the horses exiting Louisiana. I felt like those races weren't particularly quick, the Lecomte, the Risen Star, and then the Louisiana Derby. The only horse that's even got my attention a little bit out of those races is Emerging Market, who won that Louisiana Derby. So that would be my biggest issue I have with Chip Honcho. Look, he was close to Paladin. Paladin, if he was running, he'd be one of the horses I think would be considered at the top of the market.
Yeah.
But, Steve Asmussen's got to win one of these races one of these days.
I believe, I could be wrong on this too, because he worked on the 18th. I believe he, scheduled to work tomorrow. And it's going to be that work that determines if he goes on to the Kentucky Derby or not. If he does not go into the Kentucky Derby, all the other big races still on the table for him the rest of the year, it seems like. But depending on how he works, entry day tomorrow, Saturday morning, is going to determine his Derby fate.
Yeah, I think they draw tomorrow at 2 o'clock. So, you want to see how they're going over the track, how they're progressing. Look, it's a Kentucky Derby. And I don't know what I would do if I was in a position where I had a horse that was qualified for the Kentucky Derby, even if the back of my head I knew they might be a little outmatched. It's a once-in-a-lifetime situation for some in terms of having a horse that can qualify and run in the biggest race in the world, probably. And I respect the fact that Steve just wants to make sure that everything's going the right direction and it makes sense, because there's a lot of big races the rest of the year as well that, sometimes forcing a horse into this spot can backfire and be a setback in terms of their maturity, their growth, their progress. So we'll see what Steve decides to do.
Seems like he had a Derby wrapped up into the stretch back in 2022, and all of a sudden Rich Strike came along. Curlin, Gun Runner, 2 third-place finishes, and of course they blossomed as they got older and became superstars. Curlin, 2-time Horse of the Year. We'll see what happens if Chip Honcho decides to go or not, gets in or not. The rest of this field, we know how top-heavy it is. Renegade, Further Ado, Commandment. Do you believe someone in the body of this race outside of that top 3 can surprise?
No, I guess
that good?
Maybe Chief Wallaby, maybe the Puma, but for me, it's a top-heavy Derby where. I think in years you've had one horse that's really good. Like you've had that, last year or 2 years ago, a couple years ago, it was Fierceness in Sierra Leone. It was American Pharaoh, it was Justify. But when you have a race like this where there's 3 horses, 4 horses that are kind of at the top, the likelihood of one of them not showing up is very slim.
Still, too, you look at it and you say not showing up, but horses can still show up, but it's rare, pretty rare, even for the best barns, for their horses to show up and run their best race or move forward in a Kentucky Derby.
Yeah, I mean, it could certainly happen. It's just one of those situations. This race feels like, and it kind of felt like that last year to me too, right? It felt like Sovereignty Journalism or Baeza were going to win. And that's just what it was. There wasn't too many other horses that I thought were going to be able to kind of jump up. Because think about it. For a horse like Chip Honcho or a long shot like Golden Tempo or Intrepido, whatever, these horses that are going to be double digits, 20, 30, 40 to 1, you need the best horse to get a bad trip or not run his best race. Yeah. But when there's 3 or 4 really good ones, then you need all 3 or 4 of them to not do that for then there to be a big upset. I guess Rich Strike, it happened then when Epicenter didn't run his best race. It's possible, and Zandon didn't run his best race, and so he was able to run up the inside and win, but it just doesn't happen that often.
It'll be fascinating to see with 2 final decisions being made. Who's going to line up that first Saturday in May? Chip Honcho decision likely coming tomorrow after that work on entry day for Steve Asmussen. We're going to take a timeout. Feature next, Southern Hospitality overnight. 6 furlong sprint. Riley Tully for the Asmussen barn. Son Eric will ride. Grade 1 placed already in her career. The 3-year-old debut coming up when we return. Back with you on our Friday coverage as we get set for the post parade here in the feature of the Southern Hospitality overnight. And it is not the grade 1 place Riley Tully. The 2 there on your screen who's favored. Right now the favorite, the 5, Have Faith. Dallas Stewart and Christian Torres as we head to Megan.
I'm a bit surprised, Greg, that the number 2, Riley Tully, I think. I kind of feel I get Italian from that name a bit. But switching barns from Safi Joseph Jr. now is trainer Steve Asmussen, the debut for the Asmussen barn. And she does come off the layoff with some strong efforts last year, including her last incredibly impressive effort in the Grade 1 Frisette, as she does get class relief in this spot. And she's come into the paddock, immediately seeing her. She's got some size and some range to her as a filly that might appreciate a little bit more ground than this starting point, as she was stretched out to the mile, of course, last time out, where it was a strong effort. She pressed it past Face. She was kind of the last one standing from that very fast 44 and change half in that Grade 1 Frisette. And then she was under a very hard ride around the turn. She looked beat. Then she got to the inside, where the inside was where you wanted to be on the early stages of that Champagne Day card. But this was race 6, so it was more so the midway point of that card. And she got to the inside, and she was incredibly game, dueling Iron Orchard late, nearly winning that Grade 1. I find she looks incredibly fit and ready for the task here off of the bench. She's calm, cool, collected, taking everything in stride. She also she also is taking to the wet surface for the first time, but she's a pretty streamlined individual. I find it won't be too daunting for her. The number 3, Cena, is the half to Grade 1 winner Alva Star, who also embarked on Grade 1 competition last year in Saratoga in that Grade 1 spinaway, where she was well beaten coming off of a 5-length victory. She's kind of a bigger horse. She's got some range to her. I will say I do wish she just looked a bit more tacked up, a bit more fit coming off of the bench. I haven't gotten to see her, and I haven't gotten to see her train as she's been down in Louisiana. We'll see how she fares, but I'm going to watch her for this spot. I do find she'll be better for a race under her belt. The number 5, Have Faith, that's taking quite a bit of money in this spot, has kind of raced into fitness. She does have some pretty decent form too back over this sloppy peanut butter type surface that she's dealing with today, and find she's incredibly sharp. She came in with the training tack on. She's one that's really taken things in stride, and I find has benefited in terms of a fitness perspective from her races. Has the seasoning edge, Greg, on these 2 layoff contenders.
All right, Megan, thank you. We'll get to the post parade here momentarily, but for now, a little surprising, it is Have Faith favored over Riley Tolley. As we take a look back at the Frizette, and this huge effort was 35-1 nearly in the 3rd start of her career, and she missed by a nose to the New York bred Iron Orchard.
Yeah, I mean, she won first time out. She shows up at Saratoga in the Spinaway. She's 3rd there. And then, in arguably her best race, the second in the Frizette, where she was beaten by Iron Orchard. She was 35-1, and she ran well. I mean, she made Iron Orchard earn every little inch of this, and then she hasn't been seen since October. She shows up back here now for Steve Asmussen, and I'd be shocked if she doesn't end up favored in here. She's the horse to beat. There's no question about that.
Yeah. Megan touched on the pedigree with Cena, but she's had 3 efforts already. Look, she ran and had a nice maiden win at Delaware, and then she was in a pretty tough spot against Riley Tolley in the Spinaway, and this will be the, see if she grows up from 2 to 3, but, produced a pretty good sprinter named Alva Starr, who was trained by Brent Brinkman, who trained Cena as well. And no one a bigger price than 7-1, really everyone being given a shot in this feature race coming up. So we'll make the turn, and it is back to favoritism with this Grade 1 Frizette placed Riley Tolley, missed by a nose, runner-up, and won the debut at Gulfstream. That was at 5.5 furlongs. See if she's ready off the bench, and obviously getting a wet track for the first time as well. So some new things being thrown at her, formerly with Saffie Joseph Jr. and now debuting for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, and she's going to inherit the rail here, and she has some speed, but not a ton of speed to be able to work out a trip from down there.
Son Eric will ride next door. Here's Cena, Gunrunner filly, sister to Alva Starr, multiple graded stakes winner.
The one weapon I'll say about the 3 Cena that you want to keep an eye out for is that she has a ton of early speed, and if she can kind of grow up a little bit, use that speed and turn it into a little bit of mature speed, she could be tough.
Candy Talking, coming off a win, it was on the turf.
Yeah, her best 2 races have been on the turf. Feels like they're just taking a shot.
Here's Dallas Stewart's Have Faith, Vacoma filly.
Yeah, I mean, sure, she's got to run faster to beat the top horse in here, the 2 Riley Tolley.
Brienne's Lightly Races, his career start number 3, Danny Pish trains.
Yeah, I mean, her last race was pretty good. Another one that's going to probably have to take a step forward. But these are 3-year-olds that can grow up and change overnight.
And she was a couple lengths behind Have Faith in that race. And then Caroline, Lindsay Schultz barn, 3-year-old debut coming up.
Yeah, probably needs to get a little bit faster. Those 2 turf races really stick out for me, the Jessamine and the Untappable at Kentucky Downs. It just feels like maybe they're taking a shot in here based off of her okay performance 2 races back.
So let's go back to Have Faith for Dallas Stewart. Second choice right now at 5-2. This was back on April 2nd at Oaklawn in an allowance $150,000 claiming race where she wound up second.
Yeah, and she ran well that day. She lost
Brands.
She lost a lot of ground. Have Faith did, and they both actually did. Brands and Have Faith lost a lot of ground. They were both wide in here, so trying to work out a little bit of a better trip helps. The issue is that when you have a horse like Riley Tolley, who ran the race that she did against the competition she did, against the horses that she did, and she's also looking to grow up a little bit with her last race being as a 2-year-old. One of them's going to really have to jump up. Now, do I think that Riley Tolley is a slam dunk? No, but if you want to pick another horse the other horse is going to have to improve. Or Riley Tully's going to have to take a step back. I think the one that I think is the most interesting probably is the 3 Cena. The biggest
with that speed.
Yeah, the speed. Speed is a weapon, especially on a racetrack like this. Speed's the great equalizer. And the one thing I'll say is that if they could pop away from there, get comfortable, have grown up a little bit, matured a little bit. The other ones are also coming in off a layoff. There's kickback on this racetrack. It's a sloppy racetrack. There's a lot of question marks. I would have a hard time leaning too hard on the 9-5 of Riley Tully. She's not that much better than the rest of them. She's just better than the rest of them.
But, yeah, she's run a race that no one has run in here. Grade 1 placed, 80 Beyer doing it. And does she take a step forward? If she does, her first start as a 3-year-old, she could be awfully tough. We know all this. She's the 9-5 favorite. Let's go back to Megan.
For more on your favorite Riley Tully, as she did get to the track, she framed up beautifully. She's actually a daughter of Matoli that has a bit more leg and size and scope to her than what you would normally see from his progeny, and she looks absolutely fantastic on the track. I will say, looking at her lone video that I could find, her workout video coming off of this layoff, she was in company with a well-bred maiden on the outside, and she was under a snug hold in the early stages, and it looked like she wanted to do more in the early stages, and when she was able to get the cue from her rider, she didn't really go on and gallop forth as I initially thought she would, just judging from the early part of the work. So that was intriguing to me. I agree with JK, just some of the nuances of how she has to face just new variables in this spot, but she does tower in terms of just the class that she's taken. But it's always the ultimate question, how her horse is going to move forward from 2 to 3. She will answer that today. The number 6 Breens, who is a horse that debuted and won on debut for Danny Pish back in February, then was kind of 3 wide last time out in that allowance race with Have Faith, who to me decisively outran her in a similar position, tracking off of the pace. And I will say she was wide, but I just wonder with this horse, she's never been my fancy physically. She's incredibly plain. She doesn't carry a whole lot of muscle mass whatsoever. She's kind of lighter made behind, and you might say she might even like a synth or even turf. She's a daughter of Liam's Map, and she's actually, I have to misjustify who did her running on the dirt, but she's by Liam's Map, and she gives me the indication that she could fare on this wet surface, given she might skip over it. She's kind of more refined and more tubular and just athletic, you could say. Even though I do have my problems with her, I also find she does have perhaps the right body and build to get over this ground today. The number 7, Caroline for Lindsay Schultz, was the favorite last time out against your Kentucky Oaks contender, Counting Stars, in the Astral Spa. She completely backed up, steadied. I'm not sure if she bled that day. She just did no running and got time off. We haven't seen her since opening weekend here as we close the meet out. And I do find she's taken a step forward physically. I like that she's carrying a little bit more condition today, whereas that was something I picked apart about her when I last saw her, that she probably could use a little bit more flesh and muscle mass to her. She has that. She's been working well here at Oaklawn, and she was a horse that they actually initially started on the turf, and I can understand why they did that. She does give me that initial indication when looking at her, but she's won on this sloppy surface before. She did so on debut, so she's incredibly interesting from that perspective, and I find that coming off of the bench, she's a contender in this spot up there at 9-2, Greg.
All right, Megan, thank you. Yeah, 9-2 from that outside post, Caroline. She was, look, overmatched against Counting Stars in Stakes Company in that Astral Spa. And we know what Counting Stars has become. She's on her way to the Kentucky Oaks after a win in the Grade 2 Fantasy. But we'll see how she deals with this kind of company, turning the page to 3, back sprinting in a feature race on this Friday card. I'm just intrigued to see what Riley Tully does, because I was very high on Iron Orchard after that performance in the Frizette, and we'll see if this one can continue to develop and potentially move on. You got to think this is, you know, a starting spot and going longer later, maybe again, because she ran so good at a mile in that Frizette.
That's the key that you just said there. You know, I guess this could be a starting spot. It's one thing about these races that are really tricky when you have horses that did something when they were 2. We haven't seen them for months. And they show back up. They can change. They can grow up. They can. There's a lot. You know, they could have plans for things down the line. This could be a stepping stone for one. This could be the race of the year for the other. It's the hardest part here, and that's why it's hard for me to take Riley Tully at 6-5 because I just think there's other horses that could jump up and improve, and I'm not necessarily expecting her to run the same race that she ran in the Grade 1 Frizette. Like, that obviously was a pretty important race, third off of a cycle for her. It's on a different racetrack that wasn't sloppy. Just to assume that we're going to get that again, I think, could potentially be a mistake.
Yeah, look, starting point, as you mentioned, throwing in the what we don't know, different kind of racetrack. First time on a wet going here, sloppy racetrack. Riley Tully, her return, Grade 1 place, the Frizette, the last time we saw her for the Asmussen Barn. It's the Southern Hospitality Overnight, the feature on this Friday card. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
The outside. We're ready to go. And are off in the Southern Hospitality Overnight Stakes. Good start from Senna. The Louisiana shipper strides in front and clears off here from Candy Talkin in the second position. Caroline third. Riley Tully down on the inside, moving up and claims the third position midway down the backstretch. Brienne second to last, well clear of Have Faith. Goes off as the 8-5 favorite, is last and about 9 lengths behind with a half mile to go. It's Senna carving out the fractions and is opened up, comfortably clear, 2 ahead now as she goes into the far turn. Candy Talkin shoved upon from the second position. Caroline third, shown more rain as well. Riley Tully down on the inside fourth has come under a ride now. Brienne's alongside and Have Faith still at the back, tries to get going from there. Hitting the quarter pole. Senna has a quarter mile more to go here to get a stakes win. She's on top of length. Candy Talkin second. Caroline third. Have Faith is gathering momentum, looking for a spot. She's ducking inside, coming with a run down up the fence. Senna getting tired now. Caroline, Candy Talkin between horses. Have Faith is scraping paint, coming strongly. Have Faith on the inside, diving after Candy Talkin, and Have Faith from last to first has grabbed the lead under Christian Torres. Have Faith to win the Southern Hospitality Overnight. Second home, Caroline, then Candy Talkin and Brienne.
Have Faith, Dallas Stewart, Christian Torres, Holy Cow Stables with the victory. Picks up the second win of her career as she comes up the inside. Nothing today from Riley Tully, and maybe the track, we'll have to wait and see.
Yeah, it's just one of those situations where, I wouldn't say that every time you see a horse that runs second in the Frizette in a Grade 1 comes back off a 6-month break that you're supposed to toss the horse. But I do think that today, with the circumstances of a lot of other horses jumping up, improving, coming in here, you got a horse who's got a sloppy racetrack. There's a lot of things that could have led you to finding other horses other than the favorite. For a second and a half there, I thought Senna was going to be tough, but got a little tired when they turned for home.
Yeah. Dallas Stewart having a nice meet, winning at 21% coming into today. Now picks up the win in the feature here with this 3-year-old filly by Vacoma. Now 2 wins from 7 starts. The DQ'd out of a win at Churchill as well, so she's shown some talent. Ran second in the Dixie Belle behind French Friction. Have Faith the victory here. 5-7-4 finish. And wins it 8-5 in the end. Over 4-1, over 17-1. We'll have the prices from this one when we come back. Set the stage for the finale on this Friday card as well. Going to close things out with a $12,000 maiden claiming race. Have Faith with the victory for the Dallas Stewart Barn here in the Friday feature in Hot Springs.
Say hi to our new stallion, Highland Falls. From his winning debut to that spectacular Jockey Club Gold Cup.
It is Highland Falls. He wins another one, this time the Jockey Club Gold Cup.
Even his buyer was high. The race his sire made his own by a widening 4 lengths. A host of Grade 1 winners far behind. High and goodbye. Running a 107 when second in an All-Star Whitney. The rise and rise of Highland Falls. High class, on the track and on the page. This is his dam, winning the Acorn and then the Distaff. Aim high. Breed to a well-bred son of Curlin. Highland Falls, new to Darley.
The Belmont Stakes Racing Festival returns for the final time to historic Saratoga Racecourse. Don't miss the Belmont Festival at Saratoga. June 3rd through 7th. Secure your place in history at BelmontStakes.com.
Every 2-year-old champion has precocity, but only one can be called fierce.
Fierceness!
Brilliant at 2.
A powerhouse win!
Dominant at 3.
Fierceness is putting on a show in Hallandale today. Fierceness to win the Travers.
Tenacious at 4.
Fierceness has won the Pacific Classic.
All the makings of a champion. Fierceness. New to Coolmore America.
And it's lights out. Locked. Pouring it on. Running aggressively through the stretch to win by 7 easy lengths.
Here is Locked. Locked racing by on the outside for the lead. Locked, the wine steward. It is Locked.
Here comes Locked after Mulligan. Locked catching with every single stride, and Locked will win the Cigar Mile.
It's all about Locked, dominating the big cap, cruising home to an effortless 8-length romp.
Little stroll through the hotel in Hot Springs that puts you right through the casino and then out into the paddock. Welcome back to our coverage on America's Day at the Races here on Fox Sports 2. You can play all the action at Naira Bets, bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Got to try your luck at the casino before you head out to see the horses.
Yeah.
Get some gambling money for the track.
Yeah, you go in there, you say you're going to play a pick 5. You got, you spend $200. You go in there, you put 200 on roulette. Now you got 400.
14.
What?
Just put it on 14.
Oh, I don't.
Have faith. The win for Dallas Stewart in this Friday feature. Christian Torres for Holy Cow Stables. Winner Circle lead-in brought to you by the Fasig-Tipton Mid-Atlantic. May 2-year-olds in training sale, May 18th and 19th after the Preakness in Timonium. Where will you be? One more look at the winning move from Have Faith. At this point, still with some work to do here.
Yeah, sat in behind some horses and then showed some bravery for a young horse. Dipped down to the inside, find themselves down on the rail, and to just continue to kind of fight through that gap as the speed horse Cena decided to kind of slow down a little bit there late. And this horse had hinted at being pretty good, Have Faith. Had hinted at turning the corner, getting better, improving. Has always been bet basically in every start except for the Dixie Belle, where they ran well anyways. And so a nice Vacoma for Dallas Stewart, and one that feels like the type of horse that we'll see, maybe this summer, getting some of those 3-year-old sprint races.
Good chance, yeah, we'll see this one up at Saratoga Springs. Cross Country Pick 5 follow along ends with Have Faith, $1,648 and some change back, with basically those first 2 races providing the payout.
Yeah, definitely helped that along quite a bit with those first 2. And these cross countries, I think they're a lot of fun. You get to kind of hop around a little bit, and they also, I think they offer some value, especially when the pools get a little bit larger.
Christian Torres aboard for this winning ride for the Dallas Stewart barn. Let's go to Megan.
What a meet it's been for jockey Christian Torres, who will depart Tuesday for a special week in Kentucky, but Have Faith with the win today. Well timed and angled her to the inside, but she did have some work to do late.
Yeah. She's a filly that she's never very close to the pace, and I was a short field, so honestly I wasn't worried about that, and she always close. So I was just making sure that the quarter pole was like between 2-3 lengths behind him, and I knew she was gonna run down to the wire, and she did. When I caught the corner, and she changed lead, and she got the job done.
Well, speaking of your dates in Kentucky, we'll start with Silent Tactic, who you just got back to Oaklawn Park from breezing at Churchill. Talk us through his progression now, coming in 8 days until the Derby.
Yeah, he worked awesome. He worked great, 48, and he did really easy. when we passed the wire, I kind of asked him a little bit to see where he's at. He was just playing around and just looking around. So, but when I smooshed on him, he kind of picked up a little bit, and he got up down in 101 and 6 furlong 114. So he was pretty good, and he did it real easy. He got back to the barn. He still out good, and yeah, he's feeling great. So hopefully we get a nice run in the Derby.
Search Party's kind of been the underdog. She did have a stakes win here at Oaklawn, but she's kind of put together the same kind of efforts. Did you see progression in her as she also breezed for the Kentucky Oaks on Saturday, I believe?
Yeah, she worked awesome. Honestly, one of the best work going into the race was this past work, and she's feeling great. You know, we haven't been lucky in the races, but she's put a good effort. You know, finishing seconds and third, and honestly, she's the type of horse that she'll just perform well no matter what. So I believe in her. She's she's in a good shape going into this race, and hopefully that's the race that she needs to win.
Absolutely. Final question, and the most important one: is the mustache staying on for the Kentucky Derby?
Yes.
You heard it, folks, right here. Staying on, Greg.
Got to ride that out, no question. Couple of huge mounts to come for Christian Torres. Good for him. Silent Tactic, interesting too. Maybe a cut below certainly the top-notch runners, but certainly a horse you look at might be able to get a piece of things in the Derby.
Yeah, I mean, look, I've always found that the Derby, if you're playing multi-race wagers, the opportunity to try to find a longer shot to run, you know, second, third, and fourth. They don't have to win the race for you to really for it to spice up your exotic plays in there too. And Silent Tactic, excuse me, is one of those types of horses that could do that.
Nightcap still to come. Going to close things out at Oaklawn. 1 mile, $12,000 maiden claiming group. About 18 minutes to post to finish things up. And 9 to 5 favorite, the 11 in this spot. Bravitas. Steve Asmussen, Barnes' son Eric aboard. Slight drop down. Race for 15 maiden claiming last time start, and was not a huge factor. That was on synthetic. This will be just the third time overall on dirt.
Last 6 races from this horse have taken place on synthetic or grass. The winningest trainer in North American history, Steve Asmussen, claims the horse for $15,000 and decides to put him on the dirt.
17 minutes to post from this finale. We'll get to the post parade when we come back. We'll also talk Woodhaven, tomorrow's card. Race 4 on Saturday. Chad Brown, lightly raced instability. She was very good in the debut. More than 4-length winner first time out. Flavian Pratt will be back in town to ride. We'll have a preview when we come back.
And unanimous consent is now kicking in. Here is unanimous consent, who has gone to the lead here. Unanimous consent. The 3-year-old makes it 3 for 3. Manny Franco, the winning rider.
Yeah, pretty good start to the career for unanimous consent. Chad Brown, Klarovich Stables, Manny Franco winning the Woodhaven back in 2022. That will be the last one of her career.
Wow. It's hard to believe.
Yeah, pretty promising beginning, but went to the Pine Ridge, Virginia Derby, Hill Prince. Had some decent efforts after that, but yeah, never visited the winner's circle again. This year's edition, Chad Brown, excuse me, Klarovich, will have Flavia Pratt on Instability, who had a big debut at Tampa, winning by 4.5 lengths first time out.
Yeah, and look, you know, Chad's had a lot of really good horses start their career at Tampa Bay Downs and go on to run big races and have big careers. She was impressive. He was impressive, excuse me, on that day. The biggest issue I have is there hasn't been a lot of horses that have run well. That's one horse that's won out of that race. So it makes me wonder exactly who was behind in that open length victory. That would be my biggest concern. One horse that I'm really excited to see run that we haven't seen since the summer and actually, you know, the early fall would be Teddy's Rocket, who won first time out at Saratoga, ran at Woodbine, and then now shows up here.
Yeah, debut was favored for Miguel Calant. Early August, Saratoga was impressive, beating Noble Dynasty, who came back and was a pretty good runner, and then went to the Group 1 Summer Stakes after this performance, and fourth beat a length and a half with a little bit of early trouble in that race.
Yeah, broke slowly. If I'm not mistaken, that was when they were running on the opposite turf course that they normally run in. They usually run a 1-turn mile at Woodbine. They were running in that tricky one where even the Breeders' Cup Mile winner, Notable Speech, and the other Godolphin horses that were there ended up getting bad trips. It was a really tricky situation, and Teddy's Rocket was one of those to have that bad trip. But gets the rest of the year off, grow up, mature a little bit, and now shows up back here with an opportunity to get his 3-year-old year going in the right direction.
Well, beautiful behind us, hard to believe, but good chance we're going to have, 100% chance we're going to have rain tomorrow. Hopefully, this race does stay on the grass. We'll have to wait and see tomorrow.
Yeah, you know, the weather can change, as we know. Not as much as it does in Saratoga, but yeah, hopefully we can get this one going. Love to see those two horses get back going for their 3-year-old years.
Race 4 on the card tomorrow, 2:40 Eastern on our Saturday coverage. That Woodhaven from Aqueduct. Finale still to come from Oaklawn out in Hot Springs. This is still your favorite. The 11, Bravitas, Steve Asmussen with son Eric aboard. Post-parade when we come back.
Gunrunner is the sire of 16 millionaires and 12 Grade 1 winners. Last year, he sired $17 million yearlings, including the Keeneland September sale topper. He was the sire of the $2.2 million Keeneland November weanling sale topper as well. Gunrunner was the co-leading sire of 2-year-old Grade 1 winners, including Breeders' Cup Juvenile Fillies winner Super Corridoro. Gunrunner, breed true.
Announcing the Empire Trillium Series, a multi-year $3.2 million 14-race program at the brand new Belmont Park and Woodbine Racetrack, restricted to New York or Canadian foaled horses. This new event kicks off the day after Christmas with 4 2-year-old stakes races on Belmont's new Tapeta surface and continues all spring and summer through late July at Woodbine. The Empire Trillium Series. To learn more and enroll either New York or Canadian breds, go to NYRA.com/EMPTRI. Now's the time to subscribe to the NYRA YouTube channel. Join Matthew DeSantis and Kaylee Shapiro for stakes previews, in-depth analysis, and handicapping strategy and tutorials. Subscribe to and like NYRA on YouTube.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. RTN has packages that start at $5 per month.
There's nothing like being there at the race and having the horses go by and your horse is at the front of the pack. Nothing better.
We provide an inside look at the game. If people were to do this on their own, it would take years to develop the kind of relationships that we have with Hall of Fame trainers and horsemen. Here, you get to cut the line, so to speak, and you are in the thick of it at the highest levels of the game, and that's something that we really want for our partners. We want them to be dealing with high-class horses, have the chance to run in really big races, and we take care of the rest.
I look at spreading our placement of horse equine purchases as just a wise investment. They don't all work, but you're going to have ones that work because of the caliber of people at West Point that go through the horse selection vetting process. It's very thorough, super impressive.
Everybody here at West Point strives to provide a really comprehensive educational experience. We want you to be behind the velvet rope. Our partners get to know the trainers, the jockeys, obviously the horses. This is a real immersive experience to really get your feet wet and just feel like you're part of the action at the very front row.
I think it starts with the top, Terry and Debbie, ethics, this industry, having the right leader sets a tone for an organization. And they bring all that in every interaction, as does the entire West Point team.
You know, there aren't that many investments where you feel like part of a team, part of a family, but that's really true here, and that's what makes West Point Thoroughbreds so special.
Back with you on America's Day of the Races, our Fox Sports 2 coverage, and this is the race that's going to close things out for us on this Friday afternoon. From Hot Springs, two-turn mile, $12,000 maiden claiming event. And we'll get to our big long shot to kick off the post parade in a moment. It's the 11. Still, it's been favored throughout here for Steve Asmussen, but one that hasn't exactly electrified us in a couple of dirt starts.
It's a peculiar move for a horse who's been basically exclusively running on synthetic and turf to be claimed by the winningest trainer in North America and immediately be moved to the dirt.
Where the horse has done basically no running. One of those races was a wet track, pulled up, walked off, so we can kind of put a line through that race. And look, the other was the debut as well, but was 51-1 in that debut. We'll see what we get. Here's El Gato Americano to kick things off.
This horse has never been less than 20-1 in his career.
Cutting Class taking play next door.
Yeah, I didn't like the last race, but two back makes that one competitive.
Cody Rosine, Copper Jacket.
Yeah, it's a hot last couple of days for Cody Rosine.
AWOL, trained by Rob Atris, 4-1.
She doesn't have a lot of early speed. That'd be my biggest concern.
Bowl Full of Lemons, second-time starter, will stretch out for start number 2.
Yeah, didn't take any money last time, didn't run well, didn't break well. A lot of negatives in this one's bowl.
There's Jones Boogie, who's done not a lot of running in 3 starts.
Yeah, added the blinkers last time. That didn't help.
Will stretch out. Did show some speed, at least in one of those races. Viney, 0-12.
Yeah, been single digits in the last 4 starts and has just run okay in those 4 starts.
Here's Stoff, who has gone a mile on a couple of occasions. Will stretch back out.
This horse has been over 100-1 4 times.
Wow.
It's hard to do.
High Arctic went by at 32-1, second-time starter. And here's Fitzgerald.
Yeah, added the blinkers last time. Showed a little bit more early speed, but didn't show anything as per usual in the end of the race.
There's the favorite, Bravitas, Team Asmussen.
In a race full of a bunch of horses that don't make any sense to me, I'm going to go with the 11 in here, Bravitas and Steve Asmussen.
And then Expensive Game, Boyd Casterbarn on the outside with Ramon Vasquez.
Yeah, another one ran it for $15,000 last time and was just beaten badly at 4-1.
4 minutes to post in the finale on this Friday card. Let's go to Megan.
This is a peculiar group, Greg, of horses that, I mean, your favorite right now hasn't even had any real dirt for him. But I will start with the number 7, Viney, who I've been kind of chasing a little bit, due in part to the fact that I hope this horse will be a little bit more forward and has shown a little bit more zest and energy on the track and won that 3-back, encountered quite a bit of trouble. It continued to be steadied, albeit all of those races have come at 6 furlongs. Now I find this horse getting to the route of ground might just be better for it at a pretty healthy price up there at 12-1. This is a horse that you have to really keep after. And then 3-back, when ran decently well against maiden 20, albeit, an Arkansas bred, was hustled and then had to steady after being shuffled out of position, regrouped, and then had to steady, and it was just a mess. Keep in mind, I'm hoping this horse can be a bit forwardly placed. Has a shot in this spot if he can keep to task, and was kept out in the winner's circle, was sharp, tacked out here, and I'm hoping can hopefully put some pieces together today. He's not impossible, and you're getting a healthy price in a race that feels like that kind of Oaklawn finale race where anything can happen and anything goes. But speaking to your current 5-2 favorite, the number 10, Bravitas, I hope I'm saying that right, was a horse that was exclusively campaigned on the all-weather and turf, and I can kind of see why. But at the same time, he doesn't look an overt turf horse. The pedigree suggests otherwise. This is out of a dam, the beautifully bred Juddmonte family. The dam was a great Group 2 winner, I should say, Group 2 winner of the Dahlia at Newmarket overseas, but is half to a sibling that won on dirt on debut. So there's some in the pipeline. Constitution is an incredibly effective sire on the dirt. And also, when looking at horses going from the synthetic, a surface that you kind of skip over, this horse has the streamlined type body to get over this sloppy ground, as does encounter it for the very first time. Now, listen, I think 5-2 on anybody in this race is a complete underlay and is very tough to take, but I understand why. And also just looking at a Steve Asmussen trainee compared to some of the other horses that surround him, he sticks out as far as just physically looking the best in this spot. Number 12, Expensive Game for Boyd Castor, has some races back in the fall and winter of last year. That was at Remington. That does make him competitive up there at 10-1. And he does contend with a very far outside post. And this horse is huge. He's got this enormous mid-body. He's kind of a burlier sort. I'm not optimistic that he's going to exactly love this sloppy, muddy surface. 3-back, he completely retreated when running on it. But he was sharper. He was stout. We'll see if he can return to some of that early speed, because sometimes, Greg, in these races, you get to the front, you roll on, and a group that's lacking in terms of overall early speed.
Yeah, we'll see what happens here on this sloppy racetrack here with a group that is pretty unaccomplished, to be kind. And Steve Asmussen still with the favorite. Bravitas waiting on his decision with Chip Honcho if he's going to go to the Kentucky Derby or not. That will come, a decision made likely after work tomorrow. As we take a look at the leaderboard for the Kentucky Derby, Commandment, Further Ado, Renegade, those three, the ones that are going to vie for favoritism, really the big three coming into this race. And then, you know, Chief Wallaby right in the mix as well, because he was in that incredibly tough path of Derby preps that went through Florida that Commandment won at both the Fountain of Youth and the Florida Derby.
Yeah, I mean, I think that the Florida Derby, the Arkansas Derby, the Bluegrass, I think people kind of know how they feel about those. I think that the you know, kind of the wild cards, the St. Anita Derby, the Wood Memorial, and the Louisiana Derby, I think those are probably leave the most questions about what to expect from those horses.
Yeah, maybe in some ways the Louisiana Derby the most of any, just because you have a horse with so much talent from one of the best barns in our sport, Chad Brown. So lightly raced. This is going to be a big ask, but the Louisiana Derby was a big ask, and he passed this test.
Well, I can assure you that if anywhere along the line, especially just here, if Emerging Market would have run second, they wouldn't be in this race. They would have passed and waited just like they did with early voting and run in the Preakness. But when you have a horse who wins first time out, going 2 turns, and then wins this race going 1 mile and 3/16,
and getting pushed out as well,
you have to ask yourself, well, where is this horse in terms of his talent? And he ran well enough, I think, in the Louisiana Derby to justify it. Mike Welsh of the Daily Racing Forum reported that he worked really well today. I haven't seen a lot of buzz on Twitter what other workout experts think. I do trust Mike, who looks at those horses work all the time, but apparently he worked really well, so I think that goes a long way. And the other thing I'll say about Emerging Market is his figure might not be as flashy as some of the top ones, but it is very hard to make a speed figure at Louisiana Derby when they go a mile and 3/16 because you don't have comparative distances. You only have two-turn races that you can compare to, but you do not have the comparative distance of the mile and 3/16 to help you understand how fast he actually ran.
Yeah, I think it's a good point. And two, certainly it's you would love a little more seasoning going into that kind of a race. But on the other hand, there's a ton of upside where he could make a big leap forward. If he's going to like the mile and a quarter, he's going to like the mile and a quarter. If he's not, he's not. But he could take that big step forward in start number 3.
Yeah, I'm sure they wish that the Kentucky Derby wasn't coming when it was, but that's the great thing about the race, right? It's the first Saturday in May, and it's a once-in-a-lifetime, literally a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for a horse, and they either get in or they don't. And they're not going to hold the race for you because you need another start, and that's what makes it special. But I wouldn't be shocked if Emerging Market won the Kentucky Derby. There's a lot of horses in there that I would be shocked if they won.
Nightcap from Oaklawn. Here we go. It is Steve Asmussen with the favorite, Bravitas the 11. Let's go to Matt Dinnerman.
Bowl full of lemons taking his spotted line. 2-back Jones Boogie. And to the outside, we'll wait on Expensive Game. They're going the mile here. First wire finish. Waiting for Expensive Game. Live racing resumes tomorrow. First post 12:45. 11 races on the docket tomorrow. We're ready to go in the finale. And they're off. 2 slow starters there. Copper Jacket, bowl full of lemons, both away very slowly. To the lead, it's Fitzgerald up top early. Viney taking second, Cutting Class alongside, going into the turn. Expensive Game third as they corner into that turn here. Having to steady into the turn was Jones Boogie, went in tight behind leaders here. Elgato Americano next in the meantime. Stoff is alongside of that one. 2 back to AWOL. Third last, Bravitas. He's second to last today. And bowl full of lemons is actually second to last because Copper Jacket's well behind as they make their way up the backstretch. Fitzgerald is the pacemaker onto the backstretch. Length in front. Expensive Game second. Cutting Class gets in a good rhythm now. Third on the heels of the leader as Fitzgerald slows the pace down. High Arctic on the outside, 2 off the pace. Length back to Elgato Americano. Viney to the outside. Then another pair. Stoff is racing outside of Jones Boogie down the backstretch run. Bravitas is passing runners now. Bravitas on the outside getting into gear now. He's 7 lengths behind in midfield still, though, as they go into the forward turn, and then we come back to Copper Jacket and bowl full of lemons. Around the forward turn they go. It's Cutting Class who moves forward on the inside and grabs the lead from Fitzgerald, who's a half length back sent along. Gap of 2. AWOL into third. He's getting closer now. Elgato Americano next in the group. Expensive Game plotting in place. Bravitas made an early move but flattens out while wide on the course. They're off the turn to the nightcap. Cutting Class on the rail. Fitzgerald alongside, and here's AWOL on the outside. AWOL and Amir Mendoza. Cutting Class inside. Fitzgerald between them, and it's AWOL with the upper hand here with a 16th to go. AWOL, 19th time's the charm. Try, and try again, and he finally breaks his maiden today. Fitzgerald second, Cutting Class third, and Bravitas was fourth in the nightcap.
Patience required to find the winner's circle with this one. Yeah, career start number 19, as you heard from Matt Dinnerman. Rob Atras, new arrival to his barn. He didn't have to wait long.
No, it's a great job by Rob Atras. For, like you heard Matt Dinnerman say it, you know, it took this horse 18, 19 starts to get the win. It only took Rob Atras 2 to find a way to get this horse to the winner's circle, and he won pretty impressively at the end of the day.
Yeah, he did. AWOL 0 for 18 coming in. I think 4-1 in the end to close out this card at Oaklawn. Amir Mendoza on board for the winning ride. Loving this off track. 4 prior starts. It had never hit the board on an off track, but We say it a lot. No two off tracks the same. And certainly the competition, not the same whenever you line up.
Yeah, a little bit probably of a lighter group. But he was 4-1 last time. He'd been 4-1 on a number of occasions. And since getting to Rob Attras's barn, he was able to turn it around and get the win.
AWOL, Amir Mendoza, Rob Attras, Bella Blue Racing Stable. Prices from this race to end Friday action in Hot Springs when we come back. We'll have that for you on the other side of this break when our Fox Sports 2 coverage continues here on America's Day at the Races. It's AWOL in the nightcap.
The classic sire.
You bet with Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, including all 3 legs of racing's Triple Crown. Download the Naira Bets app to play today and get a $25 free bet plus $200 deposit match bonus. Watch live horse racing, get expert picks, boost your bankroll with daily promotions, and hone your handicapping skills with exclusive tips and tutorials. Sign up now to claim your $25 free bet and $200 deposit match now through the first Saturday in May, only with Naira Bets.
Look at these 2 juveniles going at it, and it is Forte.
It is Forte in front. Forte on to victory here in the Grade 1 hopeful.
Two of them coming down to the wire. Forte on the outside, and Forte to win the Breeders' Cup Juvenile.
Forte starts to gather in the top horses. This is going to be very close, but the champion prevails. Forte wins.
Live racing returns to Monmouth Park Saturday, May 9th with a 12:50 first post. Watch and wager on world-class racing from the iconic Jersey Shore each weekend all summer long. Check out the country's best handicapping contest schedule at monmouthpark.com with a wide variety of tournaments taking place monthly. Joining us on site, lock in your odds with fixed odds wagering at Monmouth Park Racetrack.
Back with you on our Fox Sports 2 coverage. You're watching America's Day at the Races. AWOL closes out the card in Hot Springs, Arkansas to take this nightcap impressively. Rob Attras, Amir Mendoza, Bella Blue Racing Stable, and a 5-year-old son of Arrogate. 19th time out. Finally gets the first win of his career.
Yeah, 19th one was the charm. I really think that second time with Rob Attras was likely the charm. So was able to turn the tables. My Steve Asmusson opinion of him claiming the horse ran 4th. I guess he'll probably try to get that one back to the synthetic, but Steve can do that because he's probably got a division somewhere where they have synthetic.
There's quite a few options where to run some horses. Pick 5, $1,137, and no one hit the pick 6.
There it is.
Tomorrow, we have on the feature race out at Oaklawn, that is the Dig a Diamond. Again, formerly with Tom Amoss. He hands over the reins of his stable to Kinnan LaRose, and now standout sensation will run for Kinnan LaRose, 6-time winner, $741,000 in earnings. It's going to be interesting, this race, to see with the one, I guess some extent to the 3 stretching out, but in terms of main players, the 1 and the 7 who goes to the front.
Yeah, well, I mean, I would think with standout sensation from the inside and Rafael Bejarano will want to hold that position. I don't think they want to be overly aggressive, but I think they want to come out running, be on the inside, and hold that spot. If the 7 wants to go and be faster, great. Go ahead, let them clear, and then you'll be in a position where you can either follow that one in the pocket or jump out to the outside and get into that outside stalking position, even though you drew the rail.
Owned in part by Joel Politti. course, Serengeti Empress fame with Tom Amoss, and also gave Kinlan LaRose the first stakes win of his career. That was earlier this month at Lone Star with Moto in the Blue Bonnet Stakes. So we'll team up with that owner. Gonna dig a diamond here. Meanwhile, Steve Asmussen, he'll have Pronghorn, and coming off a career best effort in an allowance claiming race at Oaklawn back on April 2nd.
Yeah, this is one that, you know, when he won last time as the favorite. He's obviously has no problem with the course. Depending on what they're going to get rain-wise, he does have an okay performance on a racetrack with some moisture in it. So let's see if she can appreciate that. She's coming back to the scene of her last crime, right? Winning that race last time out.
Bit of a class test too. She would need to jump up a bit, wouldn't she?
She would, but like we saw earlier today, like these horses, there's opportunities for them to jump up. So many different circumstances, and let's see if she can do that. I would guess she would appreciate to see Standout Sensation get hooked into a little bit of a duel there, but she will have to improve. You're certain about that.
We're going to have it for you on our Saturday coverage. Race 10 goes off at 6:46 Eastern start time. We got a long one tomorrow. We hope you join us for as much as you can. We kick things off on our Fox Sports coverage 1 Eastern start time. We go till 7:30 tomorrow night. So we have all kinds of coverage for you tomorrow. Hopefully weather holds out somewhat for us tomorrow. We got the Woodhaven early on, race 4 on the turf tomorrow. Intrigued to see what instability, if we get to run that on the grass, what he can do in his second start.
Yeah, can't wait to see him in his second start. Can't wait to see Teddy's Rocket in his third and his debut as a 3-year-old.
Derby 8 days away, and tomorrow officially a week away, and the race will be drawn tomorrow afternoon.
Tomorrow at 2 o'clock. It's always exciting.
Going to be fun. We'll have all that news for you on tomorrow's show. Again, tune in. Check your local listings, but 1 Eastern is when we kick things off on Fox Sports 2, I believe. It was flat to the mat with the win. Mike Maker, Ricardo Santana Jr. getting back on turf and getting to the winner's circle. Have faith. Dallas Stewart, Christian Torres in the Southern Hospitality overnight, the feature on this Friday card from Hot Springs. We will see you tomorrow. Have a great Friday night. We'll see you at 1 Eastern.